Okay, folks, we're going to call the meeting to order at 7:11. We're calling the regular meeting of the Town of Wilmington Board of Appeals, December 12, 2018, into order. The first item on the docket, it's going to be an old case. Do you want to do the continuances first, Tony?
Yeah, that's the first two. That's what that letter is.
All right, there are two cases where the applicant is requesting a continuance to January 9th, 2019. Those matters are Case 1318, Noria Energy Retail Incorporated, map 44, parcel 178D, to acquire a special permit in accordance with 3.5.14, a car wash for property located at 220 Main Street. And then the second matter is a companion case to that same applicant, 1718, to acquire a special permit in accordance with 6.6.6.12 groundwater protection district for the property located at that same location, 220 Main Street. They are requesting a continuance to January 9th, 2019, which is our next regularly scheduled meeting. Do I have a motion regarding that request?
So moved.
I'll make a motion to continue case 1318 and case 1718.
Do you want to second it?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. That's unanimous. Continuance to that date. Okay, so the first case on the regular docket is another continued case, 718 Bettering LLC, map 89, parcel 6A, to acquire a special permit in accordance with 3.4.6, 6.1.3, and 6.1.4 to construct a 48-bed rehabilitation facility over the site of the raised building for the property located at 362 Middlesex Avenue. Want to step forward?
I believe that the gentleman here who also needs a continuance, Mr. Chairman, and we have no problem with you taking him first.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Alex Perry.
Go ahead, step right.
My name is Alex Perry. I represent Legion Juve, and that's the next matter.
That's case 1918?
Yes. And given that you have a lot of people here tonight on this other matter, and Attorney Bobrovsky informs me that it's likely to go late, we would request a continuance
Okay, so
to your next meeting.
with regard case 1918, map 62, parcel 29, to appeal the decisions of the Inspector of Buildings dated September 14th and September 25th, 18, Airbnb strictly prohibited for the property located at 7 Concord Street. You are requesting a continuance as well to our next regularly scheduled meeting of January 9th.
Yes, thank you.
19. Okay, do I have a motion to that respect?
I'll make a motion to continue case 1918 to the next scheduled meeting for January 9th.
Second.
A written extension to file with the town clerk, because this is,
Okay. Thank you, counsel. Would you be willing to put that extension request in writing just for our records?
and an extension of time appropriate.
Okay, so we do have a motion,
Second.
and we have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, unanimous. Thank you for making our jobs easier tonight.
Good luck.
All right, take care. See you in January. Thank you, counsel. Now we're ready to hear your matter again, case 718. No, that's... Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
If you could again introduce yourself. I know we've met before many months ago, but if you could just reacquaint yourself with the board, that would be appreciated.
Thank you. I'm Mark Bobrovsky. I'm counsel for the applicant. My office is in Concord, Massachusetts. Sitting to my right is Ben Osgood. He's the project engineer. So we propose this evening, Mr. Chairman, to give you a number of presentations by the gentleman sitting in the front row. Mr. Osgood will cover civil issues, primarily dealing with the planning board meetings that have transpired over the spring and summer.
Pardon me, really quickly, do you mind just booting that a little bit? There you go. The easel, I can't. A little bit more. Perfect. Thank you.
And then we'll have a traffic report from Ken Cram, who's a transportation engineer, and finally Ken Mayer, who will be involved in the programmatics at the institution, will I'm sure, hold the crowd for a while he answers questions and gives a summary of the program. I'll come back at the end and just talk about the special permit criteria. So I'll turn it over to Ben, and he'll give you an update on what's been happening at the planning board.
Thank you, Council.
While he's doing that, I'm going to hand out to the board the 3 planning board decisions. One, which is the site plan approval, second, the stormwater management permit, and third, the definitive plan decision.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, Ben Osgood, Ranger Engineering. So just to give you a quick orientation again, this is Middlesex Ave right here. We have a subdivision roadway, a small cul-de-sac, and then the proposed building up at the, I guess it's the north side of the site, or west side of the site. On the east side is the railroad tracks, and then up on the south and west sides are residential properties. Some of the changes we've made, originally there was a building that we were going to keep, and that building has been eliminated. We have a septic system up in the back here that has been approved by the Board of Health. We've made some circulation changes. The cul-de-sac now has a small island, and it's a one-way cul-de-sac. The entrance, there's a two-way entrance on the property here. There's circulation around the building, and then a one-way out only on this side here. The roadway meets all of the requirements of the planning board except for one on the width of the right-of-way. As I said, the planning board has approved the plan as a definitive subdivision. They also approved our site plan and the stormwater plan. A couple of other minor changes we made. There was a patio for the residents that was here previously. We moved it to the east side, or northeast side of the building. We've added a second smaller patio out in the front of the building.
Are those enclosed?
They'll be fenced. They don't have a roof, it'll just be enclosed fencing. We've added, increased our setbacks. We meet the planning board site plan setbacks with both the building, which is 50 feet, and any pavement, which is 20 feet. We've proposed an 8-foot wood fence that runs from this location all the way around the back of the property. And I think it ends right up in here. We've proposed plantings, evergreen plantings, in front of that fence as additional screening. We do have a small wall here, so the plantings and the fence will be elevated a little bit relative to the backyard of these properties. And as I said, again, it meets all the requirements. We can bring a fire engine around. I'll just show you the this is the fire engine turning radius plan, so it shows how a fire engine can enter and exit the site within the limits of our roadways and driveways. And this is based on the ladder truck, which is the biggest vehicle in the fire engine fleet. We provided the planning board with a photometrics plan. This shows our proposed lighting, and what the goal is. This graph shows the intensity of light in the areas of the parking lot. You want a couple of foot candles within the parking areas, but you don't want any light to wash off the property line. If you take a look at this map, all of these property lines, the light intensity values are 0. So when you're sitting at the property line, there'll be no light washing from our property onto the neighbor's property. This is the stormwater management plan. So essentially, we take all of the stormwater from the parking lots, we route it towards the front of the property. There's a buried detention area here, concrete chambers under the parking lot. There's an outlet control that then runs into this small detention pond here. It's a shallow pond, so only about 1.5 feet deep. It provides some extra cleansing of the water as it leaves the site. We have some tree boxes, which are an approved stormwater management device for treatment. And then we tie into the municipal system here. We've done all the analysis to show that the system. We're maintaining the flow rates, we're holding any increases in runoff, releasing them slowly so that we don't tax the downstream system. And again, this was all reviewed by the town engineer and approved. There is presently a little bit of flow going out the back. That's being greatly reduced. And there's a little bit of flow going off into the railroad tracks. That's also being greatly reduced. So we're kind of taking our flow, controlling it, and bringing out the front of the municipal drain system. Brief overview of, you know, what's there. Obviously, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Before we continue, I have a letter that I should probably read into the record from the engineer.
The town engineer.
Do we also have the planning board rec too?
That was from before, it's probably in there someplace.
You can find it while I'm reading. Just so everybody knows, I have a memorandum to the Zoning Board of Appeals from Paula Looney, the town engineer, and Michael Woods, the Director of Public Works. It's dated today. It says this office has received the Zoning Board of Appeals special permit application for a 48-bed rehabilitation facility located in the general business zoning district off Middlesex Ave. The engineering division of the Department of Public Works offers the following comments related to the project. The reference material is the definitive subdivision plan, the stormwater management report, and the traffic impact and access study. And the general comment is that the engineering division of the Department of Public Works performed a technical review of the project at 362 Middlesex Ave for the definitive subdivision application, site plan review application, and stormwater management permit application. The applicant's engineer has addressed all outstanding comments made by the engineering division. As such, we have no further comments on the project. That's from the engineer. Then we have a memorandum from the planning board. It's dated November 15th. At its meeting on Tuesday, November 13th, 2018, the planning board voted to recommend as follows with regard to case 718, 362 Middlesex Ave. Upon motion duly made and seconded, it was unanimously voted that the proposed project at 362 Middlesex Ave has been revised to satisfy the requirements of the zoning bylaw, the stormwater bylaw, and subdivision regulations. As such, the project has received approval for site plan review, stormwater management, and definitive subdivision with appropriate conditions. The decisions for each approval are attached for reference, which I'm not going to get into, but that's the general gist of the planning board's recommendation.
I believe as well that I think you had a transmittal from the Board of Health where they sent their approval. It may not have been in the last week or two. Just to check the box, that's all.
Okay, I mean, I'll take your word for it that you're indicating that the Board of Health has approved the project under its purview as well.
It has.
She has.
And that's correct. Okay.
Before we leave those permits behind, I just want to point out that in the site plan, the planning board took care to consider the neighbors by imposing several conditions. There's just a few I'll alert you to. Abutting property owners will be notified in writing at least 7 days prior to the start of construction. All rooftop mechanical equipment shall be appropriately screened. Trash pickup on the site shall occur during normal business hours. The applicant shall maintain and replace landscaping and fencing as shown on the plan for the duration of the use. The applicant shall maintain the project site in a clean and tidy conditions, clear of debris and trash. Dumpsters located on the property shall be enclosed by a fence and of a side entry design, remain closed and enclosures locked. The applicant shall use good housekeeping practices to maintain the site and keep it in good working condition. So there are some...
And those are considerations that were made subsequent to the planning board meeting?
They're in the decision.
They're in the
planning
decision.
board.
Okay.
Correct.
Good enough.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, do you have anything else you want to discuss before I open it up to initial questions from the board? Then the way this is going to work, folks, is we're going to have some initial questions from members of the board. Then I'm going to continue the public hearing that I had opened up many months ago that I never closed. And I'm going to endeavor to take everyone's comments into consideration. I'm going to give everybody a chance to speak. I'm expecting that everybody be cordial with one another. We're going to keep this at a very, as happy as we can make it under the circumstances, but everyone is going to be heard. And then once everyone is heard, I'm going to close the public hearing, and then we're going to kick it back to this board for a deliberation to a decision, if we can do that tonight.
Would you like to hear from all of my three presenters before you take, or would you like to have questions directed to Mr. Osgood first?
My inclination would be to have a presentation made in toto.
Okay, fine.
And then, you know, I trust that all members will be able to address whatever questions they have to whatever individual they want to address them to. But I think it's best, rather than have a disjointed presentation, that you present everything you have.
No problem.
Open up to questions by the board, questions by the audience, or comments by the audience, either one, and then we'll close the public hearing.
Then I would ask Mr. Cram to come forward and give his presentation.
Thank you. Hi,
How are you?
how you doing?
I'm very
Could you introduce yourself to the board, please?
Yes, my name is Ken Cram. I am a registered professional traffic engineer with the firm of Bayside Engineering out of neighboring Woburn, Massachusetts. Back in the spring, I guess, I was contacted to perform a traffic impact and access study for the project, and we started out by doing counts on Middlesex Avenue, and those counts were done initially in March 2018, but at that time, the RMV was closed, so we had to do subsequent follow-up counts, which we did do in April of 2018. Interestingly enough, the counts on Middlesex Avenue were comparable with and without the RMV open, believe it or not. There was, in March, we counted 14,700 vehicles, and then in April, it was 15,000 vehicles. Very close. There's no question, Middlesex Avenue carries a high volume of traffic. We counted about 1,160 vehicles in the morning peak hour, and almost 1,300 in the March date, 1,282 vehicles. As part of our study, we looked at crash data for the area right in the vicinity of the site, and right at that time, because the site is vacant, only one crash was reported right at that site area. I'm not saying there are not more. What happens a lot of times these days, if the crash has a value of less than $1,000, a lot of people don't go through their insurance. They handle it separately. So in that case, there's no police report, there's nothing recorded. We also, when we did our traffic counts, we recorded the speeds. These go to eventually looking at sight distances. We want to make sure we have a safe and safe driveway. The average speed we observed on Middlesex Avenue, I'll call it northbound, was 30 miles per hour. And on southbound, it was 27, with the 85th percentile slightly above the posted at 33 and 32 miles per hour respectively. So most of the people in that stretch are adhering to the posted speed limit. So we have our base condition. We look out in the future. We went 7 years according to Mass DOT and MEPA guidelines. They want a 7-year planning horizon, even though this will probably be built in a year or so. So we contacted, looked at Mass DOT data and data from the Metropolitan Area Planning Commission, and we determined that growth has been occurring at about a rate of 1%. So we used that, applied to our existing volumes compounded annually to come up with a future baseline. We contacted the town of Wilmington Planning Department, and at that time, there were no other projects in the immediate area that we needed to include in the traffic projections. So we have our 2025 no-build conditions without the project. The next thing we did was we looked at what will the project generate in terms of traffic, because this is a unique kind of facility. Normally, we look at the Institute of Transportation Engineers, the trip generation manual. The current edition is the 10th edition, but they do not have a specific land use code that meets what we're building here in this facility. So we contacted the operator, and we obtained a bunch of information about how the facility will operate, and I'm sure Mr. Mayor will give you a lot more information on that. But I can give you some brief information based on what I was provided. There will be 3 nurses at the facility working on 3 shifts. There will be 6 behavioral health technicians, 3 case managers, 6 counselors, 4 kitchen and maintenance staff, and 6 administration personnel, for a total of 28 employees. Nursing.
Total or at any given time?
Excuse me?
Total or at any given time?
Oh, that total, because the nurses are operating on 3 shifts. So one comes in at 7 a.m. To 3, then 3 to 11, and 11 typical. That's for the nursing shifts. The behavioral health technicians would also work along those same shifts as well, and there were 6 of those, so there would be 2 along those hours. The case managers and the admin staff generally are 9 to 5 employees. We also expect that there could be some daily deliveries. We expect there could be up to 3 deliveries per day. So remember, as traffic engineers, you know, we have a car that's, it comes in, comes out, that's really 2 trips, but it's only 1 car or truck. Patient admissions, they are expected an average of 4 per day, either admitting a patient or discharging a patient. So we took all that information and put it into a big spreadsheet over the course of the day to determine how many people would be coming and going at any time. And what we did is we looked at the big time, the biggest shift time would be in the morning at 7 a.m. or so, around that hour, and then in the late afternoon, around 5 to 6, is what we project. And if you do the math out, again, this is what the peak hour of the generator is. There would be 9 vehicles entering during the morning peak hour and 0 exiting. Now that's the peak hour of the generator, which occurs at 7 o'clock. The actual street peak hour occurs later than that. It's like 7:45 to 8:45. This would be more like a 6:30 to 7:30 hour. So to be conservative, we added the highest hour of the traffic generation of the site to the commuter peak hour, which is the highest during the weekday morning or the weekday evening peak hour, to have the most conservative analysis scenario we could have. And so in the evening, we would have 1 car entering and 11 cars exiting for a total of 12. And then on Saturday, we also looked at the Saturday. It's a later peak on Saturday because of the shift schedules, but there would be 9 trips, 4 cars coming in, 5 cars going out. So it's not a big generator of traffic. We tried to estimate where they're coming from and going to. We looked at traffic flow in the area, basically, so there's like, we figure 56% to the north and 44% to the south, almost a 50-50 split. So we have our existing conditions, we have our no-build conditions, now we have our traffic generation and our trip distribution. It's a matter of simple math to multiply it out and add it on top to come up with our 2025 build condition. We then do what we call our intersection capacity analyses. Traffic engineers, we use the synchro model, which is accepted by the state, and it's based on the latest highway capacity manual, the 2010 manual, which is published by the Transportation Research Board out of Washington, D.C. And we looked at left turn movements from the driveway, from uptown Delhi across the street, I'm sorry, and we looked at the movements out of our site driveway. And we look at 2 characteristics to try and determine how well an unsignalized intersection operates. What is the volume to capacity ratio? In other words, you know, you have a volume exiting a driveway, you have the theoretical math telling you the capacity is X, you divide the 2, and that tells you what your volume to capacity ratio is. If it's less than 1, then you're pretty good most of the times. You could have some long delays if you have a significant volume of traffic. But in this case here, we have volume to capacity ratios. The highest one is, make sure I use the right table, 0.29, so roughly a third. With minimal queuing, and that would be on our driveway leaving the site. And the level of service that goes along with that is level of service E. But I just want to point out that based on my observation of the methodology and studies I've done in the past, the unsignalized methodology is very conservative. So the projected delays of 38 seconds for a vehicle to exit the site, I believe, will be less than that in the long run. So the last thing we looked at in terms of safety is we want to make sure that there's adequate sight distance. And based on the 85th percentile speeds of 33 and 32 miles per hour, which we had previously measured, you need to have 216 or to 226 feet, depending on which direction you're going because of the change in the speed. But we measured in excess of 400 feet in both directions. So in terms of sight distance, the site driveway could operate at a good level of service. So let's bring this to our recommendations, which is basically they apply to the site driveway. And as Ben mentioned, we have one lane in, one lane out, and our driveway would be under stop sign control. And if there is any landscaping that's going to be done on or around the driveway, we want to make sure that that's kept either low or set back so that nothing's planted that's going to, or like a sign or anything like that, that would block the sight lines, because then you cause a problem. So that's a summary of the traffic study, and be glad to answer any questions.
Sure. Go ahead.
So my question with all that traffic studying, was it with or without the train stopped?
Oh, well, we all know what happens when the train stops. Yeah.
How was that calculated in, if any, at all?
Well, again, the peak hour of the generator, it could affect it. It's not really factored in, so to speak, because the 3 or 4 times it stops in the morning or in the evening, we know what happens on Middlesex Avenue. And it takes 5 to 10 minutes to clear it up. And the volume of traffic we're adding on top of the 1,200 or 1,200 trips, we're adding 9 or 11, won't have any impact. Well, I can't say any impact because we're adding traffic, but it'll be very small.
Sure.
Did you take into consideration the train stop and the bus stop there as far as traffic and delays there at that area?
The bus stop?
I believe there's a bus stop there.
I think that's further down. And, the times I was out there to observe, I didn't see anything that would significantly impact our driveway operation.
Not what you observed. Did you take all of that into consideration? Did you take the bus stop and the train stops into consideration when you did your traffic study?
It's not it's not something you plug in and say the train stopped.
Why not?
Because it doesn't go into the capacity analysis model.
Okay, so if you have an intersection that's a very busy intersection, and you add into, you have train stops, you have bus stops, and then you add a facility that's allowing more traffic in there, you don't take all that into consideration when you do your traffic study?
It's in the inherent in the counts, when we do our counts. And all those factors, whether when the train stops and so forth, that volume is still there.
But what are the delays? What is the delay from an individual going in there now that the detox center is being put in there? Does the delay become overbearing based upon what you have there now, such as a train stop and a bus stop?
No.
So how do you, when you say no, how do you know that if you didn't put it into your model?
Because there is no model to throw those factors in, so to speak.
I think the conclusion sort of speaks for itself. If there are 9 cars in the AM peak hour, that's roughly 1 car every 6 minutes pulling out. And if there's congestion on the street because of the train coming through, those 9 cars will have to find their way into that congestion and move on. But it's not
Correct.
900 cars, it's 9 cars in the AM peak hour.
Anything else? Okay. Anybody else? Is that it, sir? Have you concluded your part of the presentation?
I'm done.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Well-
And you'll be here if there's any
I'll
other
not go
questions.
anywhere.
Last, in terms of presentation, Ken Mayer will talk about the programmatics and the day-to-day operations of the facility programs.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Ken Mayer, and at this point, I am the executive director for Mayflower, for the building that's going up.
Can you, yes. I got it, guys. Speak up.
That better?
Yeah, just speak closer to them.
Okay, so my name is Ken Mayer, and I'm going to be the director of the program, and I've been working on the licensing and all the applications for the state at this point, and doing the program design.
Okay.
Our plan is to open, and it is a 48-bed facility. It's really two programs inside. We have a 12-bed acute care facility, which some people would call a detoxification unit or a medical withdrawal unit. And then there'd be 32 beds, which would be for sort of transitional care for people as we get them to the next level of care. The average length of stay in the detoxification unit would be anywhere from 3 to 7 days. People who are coming in with addiction to alcohol tend to go through detox in about 4 days. People coming in with addiction to opiates, it takes about 7 days to comfortably bring them through that process. When they finish the detoxification process or the medical withdrawal, then there'll be an opportunity for, if needed, for them to go to a transitional care part of the program, where we basically work on early recovery skills and find them the next level of care. For many folks, that means they're going to a halfway house someplace. In the state of Massachusetts right now, that there's tends to be a backlog on getting people into halfway houses. And rather than turning people after detox out to the streets, what we want to do is keep them stable and help them get even better, so that there's a bridge between our detoxification unit and whatever their aftercare plan is going to be. There have been lots of questions about the staffing. Get my glasses. So that we will have for each one for 40 hours a week, and that will be varied between weekends and weekdays. There's 3 senior level people. There'll be an executive director who's in charge of the operation, a nurse manager who's a master's level nurse, with experience in dealing with substance abuse and recovery, and there's a clinical director who manages all the case managers and the counselors. Each one, that's a full-time position. We'd have a doctor available between 4 and 6 hours each day and on call on the weekends. Depending on the number of admissions we have that day would dictate how long the doctor is going to be in the building. But the doctor is available to our nursing staff 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. In addition, we'll have a backup for a psychiatrist if needed. We'll also be on a consulting basis and used when needed. There are folks who sometimes enter treatment, and once they get in, we find there's other kind of psychological issues to be addressed, and we want to have the capacity to do that and keep them in treatment. There'll be...
All right, hold on. Sure. Everybody, if you could silence your cell phones, texting, incoming calls, which we're in a tight room here. A lot of people, it's hard to hear already, so if anybody, you have a cell phone that's active, I'm going to ask you to please put it on silent. Okay, continue, sir.
Okay. There'll be 2 nurses on during the day, 2 on in the evening, and 2 on at night. The 2 evening nurses would be divided between an RN and an LPN, and the night nurses the same way. There'd be always an RN on duty and also an LPN. The levels of staffing are above what the state requires us to do. The 2 nurses that are on during the day will be both taking care of the patient's medical needs and also assisting with the intake process, the admission process. Every patient coming in has a full medical screening, consultation with the physician before the whatever protocol is going to be used through that medical process is done. So the doctor's available. In addition, there are going to be 4 sort of administrative people on duty. There'll be people handling things like some of the admission work and the referral. If a patient calls us who would be inappropriate for our care for a variety of reasons, we want to have the capacity to refer them to a facility where they can get the care they need, and not just to say no. Say, we can't, but here's where you can go, and help facilitate that. The majority of admissions to these facilities are done between 11, sometimes as early as 10 in the morning, and 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We are heavily staffed through those hours because we know those will be our busy times. As often as possible, we set scheduled admissions, so people have this, like when you go to the doctor, there's a time when they have to be there, and we arrange for transportation if they don't have it. We greatly discourage, and we don't want any of our patients driving to the facility. If you're in the condition medically that you need to be in the detoxification facility, you shouldn't be driving a car. So one of the questions that we ask through that admission process is how are you going to get here? If you can't and they don't have a ride, we will provide the transportation. That's part of the process. So the number of, we call them either recovery specialists or behavioral health technicians. They're the same people. They have different names and different grants. But they're called, those are people who not only kind of keep very active with the patients while they're in treatment, but also provide the extra services such as transportation. When someone has completed our program, that we provide transportation to the next level of care. That means that not only is the transportation to, it's what we call a warm handoff, so that we don't drop them off the front door, we walk them into the next level of care. If a patient decides to leave our facility against our advice, we still provide transportation. And
To where?
To where? Oh,
to either the next closest public transportation facility or someplace. There's a train right there, or to someplace.
Folks.
Or to someplace that's where they'll be safe. And also where our drivers would be safe. We wouldn't take them to someone's house. We'll take them somewhere where they want to go. But they will not be walking out the door and walking down the street.
I had, when this was first presented many months ago, Council, I had 2 questions, one of which I might as well address here since it seems to be an appropriate time. I was wondering whether the local authorities would be notified or could be notified when someone were to voluntarily leave before the expiration of the recommended detoxification period. I understand there's some HIPAA issues there. I had run through council whether those could perhaps be waived upon admission, but I'm just concerned that if someone were to leave treatment early, you've already addressed one of the issues by saying that they're going to be escorted. They're not going to just be left to leave and have one of their pals pick them up. But the second thing that I was concerned about is whether the town would be notified of that, or if that could be arranged through a waiver by the
In
patient.
past programs I've run, we have notified the town when we felt there was a duty to warn. We felt that either the patient or the community was in the least bit unsafe, and the patient was refusing to allow us to drive them. It is a voluntary program, refusing to let us drive them. Then we would notify authorities.
So you're telling me now that the only time that you would do that in this particular instance is if you thought that there was a threat, or if the person refused to be taken away by whatever level of egress that you were going to offer. Is there a way that that patient, upon admission, could sign a waiver that if they were to check themselves out before the expiration of the recommended period, regardless, that the town would be put on notice of that? Just so, I guess so we could keep track on how successful this particular program is, number one. And number two, so we could have a handle on folks who were maybe discharging themselves prior to the recommended period of treatment.
I would have to consult with counsel about that, and I'm not in terms of something.
And I don't mean to pigeonhole you. I had brought this up to council at our first meeting. There was a couple different things that were kicking around with me. That was one of them, so
There
I
are
mean.
2 sets of laws. Not only do we have to deal with HIPAA laws, but there's also federal confidentiality regulations for alcohol and drug abuse patients.
But that cannot be waived by the
That can
patient.
be waived if there's an imminent danger.
Can it be waived by the patient, though, voluntarily upon
They'd
admission?
have to, right now, what we'd have to have is a release.
Right, but it could be.
It could be.
People can waive anything.
Right.
Okay, so would that be something that you would consider
Something we'd consider.
upon admission? I mean, if someone's coming to your facility, I'm assuming they're coming to Jesus at that point, and they want help.
They want help.
And I'm hopeful that if that's the case and that's their frame of mind, that they would not be adverse to signing such a waiver. So if they were to check themselves out prior to the period of treatment, that the town would be notified. I think that's something that would be helpful.
It's something we could do some more talking about. One of the things that we do try to streamline in the admissions process is a certain amount of forms that they have to sign so we have the ability to treat. We also have to revisit those forms. This is my practice in running these programs. We revisit those forms the next day. I think that legally, if somebody comes into a center to be treated for substance abuse, and we have them sign off on a whole bunch of forms, and then we later on saying this gives us all this permission, certainly someone could say, well, I wasn't in quite the right shape to sign those. How
You should have
valid?
seen what I signed when I had my colonoscopy.
Oh,
All right, I'm sure they will sign away, whatever they need to do.
so one of the things that we.
I've seen your colonoscopy results.
I did too.
So one of the things that we like to do is revisit all the forms that the patient signs at admission, and have them sign them again, because at that point we're saying they're competent. They're in the process of being off whatever drugs. or
That's
alcohol.
something that I would be interested in, only because not only I think would it protect the integrity of your program, I think it would also let us know whether it's being successful. And I also think that it would also let the town be aware if there was an ongoing problem of people checking themselves out before the duration of the recommended treatment. So it's just,
But what I would consider is if they want to check out and we're not providing them transportation. In other words, they're walking down the street, which happens very rarely. And that's from experience of running a 64-bed facility.
how far would you take them?
Wherever they did. When I was working in Stoughton, we took them
So
as
you
far
wouldn't
as
drop them off
Boston.
at the town line like in the Old West?
No. No, we keep passes and things on board, so we're not gonna hand them money when they walk out the door, but we're gonna have passes. We had contracts with some taxi cab companies when that wasn't available, so we get the person where they're safe.
So can
And
I
the
ask-
community's safe, so they're not walking down the street.
So how many people do you have driving people away? Like, is there just one person or?
We'd probably never need more than one at a time. We'd have 3 on who are in that job title that could do it, but it's unusual to need more than one doing it.
For 48 people?
Yeah,
You
they
don't want to make a leave. You said that there's 12 people that have acute care, and then there's 32 transitional beds. So they're in different stages.
Right. They would have completed, in order to be in a CSS or a comprehensive service program, they need to have completed the acute care. In other words, they're medically cleared, they finished the detoxification process, whether that's 4 days or 7 days. It's very rare that ever goes over 7.
And how long do the people in the 32 beds stay?
It would be from 7 to 14 days.
So who would you say most likely is gonna say, I'm not to go? The people on the acute, or the people on the 32 beds?
The time that comes up most often is about the 3rd day of treatment. And that's what our staff is trained to work with them at that. They start to feel antsy. They're in a facility they're not familiar with, and that's the time that they tend to need the most care. And what we find with adequately addressing that, very few people do leave. We're talking about running a much bigger facility.
Actually, going back to traffic and whatnot, so can these people get visitors?
No. There may occasionally be, and there'll be a separate part of the unit where people, in the building where people go, there may be some family intervention sessions, but there's no visiting allowed. The only outside people who would be coming in is that every night there'd be self-help groups that we know that we'd be coming in to do AA and NA meetings. But there's no visiting allowed. If one of our patients was deemed that we needed to have a family session, that would be a different part of the building.
Even for the people that are 32 and in a different transition?
There's 2 things about that. One is that we also have to protect the confidentiality of our patients. And when we have people coming in, if somebody's wife is coming in and sees somebody else there, at that point we lose some of the control of protecting the patient's confidentiality. So we do a family group, or sometimes there's meetings with attorneys and things, and that's done in a different section of the building.
So going with the 32 beds, 48 beds,
48
are they
total.
in individual, like, rooms?
There'd be rooms of 2. There'd be a couple of single rooms for when people first come in, if there's a need, trying to be nice, but sometimes people are very heavy snorers when they first come in, and we need to have a separate room just so they're not keeping others up. There may be somebody that the nurse wants to have very close observation, so there'll be a bed next to the nurse's station. Those will be the singles.
So doesn't that kind of like go against like the confidentiality of knowing if you're in a room?
Patients are trained in the confidentiality. That's part of the orientation. They are actually under the same laws that they can't say who they saw there. Control of it, you know, is obviously we don't have control, but they are trained and educated on what the federal law is, because they're as governed as our staff is by what the law says.
If this facility was at its maximum for a full year, how many people would be actually treated for the full year under what you just told me, that are being released every 3 to 7 days and another unit being released every 7 days? How many people would you say would be in there?
That would take me some time to really kind of say.
I mean, simple math, 48 beds.
No, it's not simple math, because each one of
Well,
those
that's my
beds has,
point. If we just
each
say
one of these
simple
beds has,
math, but it's beyond that. And my
Right.
point being, you raised the question that when they want to check out or in, you're going to give them transportation. So if you've got a lot of people, and I just heard 9 for traffic count, cars going in and out at one time, that has to be increased. This building has to take in projection of what the maximum pulling in and out of these intersections are. I didn't hear anybody take in how many people.
actually,
going in
I
and out.
did hear him say, they said about 4 admissions a day.
Well, how many cars? How many, you've got a heck of a lot of people, not counting the employees, you said only 28.
4 admissions a
And
day.
if I did my math, times 365 days, it's gonna be quite a bit of an account. So either you're gonna have some kind of a multi-unit vehicle that's gonna transport 7, 10 at a time to count the volume down.
It would be a van that we go out with, yeah.
So basically, it's not like I guess the answer you're giving me is just we're not getting an answer.
Well, I am trying to give you an answer, sir, but when you have 48 beds and you have people coming in at various lengths of time, for me to sit there and say right now how many people that's going to mean, I have to really sit down and do a dynamic capacity, and I can't do that off the top of my head. We're expecting to do 4 to 5 admissions a day, period. Obviously, if we're full and we're doing 4 or 5 a day coming in, there's got to be 4 or 5 leaving. We can't go over capacity.
All right, I guess
I am really trying to answer your question.
I know you are, but the thing is, when I'm here, I want to hear distinct answers. In other words, you know, basically yes, no questions, not in the middle, okay? Because there's a lot of people here, and they want the real answers. That's why I'm asking that. There's a lot of people that are going to be in this facility, and I find it hard that at that intersection, I never heard the word Shady Lane. Shady Lane intersection should be taken into consideration, never mind the sub shop across the street is an intersection. Shady Lane's less than 100 feet from this property also, which people are going to be pulling out. So I add how many people are going to be in this facility, checking in and out, add in the 2 intersections, never mind the train track that we've heard at special times become a hazard, that if a trailer truck is trying to pull into your facility, or if a trailer truck has to stop because a car is pulling in your facility, and the track comes down to stop, okay, someone's hung up. There is some kind of a safety problem in this, with this many cars coming in and out of here. And it's no fault of yours, and it's no fault of the building. However, the train tracks are there. And to me, I'll go into it a little further later in the meeting, but I mean, I'm just looking total count.
We are expecting 4 admissions a day. That'd be 4 cars, unless we're picking the people up coming in. We may be going places and getting people, so that's 1 car bringing 2 or 3 in. You're asking me, but we're expecting 4 admissions a day. We obviously can't, if we have to discharge 4 people, if we're taking in 4, we're not going over capacity, we can't. So.
Okay, every business has a penalty. I heard from the traffic count and I heard yours. Say your numbers don't correspond. What would be the penalty here after the permit's given?
I mean, what if our numbers don't correspond?
In other
What
words,
numbers?
these are facts and numbers, but are they real facts? And if, say, it's increased by what I'm talking about, there is no way of going back to straighten this out.
I'm not sure which numbers you're talking about. They're going to be inflated. We had 48 beds. That's going to be the license. We can't go over that.
I'm just looking at traffic intersection and safety.
May I comment on this, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Mr. Cram is, in my opinion, one of the 3 or 4 best traffic engineers in the Commonwealth right now. He's done a full-blown traffic impact access study. That is done in accordance with Mass DOT and ITE guidelines. To the extent that there's an argument about that, there's ample opportunity for you to do a peer review with a qualified professional transportation engineer. Short of that, the smartest guy in the room is Mr. Cram right now, and if you want to engage somebody, then let me know. We'll deal with it accordingly.
I mean, if traffic, I look at it this way. What was there before, at one point, was a coffee shop, a drive-through coffee shop, which I would assume generated more traffic than the present proposed use. But regardless, if traffic is an issue that the board is concerned with, and you want to have a study done, I mean, we can have that done.
Nope, I just want to bring up my points of reason,
Okay.
and, you know, I'll live with whatever they, whatever. I mean, bottom line is, I'm just looking for all information that I can get.
Right.
And when I hear that we got, say, 3,000 people 1 year coming in and out, there has to be so many trips out of that parking lot itself. Never mind the staff of 28 people. There's an additive P cars coming into this intersection. But that's minor. I mean, I can
I guess
live
it
with
depends on how many people check themselves out, how many people,
Correct.
whether the beds are fully whether it's full capacity. I mean, a lot of these things you can't
Right,
factor in.
exactly, but I'm just saying, it's more than, a basic, what I'm saying, but
Right.
I can live with it. I mean, I got other issues to, we'll see where we stand.
We'll go through them. Did you have something, Tom?
Okay, so I want to build, I have a question, then I want to build a scenario for you, okay? So the question I have is, where is the responsibility of the staff begin and end? So is it, if a person walks out that door, does the staff follow them out to their car? Does the staff follow them to the train station and wait for them to get on the train? Where does the staff stop?
First of all, they won't have cars there, so we would be doing the transport.
No, that's not what I said. You have an individual who leaves the facility. The person walks out the door, walks over to the train station to get a ride on the train station, doesn't want to go to a halfway house. Is done. Does the staff walk with them over, stay with them until they get on
Yes.
the train? So the staff's responsibility is, where does it begin and where does it end?
It ends when they're on the transportation leaving. When the train doors stop, close, that's when our staff comes
Okay,
back
so
to the
an
facility.
individual leaves the facility and walks down the street and doesn't take the train. Does the nurse follow them a mile down the road?
No.
Okay, so that means that person's left to go wherever they want to go, correct?
Basically, if they're not posing a risk, and I hear what
No,
you're
I'm
saying
just-
about having a
I'm not
release,
talking about posing a risk, I'm just saying, so an individual could walk out that door, whether they be in total remission, or they could be halfway, or decide they don't want to be there, and walk out that door and walk down the street to a block, take a left, take a right, on their own.
Right.
Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay.
I also want to say, that's not what happens in these facilities, and
No, I'm not,
and I've run them.
Okay.
When they're offered transportation, they accept the transportation.
well, some people don't.
All
Some
right,
people-
folks, please.
So sometimes their transportation is their legs.
My experience
Second thing
most directly is with two buying a facility both in Vermont and one in Massachusetts in Stoughton. I have a 64-bed facility in Stoughton. When someone decides they want to leave treatment and say, I want to leave now, and we say, we can provide you transportation, they accept the transportation.
All the time?
The only time they haven't is when they may pose it because they're not in the best shape, and that's when we call emergency personnel.
I'm asking you a question, all the time?
99% of the time.
Okay, so 1% of the time they don't. Okay, the scenario I want to build is, I leave the facility, I walk around a while, I walk into the Dunkin' Donuts across the street, and I go into the men's room or the ladies' room. Is that a scenario?
I suppose it could be.
Okay. I meet my friend there, who just got off the train, and we go into Dunkin' Donuts and we go into the men's room and the ladies' room. Is that a scenario?
Of course it could be.
Okay. Is it possible that individual that left the facility, left on their own, and it did not complete treatment, can that scenario still occur?
Yes.
Okay. So there'd be individuals in an area like that that could pose a threat to themselves and to others?
Like any other citizen.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You mentioned Stoughton, so, in 64 beds, is there acute, portion to that? And then so what's that ratio?
It's actually a little larger than that, it's about 50/50, acute and stabilization.
Is that in residential area?
Absolutely. It's in the former Goddard Hospital, right in one of the nicer neighborhoods in Stoughton.
But it's in a hospital?
It's an old hospital building, the hospital's closed, and there are different medical practices in that building. But it's right in the middle of a residential neighborhood.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. You, at the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned that the intakes are usually between 10 and 3. You discourage driving to the facility, and you try to schedule admissions. It seems like there's a big need for these facilities. Does that give you the opportunity to be somewhat selective when you admit people in, meaning that, where do they come from, a hospital?
Some.
Do they come from a, just on their own, come in?
There's a lot, in a lot of our communities, there are recovery coaches and community groups working with people. There's groups that go to, when there's been an overdose, we'll go the next day to the house, they're volunteers. We got a lot of referrals from them, we get a lot from the hospital.
So if you have control over the selective process of who you admit, you could require yourself to schedule all the admissions and have them be chauffeured or picked up by your own staff as opposed to being dropped off by somebody?
Well, sometimes if they're a hospital, they're going to be transported by a commercial ambulance, you know, that do the transport, because that's what the hospital uses.
You have the ability by who you admit to control how they arrive to the site.
Absolutely, but when a public official or a public safety official calls us and has somebody who wants to come in, we're going to try to accommodate that. So that, yeah, we do. It's real important to schedule it. The admissions take quite a while. There's a lot of paperwork that has to get done. The more that we can get done before the patient even arrives, the easier that whole process is. But if somebody calls us who's a partner of ours in the community and has somebody that needs to get into the detox unit, we're going to probably try to accommodate that in the best way possible. So, yes, most of them, we prefer to schedule it. We don't like people having to sit around and wait. So we try to schedule it so they get in, they go through the admission process, they're seen by the nurse, they're seen by the doctor, they're in a bed, they get medicated very quickly. The quicker you can do it, the better. They're experiencing great discomfort. But if a public, someone in the public calls us who's one of our partners and has somebody they need to get in, we're going to get them in if we have a bed. If we don't have a bed, we have to send them somewhere else. But if we have a bed, we're going to get them in.
Is there, are there facilities out there that are, I don't want to say more selective, but that only take patients from hospitals that have been cleared by hospitals? Are there that vet people through some type of interview process? I'm just asking.
We would like to do that as much as possible. Our favorite, quote, favorite admissions is one that's being sent by a hospital because the person's been medically cleared. And we're getting a lot of medical information we need up front, but that doesn't always happen. But hospitals want to get people out of their emergency rooms fairly quick, so we've always had a good relationship with the hospital because they can call and we'll get that person into the hospital quickly. We're not going to be in a position of saying that's the only way you come in.
When somebody leaves of their own free will, are they allowed to make a phone call before they leave? So they could, in a sense, meet somebody out there. If they make a phone call, they are allowed, so they could have their friend or somebody meet them at the facility and pick them up.
Probably, that's not a scenario that happens very often, but they certainly could arrange to meet somebody. They're allowed to call a day. And the call a day is one personal call a day. They make many calls during the day in terms of finding aftercare and going to the next level of care. But in terms of, they're all at one personal call a day, and they don't have cell phones. That's
So
allowed.
is a patient ever left alone? Is a
Everyone-
patient ever left alone that's detoxing?
They could be alone for a few minutes at a time while nurses are making rounds. If they happen to be in a private room, yeah, they'd be like in a hospital, they might be alone for a short period of time, but nurses have to make rounds, and have to sign off on the rounds and take vital signs like anything else.
So actually, for the nurses, you have 2 nurses during the day, 2 at night. How many patients is one nurse actually taking care of?
Well, it's sort of hard to describe because it depends on what level of care the person's at. What somebody needs on their first day of treatment in terms of nursing care is very different than what they're going to need on their 3rd day. So their concentration is going to be on people who are in their first, second, and 3rd day, and more time in terms of giving out medication with other patients once they've been stabilized. But so the majority of the time goes to people who are fairly new admissions to the unit because they're in more of a crisis.
All right, but that didn't answer my question. So one nurse, so a patient comes in, how many patients is that one nurse that's on? Or how many patients is she taking care of?
They would be, jointly, they would be responsible for, if we were full, for 48.
For what was it?
48.
40. That one nurse is?
No, 2 nurses. There are always 2 nurses on.
2 nurses for 48 patients?
Right.
2 nurses.
But you have, one of the things I want to be clear about, there's a level of intense care where nursing is needed a lot. Other patients are being given medication, having their vitals done, that's done a couple times a day. They're up, they're out of bed, they're walking around, they're coming to the nurse's station, they're having their vital signs done, they're getting whatever medication's being ordered by the physician. It's not a high, at that level, it's not a high level of nursing activity. It's when the patients first come in that the nurses have to spend a lot more time with them, they're sick.
Right, so that could be 12, I'll even say, even if it's less than 12. So isn't that a lot for one nurse to take care of?
It's actually, our staffing levels are higher than the state requires for both parts of the facility.
Okay.
And I'd be glad to send you the staffing that's required by the Bureau of Substance Abuse.
Are they ever violent? Are they ever, like, when they're detoxing, aren't they or are they just medicated to kind of sleep it off?
When they start to get anxious, to give them more medicine. What we're trying to do is make that withdrawal process as comfortable as possible. For some people who are coming in opiates, they're still going to have some discomfort. In order to give them enough medicine so there are no discomfort, they're going to leave as addicted as they came in. But what we try to do is take a process that is extremely uncomfortable and spread it out over many days and bring someone down gradually and for people who are having alcohol or benzodiazepine problems, withdrawal is medically dangerous, very dangerous. And so what we're doing is using drugs to take them off gradually.
I had an initial consideration that I raised at our first meeting, and council may recall it as well. I was wondering whether this could be a Wilmington preference facility.
Wilmington.
In other words, there are 48 beds. I was wondering if there could be a preference for Wilmington residents who are in need of the services.
If we had a situation where we had 1 bed and 2 calls, and one of them was a Wilmington call, the Wilmington would get preference.
So your answer is yes?
Yeah.
So if you
But
got
if
it,
we're full.
right, I understand, but if you're not kicking anybody out.
Yeah.
But if you had an available bed and you had a call from the chief of police or the town veteran agent or somebody in town where there was a Wilmington resident in need of services, you would give that individual preference.
What we found with the close working with...
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
What we found with close working with the police is the police would prefer usually take the person to the hospital. And so that the referrals had started with the police department, often went police to hospital to us.
And I don't care what, I don't care whether it's from the police, whether it's from a resident. If you got a call and it was somebody, a Wilmington person in need, and you had an available bed, you would make it your practice to make that bed available to the Wilmington person first.
If they met the admission requirements. Okay.
Good, thank you.
There are people who are are so sick that they're beyond they need to go to a hospital.
Oh, I understand that.
And
I'm
there's a
saying
higher
all-
level of care
All
for
things
this.
being equal.
Absolutely.
A Wilmington resident would get first choice. Thank you. Anything else, folks?
I mean, I'll just kick it off real quick. One of my concerns, the Wilmington, does it have the emergency service to support this facility at this time? And I'm gonna base my presentation on the September 24th Selectmen's meeting. I seen the chief and deputy chief brought in facts from '09 to '17. There has been an increase in service calls by 24%, but the staff numbers have stayed the same. It's also been stated, and these again, not my quotes, it's a daily occurrence that the station is empty, which happens when there are 2 emergency calls at the same time, and the station is empty twice, maybe 3 times a day. No one is available to respond because they're tied up. We then have to rely on mutual aid, which causes delay in response. It is also worth noting that 80% of all calls received are for emergency medical services. Okay? I'm going to ask 3 questions, and hopefully I can just get a yes or a no. The real concerns that the emergency services of the department are already stressed, and this is without the mention of this proposed 48-bed drug and alcohol detox center. So my first question to you is going to be, do you expect calls for emergency services at the proposed detox facility? Yes or no?
Yes. Would you like an explanation of that?
No, just a yes or no.
One of the things,
I mean, Ray, to be fair,
I'm not done.
this isn't a
Trial.
trial. This isn't a trial. This, hold on, Ray. Look, Ray, this isn't a court of law. This isn't a trial. You asked the man a question. He answered it. He would like to expound on it. I think it would be for the benefit of everyone, including me. I'd like to find out exactly what the facts are behind it, rather than just grill him.
Go ahead, that's fine.
one of the things that we will do, and have done in other facilities, is we have contracts with private ambulance companies, because the times that somebody may have some cardiac issues and we need to transport them from the facility to the hospital is a stress on the town's emergency equipment. So we sign contracts and use a private ambulance company. We don't have a private police department. In 9 months in Stoughton, the police department needed to come to that facility twice.
Who pays for that, by the way?
Who pays for the?
You have private contracts. Does that pay?
We pay for it, with the ambulance company. Because we didn't, the town was concerned that we were gonna put stress on the town ambulance having to come to the facility, so we had a contract with, I think it was Beacon.
This is why we want to hear the follow-up question.
Oh, that's fine, however,
So we could potentially have a condition that
would be
Lessens the-
anybody that
I'm
gets.
talking about
anybody-
emergency response,
Yeah,
not
but-
just filling with an ambulance.
No,
I'm
but-
talking about, okay, let's look at, we have 2 ambulances right now. We have one up in Shawshene Ave, and say we get one at North Street, which is only minutes away. The train comes down, okay? Now, it's been stated, even at that meeting, that sometimes we have to rely on an ambulance from Stoneham. I'm talking about
But he's
emergency.
just telling you that they're paying for a private ambulance. He's potentially taking the burden off of the town. And we wouldn't have known that if you wouldn't have let the man
I'm
answer the
talking about-
question.
So is he gonna put an emergency ambulance 24 hours a day? That's what I'm saying. This is an emergency.
What's the answer to that
I'm
question,
not
sir?
talking about
Yes.
on-call.
What's the answer to the question,
Yes.
sir? Yeah, the answer is yes.
You're gonna put a 20, so
Next
it's gonna,
question,
where
Ray.
will that be parked?
No, it won't be parked there. It's a private company that provides the service.
Where will it be based out of? I mean, I'm talking about, like I said, seconds are seconds. It's people's health. It's people, life or death.
So is the ambulance coming or going?
Well, obviously, if it has to respond, where would it be? If he's saying 24 hours a day, where would it be coming out of?
Well, no, so your facility unless somebody's dying there, then the ambulance has got to get there, but
Emergency response.
The number one reason that we see is some cardiac issues. And we call an ambulance, the nurses call, the doctor call the ambulance, and the ambulance comes and takes the person to the hospital. And we sign contracts and letters of agreement with the hospitals that we're gonna use.
does that happen often? average?
No, not often. I think it happened like once every other week, and that's off the top of my head, it's not. And it's usually not a crisis call, but a blood pressure would go higher than the doctor is comfortable with and say, I really want this person seen. A great many people, when they come into treatment, can be extremely dehydrated, and when they come in, all of a sudden, lots of things can start to materialize, and we get them out and get them care. We're a medically monitored facility, which means the doctors are available, and that's a lower level than the medically managed. Medically managed means there's a doctor on site 24 hours a day. There's only a couple of those in the whole state.
So if they don't come from a hospital, is it a family member? Like, how do they get to you? Does a family member call? They call? Like,
It's often they call. Somebody's always, people don't wake up in the morning and say, today's a good day to get sober. There's usually somebody or something pushing them. That a family member said, you get treatment, or you need to get out of the house. A judge may say, you get treatment, and those are the things that motivate people towards treatment. Our job is to take somebody who comes in and has an external reason for being there, being forced, and make their motivation for recovery internal. That's what counseling and rehabilitation is about. Saying that one of the blessings you got was that cop who said, I'm going to take you to jail unless you go get help. That was a blessing to you. And that's our job, to take external motivation and make it internalized. That's what recovery is all about.
All right, Ray, you had a couple other questions?
Yeah, do you think that the proposed 48-bed facility will add or relieve stress to the Wilmington emergency services?
I don't think it will relieve it. I don't think it's going to add it.
And to make it real quick, would you consider delayed response times of emergency personnel dangerous to well-being of the community, including the patients of the detox center?
Of course.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions at this point?
So I just have one quick question regarding, this is, so, the Ranger Engineering Design, I know we're off that, but dated October 30th, 2018, and this was corrections, responsible for final review and comments. And one of the things on number 11, it said the erosion control sheet has been revised to show a temporary sediment basin on the south corner of the property with additional row of erosion control. What is the temporary sediment basin?
I'm not sure if he's the appropriate person
well,
to ask.
I'm definitely not.
Yeah, you may, I think he's running the facility.
No,
You
I
may-
understand that. I know I was out of context here, but I came across it, so.
No, that's okay. If you can answer it, sir.
Yep. So during construction, there's a stormwater pollution prevention plan that has to be filed with the EPA and the town. It's just a method to keep siltation from leaving the site. It's a temporary, they build a depression, surround it with some hay bales or hay wattles, and that filters the water before it leaves the site.
Is this during the construction?
Just during construction, it's not there. When the construction's done, they grade it, loam it, and seed it, and it's just lawn.
what is it, rainwater, or are you talking some other water that?
Just rainwater. So when it rains and you have a construction site that's open and the silt, you don't want dirty water running off site. So this is one way to settle the silt and keep clean water running off the site.
And just for the record, those are in the stormwater management permit that I handed out to you earlier. Their conditions, special conditions, a stormwater pollution prevention plan shall be submitted, erosion control shall be inspected by planning and conservation, reasonable notice for inspection prior to installing any system, snow shouldn't be pushed into the system, that's all contained.
I also want to stress that our facility is not a locked facility, but all the doors are alarmed, will be alarmed. So if a door is open, an alarm goes off so we know where it's going on. We can't lock the doors. I mean, the fire chief would close us down if we did that. But the doors are locked from the outside so no one can enter the facility. That's not only confidentiality and the safety concerns, a requirement of the DEA. So
Private security? Any private security on site?
No, we don't see a need for it. But what happens is that we have to assure the DEA that we've taken every precaution that no one can get into the building. So that not only every door is locked from the outside and alarmed, there are 2 locks before someone can get to the room where medicine is kept, and the DEA will not allow us to open until they go through that inspection.
So that kind of goes to my whole point, like, there's so little amount of nurses. The nurses, there's maybe 5 nurses.
Hold on. We all good?
So 5 nurses, how are they being protected or
Well,
what's?
there's also, each shift has 3 behavioral health technicians on, and there are 2, 5, 6 case managers, and 2 counselors on it every shift. So they're not the only staff, it's the nurses. There's a lot of help. In fact, the nurses aren't really in charge of, kind of walking through and patrolling. That's case managers do that. So they're anything but alone. And although we're only required to have 1 nurse on overnight, when we started to draw up the plans, I said as the administrator, I won't have a nurse on alone at night. It's not.
So question, how long have you been a director for, what sites, you're for the one in Stoughton and?
I ran a treatment center in Vermont for many years, in northern Vermont. I've been doing this work for my age, for 46 years. I've been working in substance abuse treatment. Started at Foxborough State Hospital in 1972.
Never disciplined for anything?
Nothing. And every job I have to pass a query, so.
So, question I have is, so, as you can see, there's an audience here. And I don't think they're so concerned with what happens inside. They're more concerned what happens if it gets outside.
I understand that concern,
Okay, and I think
too.
that's why they're here. So they want assurances that if a child's at a bus stop and a child gets off, that they're safe. They want assurances that if somebody leaves that facility, that's not completed and is not being picked up by 3 or 4 others that are not so nice people. They're concerned about them being met with another individual and a hypodermic needles on the ground. I mean, all of that is so important to people around that facility.
Absolutely
So we can
understand that.
talk about what's inside the facility and the safeguards governing the patients in the facility, but we're concerned about the location and the close proximity to all that's dear to us, which is our children, which is our neighborhoods. All of that matters. And we want assurance, they want assurances that they're safe. They want assurances that this is not going to be an out-of-control situation. They want assurances that at 3 a.m. in the morning, there's an alarm going off, and there's something going on, and they see lights in their bedroom window. These are their concerns. This is where they live. This is where they raise their children. And so I would like to know what your insurances are for these people.
Well, I feel like I'm repeating myself.
Folks, all right. I'm gonna ask that we don't have any displays from either side, if there are 2 sides. No displays. This isn't a popularity contest. We have an applicant here who's seeking to put forth an application for a use of his property. We have folks here who have concerns. I'm gonna let them all be heard. We have members of the board that have questions, but I don't want to turn this into a cheering section for anybody. So I'm gonna ask that not happen again. It's just gonna make this meeting last a long time. So please, indulge us. Thank you. So answer the man's question if you have.
The assurances I can offer is that people will not leave the facility unescorted. If they leave the facility, and we can't stop them because it is voluntary, and they're at risk, police will be notified. That's a contract I will sign with the town, and this is what I've done in every other facility I've ever worked at. We have a duty to warn. I have to sleep nights too. I want to make sure the community's fine. I want to make sure the facility's successful. If the facility is not taking care of the community, we're not going to be successful. We will have a relationship with the police department. We won't be calling the police when we don't need them. If somebody leaves our facility and is at risk, we will notify. I'm also considering what you asked for, and whether or not we can do that is have them sign a release, so if they leave, regardless of their condition, that we would notify. One of the things that Stoughton found is every time someone was walking down the street near the hospital, there was an assumption they were our patients. And what the police, the sergeant in the police department, they said, they weren't ours. They just happened to be near our facility, but they weren't our patients. So that everybody walking in the neighborhood doesn't necessarily mean they're in our facility. But that's been my history of running programs, and I continue that way.
So one of the things too is when you talk about Vermont, and I don't know the facility, but I must say, there must be a lot of elbow room in you know, like a buffer around these places where.
We had neighbors right across the street.
Yeah, but I mean, for the most part, from the ones I saw, and I did look up, it looks like there's more grounds, there's more opening. This is sitting right in the middle of what would be a very busy intersection, along with neighbors, people, where there's no buffer. If somebody were to leave unescorted, or something were to happen, there's no room for error where you can't get them, right? They can go into a Eli's supermarket, they could go into Dunkin' Donuts, they could go into somebody's house. So there isn't a lot of buffer room where it's located, and that's a concern with the residents.
One of the things I will say, that other facilities with the big rolling grounds are a different type of facility. We had a lot of room in Vermont. We had a pond that I stocked with fish. But we were a much longer stay facility. People were there for anywhere from a month to 2 months. And it's a very different type of facility. The only time our patients will be going outside will be to smoke, those who smoke. And we moved the smoking areas so there wasn't going to be anywhere near neighbors. When they go outside to smoke, they'll go out in small groups and they'll be escorted. They'll never be out there alone. All the work that we do and what we provide is done indoors. And that's the way it's going. That's the way it's going.
So you're going to have somebody go out every time somebody has a smoke?
There'll be smoke breaks. The reality is that about 16% of adults in Massachusetts smoke. When we isolate a population that has substance abuse issues and/or mental health, that rate goes up to over 85%. So part of our program is addressing nicotine dependence and why it's a really good thing to stop when you're in recovery. But a lot of our patients will smoke. They cannot smoke inside, and they have to be escorted outside. We also try to take them out in small groups to discourage. Part of smoking is that whole socialization, so we take them out in very small groups to break that up. But there'll be set smoking breaks. The last facility I ran had 3, and this one may have 3 or 4. And that the nurses and the patients will have standing orders for patches and gum to try them cope during the day when they can't smoke. Yes.
How does the, you said your company is called Mayflower? Is that the?
That's what we're calling that, Mayflower Recovery.
Oh, that's the name of the facility. So the facility's going to be, you're going to be the executive director, and there's a company or a business that's going to manage and run that. I guess I'm asking, how does the management company or the group running the facility tied to the special permit or the use of the facility? I mean, if this were to get approved and in a year they change operators of the facility to a different operator, how does that go along with an approval of a facility like this?
Counsel?
Well, the real estate will be owned by Bettering LLC, and they will serve in the role of landlord. There'll be a separate LLC that will provide, is the name been chosen? It's Mayflower? Yeah.
So no, but I mean, this gentleman, speaks very eloquently about the facility, but what if a year from now decide to use somebody else? How does that? I mean, a lot of the decisions that we may or may not make on this are going to be based on what Ken Mayer has told us. And what if somebody else comes in at a later date and runs the facility?
We have counsel that has a ready answer if you want.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jonathan Silverstein, Town Council. So the answer is that for special permits, the board does have the ability to tie a special permit to a particular applicant, unlike variances where you cannot do so. So that would be one option. The other thing I would point out is any conditions that the board imposed are going to be part of the special permit. The special permit's going to be recorded, and those conditions would apply to any future operator, regardless of whether or not they're the original operator.
And I detect that you have a comfort level with Mr. Mayor, but you can't tie it to the executive director staying there for the rest of his life.
I don't know, I mean, when this proposal first came up, there were other operators that were proposed for this, and for one reason or another, they're not doing it anymore. So, you know, I don't know anything about the business that he runs other than what he told us tonight.
Sure.
Haven't seen any, I don't know, recommendations or track record of his other facilities, something I'd be interested in. And, you know, any decision that the board might make would be based on what we're hearing from this group. So I'd just be interested in learning more about the group and the track record, and then what conditions would be put on, you know, those changes. And I guess we could talk about that at another time when we actually do.
Can also provide, there's certain requirements from Department of Public Health in Massachusetts in terms of who qualifies as a program director and whether qualifications necessary, and also the requirements in terms of query background checks, and all that has to be done.
And then, you know, we talked about, you know, nurses and all the different staff that's on there. Are there facilities that employ a security guard for out of precaution?
Right now, during the day, I'm doing some management for an outpatient methadone clinic where we have many patients coming in, particularly early in the morning. We have a security guard on. But that's based on because of the numbers of patients that we're dealing with in the course of the day. So we have a security guard that comes in at 5:30 and stays till about 11. Not used very often, but it's there. He's there because we might need him.
But it's not out of the realm of possibility that a facility like this might have.
The only places I've seen that have had them is more about the neighborhoods where they're located. Like some of the programs around the city of Boston that may be in some rougher neighborhoods in Boston often employ security. That is actually not so much for the patients inside, but protection for the patients inside. And that's the only place I've seen security personnel in a residential facility.
Do you have any current or future plans or any discussion to add a methadone component to this facility?
No, this is strictly an inpatient facility, although we will use some methadone as a detox. One of the ways that you detox off opiates is using generally about 30 milligrams of methadone and taking it down about 5 milligrams a day.
Is this going to turn into a methadone?
No, that's not what this is at all. In fact, we're not requesting a license for that. We're strictly requesting a license for an acute care facility and a transition facility. But to say there'd be no methadone, methadone is the preferred.
Well, I understand the treatment of it, but I'm just, it's a form of art.
Yeah, that's not what this is in any stretch of the imagination.
I guess it's the dispensing that is the question.
Right, well, it's not what we're doing. Again, methadone is used to detox from opiates most of the time. And like I said, it's actually usually about 35 milligrams, and someone's taken down 5 milligrams a day. That's why I say 7 days for opiates for the detox process.
So it is only going to be applied in the hospital setting to patients that are already there?
Right, absolutely.
And we would accept that as a condition.
So, question, have not you specifically, but have you looked at other locations? Because was that ever an option because of how everybody felt about that little place there and the congestion? Was it ever thought of or looked at other locations?
That wouldn't be mine.
It wouldn't be mine either. We have an application in front of you, and I'm not in a position to advise you as to whether my client has or has thought about other locations.
I mean, it's probably out of order, but I mean, I'll let you ask it if you know.
If I knew, I would tell you, but I don't, so.
Okay, one final point. So, you've been in the business a long time, and you sound like you really got it together. So I'll ask you the question. You're welcome. If you had a choice to put this facility somewhere, would it be somewhere where there's a rolling green and a stream and some buffer, or would you put it here?
The rolling greens are nice in terms of when you're printing up the brochures, But it has nothing to do with short-term treatment like this, because that's not where the patients are. I'd want to have a place that was pretty accessible. That would be the thing I'd add.
Accessible in terms of what?
So people can get there. That programs that are way out in the country sometimes have an issue with trying to get the patients to the facility.
I don't know what you mean by get there. You mean by transportation get there? So it doesn't, I mean, this location doesn't have a preference, does it?
I'm not at all involved in the location. I was able to sit down with the architect and talk about some things that are good interior for the treatment that we want to do, but the rest of that's really not my call. If I was looking for a spot, I'd want to make sure it's a place that was accessible, that people can get to.
Do you have any concern with the train being there and people wanting to leave and think, like everybody else, oh, there's a train there, I can get out of here? Although you'd need money, I suppose.
And we will take them in and give them a pass.
You'll give them a train pass?
If they're medically safe and we're not concerned about their safety, we will take them there, we will stand there with them, and we'll give them a T-pass if they want to leave. We do everything we can to try to keep people in treatment. Ultimately, if somebody wants to leave, we do everything we can to make that leaving as easy as possible. It's not that if someone says, I want to leave, that's a treatment issue we talk about. When someone wants to leave, we transport.
Do you think any of these patients are suicidal?
Ever? The statistics show that people with substance abuse run about a 5% higher than the general public. What's not said is how often that someone who's actively suicidal may use opiates to do it. That doesn't mean they have an opiate issue or an addiction, but may use that drug to commit suicide.
Well, I was thinking of stepping in front of the train. Would that be?
I haven't known anyone to do that. I have to say that. I have known some people who were still using and living by train tracks who got hit, but that was not their intent. This is a deadly disease, and people can get pretty low and be in rough shape in life and put themselves in lots of danger.
Anything else by the board? I mean, I'm going to allow the board to ask additional questions when we deliberate. I know there's a lot of folks that wish to be heard here. Is there anything pressing that the board members have before I also noticed, Council, you gave what appears to be a summation.
Yes, I just wanted to...
I'm going to let you probably articulate that for the record, but before I do so, was there any pressing questions that members of the
Well,
board have?
I have a question just for the engineer. Sure. I forget his name.
Which engineer?
The site engineer.
Ben.
Ben, one of the questions I have, on the back of the site, there's a pretty significant retaining wall there, and I consider it significant. It varies from maybe 4 to 5 feet high, I think, on the back of the site. So
I would add Chief McMahon.
So the existing floor elevation of the building, where is it relative to the grade on the back of the site right now? The new proposed floor elevation.
The proposed floor elevation is 90.5. The back of the site, here's 92, it's about 90.
I mean, it says that, I'm looking at your,
I'm sorry, 98.5.
right, 98, yeah.
It's 92 in the back, it's about 6 feet higher.
So the building's pretty much propped up on a perch with the,
Building's higher.
and that's due to the septic?
Septic, right.
So the existing, it looks like the existing grade is at about 95 on the back of the site, so it looks like the floor elevation's going up about 3 feet from there.
Right, over here it's 95, it drops down a little bit right in here where the retaining wall is. So yeah, it's some of the existing grades over on the left side of the site. Up in here, it's up over 100, so it's cut this area, a little bit of a fill in the middle of the site.
So the back of the building.
Folks, please, we haven't gone to public comment yet, please.
So the back of the building is pretty close and pretty pretty visible from the houses on the back there. There's, I mean, if you were to drive by there right now, there's no leaves on the trees. There's really no screening between the property.
Right.
The building is a very commercial-looking building, really hasn't been designed, or at least the drawings we saw many months ago was just a brick facade. And now that the building is propped up on that, I call it a perch, and then on top of that, there's gonna be screening for mechanical equipment. Was there ever any, we're trying to fit something into a residential area, trying to make patients feel like they're not walking into an office building. Maybe a residential building might feel a little nicer. Just wondering, was there any consideration given to trying to make the back of that building look any better than a two-story brick office building for what is termed a residential type use right now for people going in there? And I mean, I look at the site section and it's a little, it's intimidating for the property in the back.
It's a general business zone. We meet all the requirements for the general business zone. I don't believe the building is any higher than what's allowed in the residential zones that are around. As far as the architecture and the exterior is concerned, that's more of the architectural. That's not what I have done. So I really can't comment on that. I think they're trying to do something nice, but I guess that's in everybody's.
I'm just trying to, I mean, this is, we're trying to be good neighbors, right?
What we've done in the past is, there's no opportunity really to plant on our side of the property line. But if the neighbor to the rear wanted to do some planting, we would establish an account with a local landscaping company.
Right, but that would be 5 or 6 feet below the park.
No, so we do have planting. We have, on the top of that wall, we have an 8-foot stockade fence.
Yep.
Now, we've shown the trees on our side of the stockade fence. I think we've shown the details. The trees are 6 to 8 feet tall when they're planted. So as they grow, they're gonna get higher than the fence. We could put the fence on, the upper side of the trees.
No, that's it. I'm just thinking, trying to more visually, if you took this site section and you extended this out to the residents and put the building on here and looked at some sight lines, the building is really right in their backyard. And we've had commercial projects in here before where there's been an effort to really try and screen that. And, if those trees, eventually, you told me those trees were a type of tree that was gonna grow to 15 or 16 feet tall or higher, then I'd be convinced maybe that it would screen the building a little bit better. I've seen site sections like this that show the house, show a person's point of view, show the tree in its mature state maybe in 2 or 3 years, and show some visual sight lines that show the buildings being screened a little bit. I'm interested if that's something that, as a civil engineer, you could look at.
Well, that's what we've done. We've specified, I think there's a tree list there. I don't have it right off the top of my head. But it's spruce and pine, native species, and they'll get 50 to 60 feet tall if you let them grow. So this will definitely, probably in 5 years, be a 20-foot high screen that's gonna, we've shown them close enough here to just be a solid wall of evergreens. So that was the intent.
So those trees will eventually fill in. They're not, I'm not sure if deciduous is the right, but they won't lose their leaves.
They're evergreens, right.
So they will.
Eastern cedar, white pine, hemlock, spruce, that type of thing, a mix.
And sometimes it's easier to screen the closer it is to your house, so we'd be open to a condition that a local landscaping company gets a budget. We're not going to plant anything on a neighbor's property for liability reasons, but they would enter into a contract with a landscaping company, and if they pick out what they want to screen closer to the home, because it's easier to screen from here sometimes than it is from here.
Okay, before we go to public, or continue the hearing, the open hearing, I see that you've given what appears to be a summation, counsel.
Yes.
Do you want to verbally summarize this for the,
No,
or are you just doing this for the record?
I'm doing it for the record. And the last thing I want to do for the record is make a suggestion. It sounds to me like the board's, I don't know if the board has questions that will require us to go into another evening, but I'll withdraw.
Well, I had one, which regarding the waiver, the release. I mean, personally, if somebody leaves there before their treatment period is concluded, I think the town should know about it. I think the residents should know about it. I think if it's a common occurrence, I think it should be, I think that there's an interest in the town being aware if it's a routine happenstance. So if that's something you can look into, and consult with counsel, whether that's appropriate.
I don't think it requires another night. I would accept a condition to the effect that if to the extent allowed by federal and state law, a client leaves the site early, the police department.
No, I mean signing, them executing a release upon admission that waives their HIPAA, the HIPAA issues.
Same thing. That
Okay.
prior, if
When they come in, they're gonna be all, they're gonna be ready.
If
And then when they
allowed-
leave, they're gonna wanna leave.
if allowed by federal or state law, we would agree to do that. But
And
we're
make
not.
it a condition, if allowed by federal and state law.
Right.
Make it a condition of admission that they sign that release. If they don't, they're not admitted.
Well, only to the extent that's allowed by federal or state law.
Correct, right. But if it's allowed, then it's gonna be a
Yeah,
requirement.
I'm not sure, I mean, I would commit to doing it, to commit that they had to sign it. I'm not sure that the licensing would allow us to do that. That would be seen as sort of a barrier to treatment.
Are you sure of that?
I would be more than willing to check with licensing, but.
See, that's what I mean, I would
that's
like
a-
to know that,
that's a-
because for me, I mean, that's kind of important, because this, obviously, this is something that's unique, at least to this town, maybe to most towns, and I think that there should be a way that if it does get approved, that there's a way that the town can monitor it to make sure that it's working, that it's not a situation where people are routinely leaving, then it calls into question the efficacy of your treatment regimen, right? And also for public safety, frankly. I mean, I think if the police see that someone's checking out at 2 a.m. against the advice of the facility, then I think the local constabulary should be aware of that. That's a concern I had, and I voiced that concern at our first meeting.
Yeah, I understand that. So with that in mind, I will make my suggestion, and I hate to impose upon your police department, but I think they would have better luck at this than we will. There are a number of like facilities around. One's in Haverhill, one's in Stoughton, as Ken has been talking about. There's one in Danvers, there's one in Belmont, there's one in Falmouth, and there's one in Georgetown. So perhaps a department-to-department call would have some success in fishing out from those other communities exactly what problems they've had, and if any, or whether Ken's testimony here is consistent with their experience, because they do have facilities that are
I
up
mean,
and
I don't
operating.
want to speak as the chief here. I don't want to speak for him.
Yeah, I
I
don't
don't want to
wanna
put a
either.
burden on him that I don't want to get a ticket on my car on the way out of here.
Sure. Stoughton, which was
Yeah.
Ken's facility, Georgetown, Falmouth, Haverhill, Danvers, and Belmont. There's one out in the Berkshires too, but I don't think it would be a comp. It's in a small town called Cummington.
Well, we can discuss that when we deliberate. I want to start getting, these folks have been waiting. What I'm going to do, though, is I want to remind everybody, I don't know how many folks were here when we had our initial meeting many months ago, but, you know, the order of the night is cordiality. I mean, I'm going to let everybody speak, even if it takes forever. I'm going to do it. I'm going to let everybody voice their concerns, their questions to the applicant. However, I cannot let this turn into everybody giving their stories one way or the other. I don't want to hear about break-ins, overdoses. I mean, look, this has touched everybody. Everyone on both sides of the issue have been touched by it. But talking about anecdotal situations is prejudicial, I believe, to the applicant. It's not really necessarily probative for us. So, but if you have any specific questions about the facility, how it's going to be run, how it's going to be handled, then by all means have at it. If you want to voice your opinion about whether it's appropriate there or not, again, have at it. But I can't have this turn into a circus. I just can't, I won't. So I'm going to let everybody speak. I'm going to be as fair as I can. Please be fair to us and be fair to your neighbor. I mean, this is a tough issue, and I think that we should start really being kind of nice to each other. So I'm going to open up the public hearing.
With your,
Point of order.
According to the rules and regulations that this board has adopted, abutters are supposed to go first.
You know what, I'm not particularly aware of that provision. I don't have a problem with that. Well, ma'am, I heard you, and I'm telling you that I'm okay with that. All right, there you go. So
we're going to leave, Mr. Chairman, to take our seats. We don't want to turn our back on the audience, and we'll be happy to come back and answer any questions.
Sure, no problem. All right, so you heard the request, which I'm accepting of. We're going to have folks who are abutters. Now, what I mean by abutters, people who are within, 300 feet of the facility are going to speak first. So I want you, I don't know where you live, so I'm going to ask you to be honest. So tell us your name, give us your address. No, we're not going to do that. I want you to give us your name, give us your address, indicate that you are an abutter, so that way we know. And then once I go through, I'm going to make an announcement that if all the abutters have been heard, then I'll hear from everybody else. I'm not going to listen to somebody speak twice unless everybody has been heard. And then I may even not decide to let somebody speak twice. It depends on how long this goes. But let's start off. Sir, name and address, please.
Mr. Veerman, Kevin McDonald. I'd just like a special privilege.
Are you in a butter, sir?
I have some technical
Are you
issues.
in a butter, sir?
I am not, but
I'm ruling you out of order.
I'm going to have to leave, but I'd like to submit this to the board because there's no way I'm going to be able to stay and give you my technical information.
You know what? That's being heard before everyone else. If you want to give it to an abutter to pass up to the board, that's fine. But I'm not going to let you do this. I'm not going to let you skip the line. You believe me, I'm not going to have this turn into a three-ring circus and you being the head clown. Okay.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Fabulous. And you?
I'm good. What's your name, ma'am, and your address, and if you're in a butter?
Susan Rogers, 10 Shady Lane Drive. Yes, I'm in a butter.
How are
I'm
you?
going to read you an opposition from about 16 of us who are predominantly abutters. And it's coming from advisement we took under Higley and Allen. Attorneys at law, Mr. Chairman, yours is on top. And I'd like to read it for the record. It is kind of lengthy.
Are these, hold on, ma'am, are these all
They're for the
copies
board.
of the same thing?
Yep, for the board.
Oh, no, hold on. I'm noting that it is 5 single-spaced pages. I'm not, ma'am, I'm not going to let you read this into the record. If you want to verbalize what your position is and submit it as part of the record, I'm more than happy to do that. But I can't let you sit here and read 5 single-spaced pages, and I'm not going to do it. So if you want to verbalize whatever you want, I'll be more than happy to hear you. If you want to submit this, and I'll do it right now as part of the record.
I'll read some of the highlights. This has come under advisement of Kelly Jordan Price, attorney at law. Sorry. So we understand that this facility is a generic rehabilitation facility. It is privately owned. It is not generic. It is privately owned, for profit. It's for acute detoxification, and it's not permitted under the bylaw, which I referenced in the first paragraph. We are asking you to deny a special permit for the proposed use because, among other things, the proposed use is not in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the bylaw and otherwise fails to comply with all of the bylaw's requirements. We have questioned with the hospital versus nursing home nomenclature. So assuming the petitioner took appropriate steps to effectuate a zoning freeze and is grandfathered from the current zoning under the bylaw, an issue that the residents dispute and reserve all rights to challenge, hospitals, nursing homes are permitted uses in the general business district upon the issuance of a special permit from the board. We respectfully request the board to deny the application because the proposed use, namely an acute detox facility, does not meet the definition of hospital or nursing home under the bylaw and, accordingly, is not permitted use in the general business district upon issuance of the special permit or otherwise. Even if the petitioner had appropriately set forth a complete description, and we're saying that the complete descriptions were not given, The applicant should nevertheless still be denied because the proposed use is not permitted in the GB district upon the issuance of the special permit or otherwise. The definition of hospital and nursing home omits any mention of an MMID, which is a medically monitored inpatient detox, or other similar type of detoxification facility, community health center, sanitarium, nursing, rest, or convalescence home. As such, it is not permitted use in the general business district, even upon issuance of the special permit. It's noteworthy that the fact that the definition of hospital and nursing home appeared in the bylaw in its original enactment in or around the 1970s. At that time, MMID facilities and similar types of detox facilities were not in existence. As such, the drafters of the bylaw did not and could not have intended to include the concept of MMID or acute detox facility within the bylaw definition of hospital and nursing home. We are citing two cases, APT Asset Management, Inc. versus the Board of Appeals of Melrose in 2000. We're also citing McGibbon versus the Board of Appeals of Duxbury in 1970. The purpose of the bylaw in section 1.2 provides that it is to implement the zoning powers granted to the town of Wilmington under the Constitution and statutes of the Commonwealth, and includes but is not limited to the following objectives: to secure safety from fire, flood, panic, and other dangers, to conserve the value of land and buildings, to encourage the most appropriate use of all land throughout the town, and to preserve and enhance the development of the natural, scenic, and aesthetic qualities of the community. Furthermore, the petitioner has not and cannot explain how this facility would satisfy the objectives of the bylaw and/or would not detrimentally impact the surrounding neighborhoods. We are concerned that these are the very types of places where statistics and studies show individuals leaving detox facilities and a high rate of immediate relapse. In short, the proposed use is not in harmony with the bylaw. There are no safeguards or limitations that could be put in place to adequately protect the surrounding neighborhood, thus rendering the proposed use at this location appropriate for special permit consideration. And as such, the residents respectfully request the board deny the application.
Thank you, ma'am, and I will include this letter as part of the formal record. I see that it's also, I don't want to say that it's being presented by all these folks, but the last page has about 15 names on it. I'm assuming that there are folks that are similarly situated to yourself, and I will make sure that that is part of the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to give one of your copies to the applicant's counsel?
Sure, they're all here.
All right.
Yep. Yep.
Kimberly McNeely, 9 Shady Lane Drive, Director.
Yep.
I'm too short and I'm wearing heels. Is that better? Okay.
Much better.
Kimberly McNeely, 9 Shady Lane Drive, Director Butter. First, I would like to thank you for allowing us to speak because the Board of Health did not, so thank you for listening to us. I wanted to start by saying that most of us in this room have either lost someone we love or are currently affected by the opioid crisis, which is why many of us moaned and groaned when we heard certain explanations given tonight. We can all agree that there is an urgent need for more of these facilities, mainly nonprofit and with longer stay times. But the Zoning Board of Appeals does not make their decision based on our wants or needs. They have certain specific Mass state laws and guidelines from Chapter 40A that they must adhere to, deciding whether or not to issue a special permit. I'm sure most of us are not aware or understand exactly these laws or guidelines. I would like to explain just a few, as they will directly decide the outcome. Number 1. The Board of Appeals must adopt rules that are consistent to the Chapter 40A guidelines which are very clearly state that the ZBA can grant a special permit for such designated uses without finding any hardship. 2, special permits may be issued only for uses which are in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the bylaw. And lastly, the Zoning Board of Appeals may also impose additional conditions, safeguards, and limitations as it deems appropriate to protect the surrounding neighborhood. Some of those include limiting the size, the number of occupants, method and time of operation, and the extent of these facilities. Based off the answers that Bettering's representative gave, there are many, many facts about this facility that do not adhere to these guidelines. Number 1, time and use. This facility will be a 24/7 operation. The length of stay is mainly 7 to 14 days with a high turnover rate. Limitation of size. This is going to be a 2-story, 48-bed brick building, a non-conforming structure with nothing built of this size around us. Number 2, safeguards to protect the surrounding neighborhood. The expert stated that patients who are not fully rehabilitated may leave the facility whenever they want at all hours of the day or night with no re-entry. With no re-entry. There will be an alarm bar inside that will go off to alert the staff someone just left. I find it hard to believe if a patient leaves at 3 a.m. that they will be given a ride or escorted down the block, or that the police will arrive on time to find them. So I ask, where do they go? When asked about safeguards for us, the abutters, there are none. That's on the town to provide, which scares me because town manager Jeff Hull gave an interview back in March stating there is a grave need for a substation of emergency services in North Wilmington to deal with the overwhelming calls of overdoses and opioid-related issues. As of now, we do not have those services in North Wilmington. This facility imposes a greater risk, straining our emergency responders, which are already stretched too thin. And God forbid a train stops when one of those responders is trying to get a patient to or out of that facility. In regards to safety and harmony, I asked the expert, in his 46 years of experience in this profession, how many other of these facilities are built directly abutting a residential neighborhood? His answer was 3. Only 3 in 46 years. I wonder why. Without finding any hardship, we will have limited first responder resources. This is a 24-hour facility. Safety risks increase for the surrounding neighborhood. In the beginning of this process, Mr. Barletta asked, what are the benefits to having this facility in our town? If the fire chief's kid desperately needs help, will there be a bed reserved for a Wilmington resident? And his answer at the planning board meeting was no. This is a for-profit, and they will not show any favoritism to the town's people. But tonight, he stated it is a possibility if a bed is available. So was he lying then, or is he lying now? At the end of all my questions and all the experts' answers, I asked him point blank, can you tell me, now that you know how close this facility will be directly abutting people's homes, can you tell me how this facility could possibly be harmonious to our neighborhood. The response I got was a beet red face and no answer. Sorry. We moved to Wilmington to start a family, which we thought was a very nice, quiet little town with lots of land to have in our backyard for our dogs to play in and maybe one day put in a swing set. But if this facility is built right across the street from us, all those hopes and dreams go away. There is nothing harmonious in our neighborhood to want to stay. And we cannot stay in a town where we feel that boards may feel to have loyalty to certain parties or getting pressured from them that skews their judgment from making the right decision. I love my neighborhood and I love my neighbors, but I love my family more, and I will not stay to endure all the stress and anxiety that will come along with this proposed development. I am strongly urging the board to deny a special permit at 362 Middlesex Ave, as it does not cohere with state law, regulated guidelines, and requirements to attain such a permit. Thank you.
Jim Buckley, 6 Pinewood Road. I'm a abutter. Pardon?
What was the address?
6 Pinewood Road. I retired as an ocean compliance officer for the government, for 20 years ocean compliance. I'm going to read my notes just to keep it in harmony.
Have at it, sir.
We support a detox center in Wilmington. It comes down to location. The issue is location. Building a detox center near any residential area is not a good idea for the patients or the abutters. Location, location, location. That's what any realtor will tell you. And I challenge any realtor here to tell me that this is a good location for a detox center. I sat through 1 year of planning board meetings, and not once did they address the safety of the patients or the abutters. They did say a detox center should be in a quiet location. This is not a quiet location. A detox center should be in a quiet, relaxed area with little access to drugs or liquor. A place where you can relax and be able to recover without outside distractions. Patients are subjected to noise levels from the train. And with that, I would like to give each of you a train schedule. I'm going to give you how frequent, you may laugh, but I'm going to give you how frequent the trains go by this facility. It starts, if you look at the inbound trains, North Wilmington, they start at 5:36 in the morning. Now, how would you like to be laying in bed trying to recuperate from whatever drug or alcohol problem you have and listen to these trains go by? I don't care how thick the glass is on the windows. I sit a block away, and I can still hear the trains go by, and especially the new ones, because they vibrate and make a lot of noise. So the trains start at 5:36, then another one comes at 6:11, and another one at 6:41. Then there's a lull. Well, there's not a lull, there's outbound trains too. But all the inbound, then they go 9:34 in the morning, 11:18, 12:34, 12:29, 9:39 at night, and 11:19 at night. That's just the inbound trains. Now look at the outbound train schedule. North Wilmington, 8:12, the first one comes out of Boston. 958, 1108, 1258, 222, 356, 511, 549, 636, 706, 818, 958, 1138, and 1248. That's 23 trains coming and going by this detox center. And now you're a block away here, every single one of those trains. I don't care how thick you put the glass in, I've done a lot of OSHA compliance, and you still hear those trains. I don't care what type of window you put in. As Mr. Nealon said, you know, put 2-ply or 3-ply or whatever terminology is. Here again, patients are subjected to noise levels from trains every half hour from 5:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. Is this conducive to a recovery environment? Suicide by trains. This is a quote from the Washington Post. I'm just going to take parts of this. More than 300 times last year, people walked onto rail tracks to intentionally put themselves in the path of a train, and in 266 cases, they successfully committed suicide. I'll jump around here. While deaths ruled as suicide have declined, the number of trespassers killed by train is higher than it has been in 20 years. The suicide number and the total number of trespassers, deaths, and injuries on rail lines was 1,017 last year. Go to the next page. This is where it gets interesting. Overall, 216, the Congressional Research Service reported there were 485 trespassers, deaths, 492 trespassers, injuries, and 229 suicides on freight, commuter, and intercity passenger trains. All of those who died had abused alcohol or drug, and all but 2 suffered from mental illness. At the time they stepped in front of a train, half had consumed alcohol or legal prescription drugs. Choosing a violent method, such as suicide by rail, has been associated with substance abuse or dependence on psychological disorders, said another FRA report published 4 years ago. The individuals included in the report were likely to have a mental disorder, 96%, or a drinking, 62%, or substance abuse, 58%. Problems that individuals who choose other methods, other suicide methods. To a person who has become vulnerable to suicide, the event or set of events triggers the suicide. Existing research on suicide attempts cite participating factors include academic stress, chronic physical illness, death of a loved one, economic distress, family, family and intimate, okay, moving on. It said that 35% of the cases, the suicide victim feared upcoming negative or humiliating events such as court ordering an expectation of incarceration or loss of custody of children. Additionally, it was found that 15% had experienced a dissolution a relationship with a significant other in the weeks or months prior to their deaths. About half of the people who committed suicide on the railroad had attempted suicide of some form at least once in the past, and some attempted to in multiple times. The point is that this is not a good location. You don't put people in their trains who are subjected to breaking out. They can push the bar, go out, run and get in a train and get killed. It should be in a safe environment. We created a safe, we created a detox area or a hospital area at the town meeting, if you remember. It was
Yeah,
like-
sir,
Okay.
I'm gonna rule you out of order there because it's irrelevant.
It's
I mean,
irrelevant, okay.
It's not irrelevant to everyone sitting here, it's irrelevant to this meeting.
Okay,
I mean,
all right. You got my point, I think.
thank you, sir. Again, if folks who are coming to the microphone, if they have prepared remarks, I don't mind if you summarize them, but reading them line by line, it's an awful lot. If you want to summarize it and I can make the letter part of the record, it'll move things along quicker, so.
I can attempt to do that, but there's some technical information in here that I'd like to get to.
Oh, no, if you want to share the information, I'm not
Okay.
preventing you from doing that. I'm just saying, reading verbatim from a prepared statement that's multi-pages long,
Yes, sir.
it's probably, it's going to drag the meeting on.
My name is Patrick Prendergast of 7 Pinewood, direct abutter. So, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, as a resident of Pinewood Road, directly abutting a proposed development, it's the entire width of my backyard, will be directly impacted, and that gives us standing to speak about this tonight. I understand that there's an intent to protect property rights of property owners by the exceptions granted in 40A to allow the zoning to be grandfathered and have a non-conforming use when a property has been rezoned. However, this gets to timing. Massachusetts General Law 40A, Section 6 states that the zoning ordinance, quote, shall not apply to structures in existence or uses lawfully begun or to a building or special permit issued before the first publication of notice of the public hearing on such ordinance or bylaw. With the clear intent, that's end quote, the clear expressed intent is to protect the rights of citizens and their property. The first publication of notice of the special meeting to consider zoning change was on November 15th, 2017. In the Wilmington Town Crier. However, the title for 362 Middlesex was not acquired by the developer until November 21st, 2017. The preliminary plan was submitted on November 27th, meaning all activity related to the subject development occurred after public notice of the proposed change.
Yeah, sir, I'm going to interrupt you here. This is something that's been taken up by the planning board and already discussed and ruled upon, right?
The timing was not discussed, no.
Right, but I mean, they're properly before us right now. What you're discussing is not an issue that we have anything to say about, right?
I think it's of relevance because it
But it's
speaks
already
to-
gone through the planning board. I'm assuming or someone raised this issue before the planning board?
This is the zoning board, right? I mean, this speaks to zoning.
Well, counsel, is this a planning board issue or a zoning issue?
So what I believe is that the property developer
Hold
is
on,
out
I
of
just
compliance.
don't want to trot over
Yes, sir.
things that have already been hashed out, ruled upon, and aren't really properly before us. Sir, I'm not talking about his right to speak, I'm talking about what he's talking about. So please, stand down. Counsel.
So, Mr. Chair, I think perhaps what the speaker's suggesting is that this property is subject to the new bylaw.
Correct.
Because no special permit was issued prior to the first public hearing notice being published for
Correct.
that new bylaw.
And no development plan either.
And so there is that provision that's commonly referred to as grandfathering in Section 6. There's another provision in Section 6, separate from grandfathering. It's called the zoning freeze provision. And what it provides is that if someone submits a preliminary subdivision plan, followed within 7 months by a definitive subdivision plan, and that definitive subdivision plan is ultimately endorsed by the planning board, then that property is subject to the zoning in effect at the time of the submission of the preliminary subdivision plan, separate from grandfathering. So I understand that there is a challenge to the endorsement by the planning board of the definitive subdivision plan, and if ultimately that challenge is successful, I think there'll be a very strong argument that this property would be subject to the new zoning to the extent allowed by law, which is a different question. At this point, I don't think this board is in a position to rule upon the propriety of the planning board's endorsement of the subdivision plan, because you don't have any jurisdiction over subdivisions. That's under the subdivision control law. It's a separate statute, Chapter 41, Section 81.
And there's a current challenge on this particular issue pending?
There is a lawsuit by a group of abutters and neighbors challenging the subdivision approval.
This particular issue the gentleman's discussing?
It's a little different from what from what he has discussed so far. He's been discussing grandfathering Mr. Bobrowski can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think they're alleging or arguing that they are grandfathered. I think they're arguing that they're not subject to the new zoning because they have a zoning freeze because of that subdivision plan endorsement. And this board doesn't have the authority to rule on whether or not the subdivision plan should have been endorsed. That will be something that the court will rule on in that abutter appeal.
I don't believe that's before the court, from what I understand.
It is. There was a case filed in the land court by an attorney from Manchester whose name escapes me, but we're in the process of serving our answers because subdivision control
Okay,
requires
well,
us to...
I guess where we're going with this, sir, is you've raised an issue that may or may not have validity.
Yes, sir.
It's not, we have a lot to deal with right
Understood.
now. And if this is a subject of something that's currently before a court of law, and it's currently being prosecuted and defended by counsel, and it doesn't have anything to do with what we're doing here, then I prefer, if you want to speak to something else about it, that's fine. But to talk about this particular issue, it's moot.
From what I understand, it's not part of the lawsuit. I'm speaking specifically to the timing. I don't think the time that the subdivision plan...
But it's an issue that's currently apparently being litigated.
Are you saying that you think the preliminary plan was submitted after
the public notice? Yes, sir.
Yes, but the thing is that the preliminary, Section 6 of Chapter 40A, the significance of that first public hearing notice only relates to what's called grandfather protection. It doesn't relate to the zoning freeze protection. All someone has to do is get a preliminary plan filed prior to the town meeting vote. They don't have to get the preliminary plan filed prior to the first public hearing notice. They're two separate types of zoning protection, and the statute treats them differently.
But either way, it's not something that we're dealing with.
Understood.
So,
I'll move
do you
on.
have anything else you'd like to?
I actually had a question regarding the classification of the building. Is this a hospital? Is it a nursing home? What is it?
Counsel, would you like to address that?
Those are the two closest to uses that were formerly in the bylaw before it was amended, so we came in under that category.
So which one is it?
What category?
So I mean, I can clarify that. I think
It has
I know what I think
components
it
of
is.
both, and so there are medical services being offered, and there's also convalescence being offered with regard to the
So you're saying
condition.
it's both?
Yes.
So it's my understanding, and this may not be in the board's purview either, but it's my understanding that a hospital can't be on a standard septic system? Is that out of your purview?
You don't do septics.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, understood.
You have to understand something, sir. We're at the end of the line, right? It's gone through every town department. It's gone through every review process prior to us. We're the last stop. We're the caboose of the train. So a lot of the things that you're raising, they're things that we don't deal with, that have been dealt with before it got here. Some of them, if they're subjects of litigation, that's, again, something beyond our purview. We're here to talk about the zoning, the zoning application. We're not here to talk about anything else.
Okay.
So.
All right, so I'll just close up. This is a 22,000 square foot building. It's going to be in my backyard with direct sight lines to every rear window on my house, including my teenage daughter's window. I don't think that my children are ever going to feel comfortable or safe knowing that there's a large building like that with this kind of activity going on right in our backyard. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, MJ Burns, 9 Pinewood Road. And Chair, I respect your directive. If you want me to be effective and efficient in my speech, I go by MJ or Mary Jane, whatever will save you writer's cramp. MJ Burns, B-Y-R-N-E-S. Thank you. With respect, I would appreciate if you could allow me to read.
Sure. I mean, look, and let me just clarify, because not everybody is a public speaker. Not everybody is familiar with or comfortable with this type of an environment. So if you have prepared remarks and it would help you to articulate yourself using them, by all means.
Appreciate it.
But I mean, single space, 5-6 page letters from attorneys, please.
I promise you.
Okay.
I am a direct abutter that's right next door to this project. in saying this, I believe the Zoning Board of Appeals must deny this request for a special permit for the following reasons. This project is completely incompatible with the quiet residential neighborhood around it. This proposed 22,000 square foot, two-story building 50 feet off my property line is big for the residential area it will stand over, including my house and yard right next door with nothing or very minimal between us. This large facility will be busy and loud because it will be a large medical facility that runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This extremely large building right on top of my backyard and taller than my house will negatively impact how myself and my family will be able to use our backyard. It will take away all privacy that we currently enjoy in our yard. This incompatible project presents a danger to the health and welfare of my family and our home. It will completely change the character of my property in our neighborhood, impact the neighborhood's quality of life, and as a consequence, significantly impact property values. No special permit condition can preserve the current quiet and peace that our residential area enjoys next door. Therefore, this special permit should be denied. Good planning and zoning is meant to protect everyone's interests by playing only compatible uses together and keeping apart very intense uses like this industrial proposal for the least intense uses like our neighborhood or of single-family homes. The recent zoning change places facilities like this one in industrial areas, acknowledges the need to separate them from residential areas to protect general health, safety, and welfare. That change was reasonable because of this facility's size, increased and constant traffic and noise, additional exterior light, among other things. This proposal is not a by right use on this lot located near homes, exactly because the negative impacts from projects like this one on the surrounding neighborhood are too much to allow and may be too much even for special conditions to adequately solve. Make no mistake, this proposal would change the character of our home from being in a residential neighborhood to being in an extension of an industrial zone. No one wants to live that close to an industrial zone. Like many others, our home and property is the single most important financial investment my husband and I have, and it's really the only investment we have. After the housing crisis drove our property values down, I do not look forward to taking another hit to my home's value because it is right next door to this kind of incompatible and intense facility. Please do not force it on my family. Our home is a respite for my kids, both of whom are special needs and need the quiet area that we enjoy today. I can't be any clearer on how your vote tonight could threaten everything we have, leaving us with practically no value in our home and little to no quiet enjoyment of our yard. As was voted at the special town meeting that changed the zoning ordinance, there is no question that this 22,000 square foot building would be better served in an industrial location between the heavy traffic, industrial location. Between the heavy traffic, the idling of personal, employee, and emergency vehicles and delivery trucks, outside activities, foot traffic, etc., this business will offer an intense, constant use at all hours of the day and night. It should be obvious that noise and traffic will not preserve the quiet and peaceful residential area next door, certainly not ours. The residents of this community are the heart and soul of this town. It's the residents that add value to this community and make it what it is. We are raising families and are contributing members to our community. Please don't hurt us by placing the project's external problems on our backs. There are other options this petitioner has for its land that are more conducive to a residential neighborhood that aren't 24 hours and could be harmonious with the existing residential areas around it. It is unreasonable to say this project won't change the character of my home and neighborhood. It is beyond debate, and there is no condition that this board can order that can change that fundamental can change the fundamental effect that this intense use will have on my family. Petitioner cannot mitigate what this big, busy facility and its constant 24-hour use would take away from what we and our neighbors have, and that what zoning should help us keep. That's why this special permit for this big, busy facility must be denied. I am grateful for your willingness to serve the town by being on this board for decisions like this one. It can't be easy when projects like this start controversy with pressure from many sides. So I respectfully say that this board is duty-bound to fulfill the promise of town residents that our zoning ordinance is designed for, to protect the public from clashes in land use that threaten health, safety, and welfare. This project in this location clashes. The answer here is clear. Please deny this special permit. Thank you.
I am not a direct abutter, so if there's anybody in back.
Let me ask, are there any abutters that are waiting to be heard that have not been heard yet? Oh, ma'am, go ahead.
My name is Barry Fitzgerald. I live at 330 Middlesex Avenue, so I'm very, very close. My question is, why is this gone this far? Why? Yes, we do need a rehab. We need to help people, but not in this vicinity. It was in the paper just not too long ago in the Town Crier stating that the town is nervous because of the traffic jams because they cannot get over to the tracks. This is not going to be helping it. People need help. Put them down. Relocate it. Relocate it to an area where it's conducive. Bring it down to Federal Street. There's clinics down there. There's hospitals. There's walk-in clinics, and God forbid if they need it. If they need to get into a car, the highway's right there. Let them go that way. There is no reason to put a monstrosity like this in a small area where it's surrounded by homes. I have lived here since 1969. I have seen so many changes in this town, some good, some bad, and some totally ugly. This is going to be one of them. Yes, let people get their help, but let them get it somewhere else. Let it be down in an industrial area where it can be put right in there and nobody else is impacted. Please, please consider this. Think about the people that live close by. Think about our properties. Think about the value of our properties. Don't let everyone have a mad exit because of one person who decides that they want to have this here. They want to have a building. Have it down somewhere else. Please, consider it. Thank you.
Anyone else that's a butter that has not been heard, that wishes to be heard? Okay?
Shane McNeely, 9 Shady Lane. My wife and I moved into town about a year ago. We love Wilmington. We want to stay here. As soon as this place came up, 6 days we were in our house, and this thing was proposed. You cannot imagine the stress I've been living with and the anxiety that my wife and I have been going through for the last year. I get 2 options if this place goes in. I watch my wife leave me and I get divorced, or I stay and I get through all that crap, or I have to move to another town I don't want to live in, another neighborhood I don't want to live in. I got to buy a house I don't want. I got to take up a house that I've already put a lot of money into to make a better house in this neighborhood, make the neighborhood better. I came here to raise a family. I can't even have a child right now because of the stress that's come upon my family. You're literally chasing people out of the neighborhood. I've talked to 3 other couples that are literally, I'm bringing in an appraiser on Saturday. If this place goes in, we're out of here. And I'm not the only family who's doing this. You're going to see a mass exodus of people getting up and walking out in that Shady Lane area. You're literally chasing people out of town by allowing this place to be built. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, any other abutters that wish to be heard? Ma'am?
Rachel DiDomenico, 12 Shady Lane Drive. DiDomenico. Close enough. So I keep hearing like what's best for the community and what'll happen if this facility goes in. And I can't help but think, every week I read the police log, and there's at least one drug incident all the time. I see hypodermic needles being, the police are called to pick them up. So I'm confused as to, I understand the concerns that maybe a detox would make those rise or whatever, but the concerns and the drug use in our community is already here. On December 3rd, there was a man arrested in Wilmington trafficking over 10 grams of fentanyl, so the concerns around drug use and addiction is already in our community. And then the other thing I wanted to touch on was people leaving against medical advice. I've worked in treatment, and one of the facilities I worked in, there was in Westboro, we did call the police if somebody left against medical advice. And the other thing I wanted to touch on is The last place I worked in Tewksbury, I was there for 10 months. I only ever saw one admission I did with a client that didn't have personal belongings that were contraband, which in a lot of these programs, whether it's a cell phone, an e-cigarette, a certain amount of money, you can only have a certain amount of clothes, so that the rest of that stuff gets locked up in these facilities. So if you're leaving against medical advice, you're taking your stuff with you. You can't just walk in and unlock those. It's the staff that has them. So you have to, any client I've ever had leave against medical advice has signed paperwork to leave. So in that time is in the specific facility I worked in that we did call the police. When I worked in Tewksbury, they have their own, Tewksbury Hospital has their own security. I know that this won't have that. So in the time they're waiting to sign for their papers and their belongings and getting their cell phones is when we would call police. So, and there is a HIPAA waiver. And that's it. Thank you.
I don't know if there was a question, but, I mean, did you want to add something?
Just quickly, there's a difference between leaving against medical advice and when somebody's
Right.
completed protocol and decides to
Right,
leave.
so I think that
We can always inform when somebody leaves against medical advice.
Right, so I think a lot of the concern was I heard somebody say leaving at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I live on 12 Shady Lane Drive. I have a 3-year-old, so.
Hey, excuse me. Hey, folks.
Okay, yes, I do.
Everybody is going to have a chance to speak uninterrupted and unimpeded. Everyone.
My car's parked there every night. I live there. My 3-year-old lives there. Besides the point. Now I don't even remember what I was saying. That I heard somebody saying leaving at 3 o'clock in the morning would be, is a concern, and as my 3-year-old lives on 12 Shady Lane Drive, that would also be a concern to me, which is why I hope that, you know, people leaving that have completed the treatment, that's, you know, they're either going to a house or home or a different level of care. That transportation is already arranged before their discharge date, but if they're leaving against medical advice, it's like, where are they going? Are they going on the street? Are they walking? So that's why I bring that up as, you know, if they're leaving at 3 o'clock in the morning, like what do they have to do? Like, you know, if they're getting their belongings, if they're, you know, there are papers they can sign. And that's it. Thank you.
Your turn, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Janine Goudreau. I live at 5 Ella Ave, which is over by North Intermediate. Okay, so I'm not in a butter. By profession, however, I'm a registered nurse with 25 years' experience. I have a BS in nursing, and I've worked detoxing patients. Okay, I'm concerned about this proposal, perhaps from a different viewpoint of some other people. I'm concerned about the rights of the addicted people that are trying to recover. This is, without a doubt, a horrendous disease, and the National Institute on Drug Abuse places the relapse rate at 91%, of which 59% occur within the first week. As compassionate people, we need to do all we can to help them on their journey towards recovery. Let me give you an image of a detoxing patient, and this comes from the National Institute of Drug Abuse. Withdrawal day 1 to 3, aggressive behavior, headache, irritation, muscle pain, sweating, nausea, vomiting, insomnia, anxiety, loss of appetite, panic attacks. At any time during the day or night, they can choose to lessen their misery by walking out the door and seeking drugs. Withdrawal on day 3 to 5 includes stomach cramping, muscle aches, shivers, fatigue, and we all know that detox is just the first step. A good detox center will guarantee post-placement with individual or group therapy, nutritionally balanced meals, and a temptation-free environment. When an addict can leave any time they want and walk directly across the street to buy liquor or go to the VFW bar, this is not a temptation-free environment. Or alternatively, the drug pushers who have a ready supply of customers if they want to take that train to the stops right next to the facility. The same train, by the way, that increased their pounding headache. If the addicted have no transportation to get there, and they are physically challenged, they might be planning on using the train to get to the rehab. This train stop is one of the few that are not handicapped accessible. The developer has stated that he will not accept Mass Health, only private insurance. Curious about this, I investigated with Mass Health. They reimburse at a much lower rate than private insurance. And after all, this is a for-profit business. Sadly, their financially insecure people will not be welcome. My dream, and that of many others, would be a detox center in every town. They would be run by certified people. Due to the concerted efforts of a group of people in town, the developer has started looking for a person to run the facility who is certified by the Massachusetts Department of Public Health. According to the DPH person that I spoke to, the original person hired was not certified. And the people who have been working on this that you've heard speak against it, one of the things we have managed to do is get the developer to plan for a kitchen so the patients could be fed, more bathrooms, because remember, they're vomiting and they have diarrhea. Not pleasant, I know. More than one exit out of their rooms. Originally, there was only one. And an additional fire hydrant. One in back and one in front. There wasn't to begin with. These people could easily be a member of our families. And, you know, I really want to see something good go in for them. I do have a couple of quick questions because I'm a nurse. If there are 2 nurses per shift, one of them's going to, they said one of them will be an RN and one of them will be an LPN, just so people who might not be nurses in the crowd. LPNs can't write care plans, they can't give narcotics, and they can't assess a patient. So when this patient comes in and we said they were going to be assessed, okay, by a doctor, I don't know how they're going to do that since the doctor is only there 4 to 6 hours a day. What happens if they're not?
You want to address, or?
I don't know if they know
Is
the
it a
answer.
rhetorical question or a legitimate question?
It's a genuine question. I mean, if suppose the doctor's not there.
First of all, you're mistaken, LPNs can dispense.
No, I'm not. Not according to the Board of Nurses in Massachusetts. Maybe in another state, maybe in Florida, but not in Massachusetts.
Secondly, there are 2 RNs on during the day.
You said, that's not what you
That's
said.
what I
You said
said.
1 RN and 1
I said 2
LPN.
RNs for the morning shift, an RN and an LPN on the evening shift.
That's
and
not
an
what you
I-
said. That's not what you said.
Folks, hey.
Then I was mistaken, because that's what my notes said. We have 2 RNs on the day shift, an RN and LPN on the evening shift, and an RN and LPN on the night shift.
Okay. Yeah, I know. And again, if the doctor's not there, if he doesn't happen to be there, then I don't see how we can assess the patient. I'm also concerned with other comorbidities, like you mentioned heart a few times. What about somebody with diabetes who's supposed to be giving them their insulin?
That's the second most reason why someone
Yeah.
ends up leaving.
Yeah, yeah. And when Narcan is used on someone, if they have an overdose, if they have walked out, gone someplace, connected maybe with their source, and then they need Narcan because they're high again. When they are withdrawn, once the Narcan is administered, and I've administered it myself, they come out very violent because you've deprived them of their opiate in a split second. It works very fast. And so I wouldn't want to be one of those nurses trying to restrain them. And I also, real quick question, also, is the patient alone when they're making the phone calls? Is somebody supervising them?
They're in with the case manager when they make the private call.
Because that's state law. And I'm also curious as to whether or not the methadone that you're planning on using to taper these people down, is it kept in a locked room or is it kept in a Pyxis?
It's kept not only in a locked safe, within a locked room behind a locked door. That's DEA requirement.
How about a Pyxis? Do you know what a Pyxis is?
No, I don't.
Okay. A Pyxis, every nurse has her own code for it. So it records who's actually checking it out and how much they're checking out and what they're checking out. okay? That's the way it was done when I was working.
That's actually a DEA requirement.
Yeah, so,
I didn't know that was the name of it.
yeah, it's called a Pyxis, yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Michael McCoy. I live at 11 Treasure Hill Road, and I did write down some notes. I'm going to bypass some of the notes because of your explanation earlier, Mr. Chairman, but I want to touch upon the site plan review that the consultant referred to. It needs to be demonstrated that they're coming here before this body for a special permit. They're not looking for a variance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, because I used to be a member of the Wilmington Planning Board, and this was presented. I just want to touch upon what the consultant said. You need, as he said, it's in a general business district. You need 125 feet frontage in a general business district. There is only 123 feet. So right now, you see a small roadway with a cul-de-sac. Folks, that cul-de-sac, if anyone's lived at the end of a cul-de-sac or a friend that lives at a cul-de-sac, it's a circle. So that's where they're coming with 125 feet. And I just want to mention, and don't take my word for it, I asked Valerie Ginrich and the chairman of the planning board, Mr. Sarantino, I said, for the love of me, I've driven this whole community. I cannot find a road that short of a distance in anywhere in this community with that kind of size building. Have you seen any of that? Mr. Sarantino of the planning board and Valerie Ginrich said, no, they haven't. This is the first of its kind. And another thing I find interesting, I guess the engineer is stating that it's going to be a private way. In the town of Wilmington, the town is responsible for all unaccepted ways and accepted ways for snow plowing and snow removal. Why do you think the town is not going to take that as part of the public way? Because of a liability. You have Route 38 right out, Route 62 right there by the railroad tracks. It's a short road. What are you going to do with all the snow? Obviously, now it's up to the owner to do that, and I understand he's going to probably do the best he can to remove it. I'm just going to make a few facts here, Mr. Chairman. You know, first of all, we do need a facility like this, and I'm going to say something. I want to mention what the consultant said during the presentation, and it hit me when I was in the corner of that room. He stated that it's going to be times that a patient is going to have to be taken off the premises to go in another building, and something really struck home, and I wrote down a note, and I want to share that with folks in this room. So the point is, you know, we all have hearts. We know it's a nationwide epidemic, no question. I do support a facility, something like this. People need spiritual, people need medical, people need psychological, people need physical. But the one question, and we go back time and time again, is one word, is the location. Everybody standing behind me has a heart. I want to see that. I want to see a building built somewhere, you know? But right now, it's that location. Under the old bylaws, you could put a drug detoxification, and by the way, there was never a definition in the zoning bylaws. They're saying because it's a coverless at home. Well, the building inspector deemed that, that's fine. I'm not going to argue with that. But the bottom line is this facility could go any neighborhood in this community. It could go next to the Shawsheen School, Woburn Street School, Wildwood Street School. You know, with the thank of a lot of good folks, we presented Article 2, and that was a blessing. But I'm going to touch upon that at the end. Something really, really hit home. And, you know, it's the duty and obligation of the boards in this town, your board, Mr. Chairman, is to protect the safety and the well-being of its inhabitants. These folks behind me, they live here. They are the inhabitants. All right, we need to take that into account. There's some serious, serious safety issues out there. You have a school bus across the street. There's a, you know, liquor store. There's a bar, you know, that folks can go and get a beer or a drink, you know, right next to Eli's. You know, so, you know, there is, you know, other things in that area. Let me put on these glasses so you really can't see. You know, so, you know, there's no question that we, you know, need something like this. And I'm just going to turn this around. I'm going to get to my point in a second. You know, and I know this is a different animal compared to across the Woburn Street School where there's a facility there, a state-run facility for troubled kids. I get that. It's completely different. But in a 3-year span, the Wilmington Police or the fire department, 501 times they had to respond to the property across the Woburn Street School. Now, I understand it's different than this, but we talk about limited resources in this community. 501 times we had a dispatch to the facility across the Woburn Street School off of High Street. That's a fact. And I'm just going to get to a couple of quick points. And, you know, the bottom line is this. And the consultant said earlier, and it struck me in the corner, when he stated there are going to be times that we're going to have to take these patients from this facility and put there someone else. You know something? It hit me. I lost my mother to cancer at age 42. Let's talk about that for a second, because you know something? If You know, I understand drugs touch everybody in this room. Obviously, cancers touch a lot of folks in this room as well. And you know something? You know, when you have cancer, you're not going to one facility to get chemo, another facility to get radiation, another facility to go get blood work, and another facility to go get scanned. You usually do that under one roof. And I think about Article 2 that I drafted with the help of a lot of good folks. And you know something? I listened to the professionals when I was outside there, and it was a blessing. Article 1, we withdrew that. And number 2, professional people came up to me and said, Mr. McCoy, I'm a nurse. I'm in the medical field. You need more than just one building. You need a complete one roof under everything that way folks can be taken care of. God forbid if somebody goes into cardiac arrest, now we got to get an ambulance, get that folk out there. You know, so if you really think about that, that's what it really comes down to, not to repeat it. You know, this has all touched us. You know, all touched us. And I'm going to say something on a personal level. There's some folks out there that say, oh, Mr. McCoy, you know, you don't understand. Well, I'm going to tell you something. I had a brother, Ronnie McCoy Jr. When he graduated high school, he said, you know, I don't want to go to college. Can I work for you at the restaurant, train him as a cook? But my brother liked to smoke weed a lot. I'll admit to that. I said, Junior, whatever you do, don't go driving or don't especially take your motorcycle. All the McCoy boys, we used to drive motorcycles. One night, he's in Lowell. I assume that's where he was getting his weed. As he was coming home from Shed Park, over Dunkin' Donuts by the Sunoco gas station, he was going at an excessive rate of speed. Car cut out in front of him. He hit into that car, snapped his neck at that wheel well. He never came home that night. And I get it. And for people out there to say, you know, Mr. McCoy, you don't get it. You don't understand. Nothing's ever happened to you. And on a personal level, they drag my poor son, who's autistic, comparing him to mental illness if he breaks into a house. You know, no elected official in this community put themselves more out there than I did. Why? Because I look at stuff on an individual basis, and I say, if I lived in that neighborhood near Kenwood Ave or Weber Terrace, or if I lived in a neighborhood off Glen Road, I put myself in that area, and I say, how's it going to affect my quality of life and my home quality of life? And I look at that, you know, and I have a heart. I care, but I'm at the brunt of a lot of negativity out there because I'm the familiar face out there, and there's no one elected officials that ever put themselves out like I did. And you know, folks, it'd be nice to get a little help once in a while if they're out there bashing me to say, hey, we get it, we understand, and I did that. And I'll tell you something, we need a facility like this, but it needs to be under one roof, it all. And I'll tell you something, you know, I really mean that. This is how I feel. And this is the wrong location. This is absolutely not harmonious to the neighborhood, and we need a better location. And I said it to Minister Neal, and I'll say it again. I'll be the first person in line if you'd put a 200-bed unit out on Ballardville Street. You know, that's all I'm saying, folks. That's all. Thank you.
Anthony Saragosa, 25 Marcia Road. Looking at the proposed plan, I wanted to get an idea of what the building, how it would relate to the neighborhood. So what I did a little exercise. I just want to show you what I did. This is the town of Wilmington assessor's map, and I superimposed the building. Hopefully the board will agree that this is a reasonably accurate interpretation of what the assessor's map would be, the dark orange, if this building is built. And I did this in order to compare it and to compare the neighborhood in the town of Wilmington to other properties in the area. One in particular, right nearby, is 352 Middlesex Ave. You can see it's a similar size site, except it has about double the frontage. Similar residential influence. It has residential on two sides, on side streets. The biggest difference is this building is, according to the assessor's records, 2,291 square feet. This building is ready in co-op. I'm sure everyone knows what it is. There's plenty of landscape grounds, plenty of parking. It's a nice building. This is the definition of harmonious to the neighborhood. So my question is, how can a building almost 10 times the site also be harmonious to the neighborhood when it has half the frontage in a similar type of residential influence? That just doesn't make sense. And the other thing I wanted to do, basically, assessor's maps can be very helpful. Sure. See what, I want to, this one next. I just have a couple more and I'll be real quick about it. Okay. Just do it for this one. 230 Lowell Street is a similar size building, 2 stories masonry. And if you notice, it has frontage on 2 streets, 2 main streets. The reason I find this is relevant is that it's probably the most similar building to what this proposed building would be. It was built, I think, about 20 years ago, but if you look at the residential influences, one house that's on Woburn Street, this is where all the school buses are, so it already has commercial influences. All the other residential is much further away. Again, this is, to me, is the definition of harmonious to the neighborhood. Another one, one more, a couple more. 188 Main Street. Again, this is where 129, this is CJ's Lawnmower Building. It's built, I think, about 30 years ago, 2 stories in height, very similar, similar in size. It abuts one property that's also on Main Street, nothing else around it. If you go by this building, you'd say this is what harmonious to the neighborhood looks like. And then the previous speaker mentioned about the having a cul-de-sac built just for a building. The only reason anyone would do that would be if there's a problem with the frontage. And obviously on this building, I mean, just look at it. There's nowhere near enough frontage. Even if it's only 2 feet short, even if it had the 2 feet, it's still not typical of what's in Wilmington. I looked around Wilmington, I couldn't find anything. I looked at abutting towns, cities, the closest I could come up with. This is a 2-story building, almost identical in size. A couple of things that are noteworthy. The size of the site is 4 acres, much bigger than the subject. There's a buffer. This is an abandoned railroad. It's heavily forested. Much larger buffer between here, between the building and the residential areas. Thing I should note about this is in the city of Woburn. Woburn has a density more than double that of Wilmington. This proposed subject wouldn't fly in Woburn, never mind Wilmington. I'll just say one last thing. All the buildings I mentioned, they're occupied by businesses, basically retail, service, and office. You drive by there at 8 o'clock at night, the building's empty, the parking lot's empty.
Good evening, everybody. Is this on? Okay. Frank West, 2 Birchwood Road. I grew up on 14 Sprucewood Road, right off of Shady Lane Drive. 25 and a half years ago, my wife Karen, who's in the audience, were like Shane and Kim. We were a young family that wanted to start a family, and we did. Our kids are now 23 and 20, so we don't have kids in the neighborhood. You know, in our house, eventually we'd like to have grandkids in our neighborhood. I was one of the kids that used to bike ride to Stop and Go, Eli's, the old North Wilmington Pharmacy. Think nothing of it. Do you think I'd want a 10-year-old kid bike riding in that neighborhood today from any of these neighbors? I don't think so. That's my personal opinion. In respect to Mr. Buckley, who's talked about would any realtor take up the challenge of this location, location, location. My wife and I own West Real Estate. I've been a licensed broker, according to this pin, for 30 years. Where do I practice? In Wilmington. My office is right across from the train station in Wilmington. I just looked up, just for real quick, I looked up an article from the National Association of Realtors, and the headline reads, "Treatment centers can impact home prices." I won't read the article, but essentially it says, you know, there could be 8 to 13%. Maybe yes, maybe no. You could probably find 50 other articles that say this, that say that there'll be an increase in home prices. I don't think so, because the thing is that when we talk location, 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 for example, and again, I hate to pick on Kim and Shane, but they're a prime example. They didn't move to Wilmington to live next to a detox facility, nor did they move to Wilmington to raise their kids near a detox facility. These guys live on Shady Lane, as an example. Do you think their kids are going to want, they're going to want their kids to walk down to the North Wilmington over to Jefferson, you know, the eye doctor over on Jefferson Road, Eli's, the registry of motor vehicles are playing the soccer field over where the Whitfield School was? I doubt it. My professional opinion as a licensed realtor here in Wilmington, and I would challenge, I'll put the challenge out, being a licensed realtor for over 30 years, if anybody thinks that home prices are going to go up from living next to a detox facility, I'd like to see them cut the line right now and get right in back of me and tell you that. I firmly believe, my professional opinion and my personal opinion, that home prices won't go up You know where they're going to go? You're going to get people like Shane and Kim. And again, I apologize for referencing them, but it's kind of, they're kind of the prime, prime people on this. Like they said earlier, they said, hey, if this thing goes in, we're out. And do you think if somebody does a market analysis and puts their home on the market for X, do you think a buyer agent is going to walk in, more than likely, and they'll say, look, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, here's the deal. There's a detox facility right abutting your property. My buyers are taking a huge risk by wanting to buy your property. Do you think they're going to offer full price or over full price? I doubt it. But again, I challenge any real estate professional that's in this room today to prove me wrong. Thank you very much.
Hello. My name is Casey Fussell. I was the legislative aide to Representative Maselli for 2.5 years, and I'm here on behalf of Representative-elect Robertson. In my time working for Rep. Maselli, I helped place several dozen recovering addicts, and I can tell you that the need for detox centers in Wilmington, in Tewksbury, is very high. As the brother of a 3-year clean heroin addict, the need is very high. It's unfortunate that that something that is as well researched and as well defended by the gentleman to my right is choosing this location, because on behalf of Representative Robertson-elect Robertson, we do not support this facility in this location for the reasons expounded, but as Selectman McCoy said, and as many people, myself included, know, these centers are needed, both nonprofit and for-profit, like Mayflower would be, and just thank you for your time.
Suzanne Sullivan, 60 Lawrence Street. I've been given Kevin McDonald's list to give to you. Should I do it now, or?
Sure. Exhibit A. Set it right there. I'll be perusing it at depth.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm here tonight because I am against this location. It's true, we need a detox facility somewhere in town, but this is totally the wrong location for it for a number of reasons. If this were any medical facility 24/7, I would be against it. If this was a gas station 24/7, I would be against it. I don't care what kind of facility goes in here 24/7, I would be against it. Why would I be against it? Because that building is so close to the residents in that area, it's going to be a huge impact to people, and that's not fair. I don't think it's harmonious with the neighborhood. Nobody's really talked about the impact to North Wilmington on any 24/7 operations. If it were across the street, I would be against a 24/7 operation. So that, just based on that alone. I also have questions about the site plan. Is this a 1 lot or 2 lots?
Council, do you want to address that?
So it's 2 lots. So if that's a 2-lot subdivision plan, in my mind, that doesn't meet zoning. They have a building on lot lines. It may meet the side setbacks, but what about the setbacks for that lot line? And I don't want to hear you're going to go back and erase it. That plan that's in front of you tonight does not meet zoning. Shame on them for even bringing it forward. Now, the first plan they came forward with, the so-called definitive plan, was a 1-lot plan that didn't have any line through it. But they know that they can't submit that plan to you because you can't have a 1-lot subdivision. That plan is an illegal plan. And I understand that this board may not want to revisit that because there's been a challenge to that, but really this board and other boards can challenge the planning board in their decision. In other towns, sometimes zoning board of appeals actually sue the planning board. And sometimes the planning board can actually sue the zoning board of appeals. I know we're really harmonious in this town about that kind of stuff, except for maybe in neighborhoods, but that's what happens in other towns. This is an illegal plan. It shouldn't even be before this board. This board should vote it down based on that. A lot line going through a building? Would you do that for me? If I came forward with a plan and I have a lot line through my building? It doesn't meet zoning. Just based on that alone, it should be denied. Never mind the impact of the area. And I also will remind everybody that the reason why that cul-de-sac is there is because they had to rush in with a subdivision plan to freeze the zoning. And because they had to put that cul-de-sac in, all right, because you can't freeze zoning without a subdivision plan. So they put the cul-de-sac in, and when they do that, they push that building up against the neighbors, just so that they can preserve their right to build what they want there. That's not a by right use, a special permit use, not a by right use. That's wrong, it's underhanded, and they're trying to skirt the subdivision laws by doing what they're doing, and the planning board agreed on it, and shame on the planning board. And if this board moves forward, shame on you too. Thank you.
Can I get an answer on what she said about the property lines and the building?
If council,
yeah.
Can you address, do you feel confident addressing that?
Well, so I think people need to understand, case law is very clear. The property owner can get a zoning freeze. They can submit a subdivision plan solely for the purpose of getting the zoning freeze without ever actually intending to develop the subdivision. So they're entitled to have the subdivision freeze even without actually intending to divide ownership of the property. You know, I think people also need to understand this board doesn't have in front of it any appeal. It's not a reviewing board for decisions by the planning board. It's not right now a reviewing board for any decision by the zoning enforcement officer. Right now, the only thing in front of the ZBA is a question of whether to issue a special permit. And there are provisions in the bylaw for whether or not it should issue a special permit, and that's what this hearing has been about. And so the question of whether or not the subdivision was properly endorsed, really, it's just not something this board has the authority to rule on.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Tricia Xavier, 40 Oakdale Road. In the February meeting, very valid concerns were brought up, and we were assured that we would get those answers. The Board of Appeals members actually stated that Mr. Nealon's counsel came to that meeting very unprepared. I would certainly expect that someone who's proposing to build such a facility would be very well prepared. Unfortunately, even though Mr. Nealon's counsel was asked at that meeting in February if he would have everything prepared for the next meeting the following month, and replied yes. As we all know, it's been continued, and here we are 10 months later. I, for one, certainly would not want someone that takes this long to get organized and prepared to be in the charge of the well-being of my loved ones. Clearly, we have several safety concerns, and 10 months is unacceptable to wait for. A further concern in regard to the planning is that the term used to define this proposed facility has changed. The lack of clarity in defining this facility is concerning in itself, and I hope the Board of Appeals should strongly take into consideration the lack of clarity. A for-profit detoxification facility is not a hospital nor a nursing home. Therefore, guidelines for hospital or nursing homes should not be considered when deciding whether or not to grant a special permit. Children in this neighborhood are heading to the bus stop as early as 6:15. Our neighborhood does not have sidewalks and very limited lighting. This proposed facility will operate 24 hours a day and bring more traffic and unfamiliar people to the neighborhood. As the traffic engineer mentioned today, the peak time for this proposed facility is 6:30 to 7:30, which he said is not a peak time for others. It is definitely a peak time for traffic to schools. Middle school and high school, that is the peak exact time, because my children are there waiting at a bus stop, and that means there are a lot of parents and a lot of buses and that train stop happening. So we definitely have to consider that in the traffic, even though we were told we did not need to consider that. It will be essential for more sidewalks to be put in and better lighting to be installed, or more bus stops to be put in place to ensure the safety of our children. Is the town prepared to incur these additional costs if such a facility is put in? That is my question to protect our children. My daughter is one of those children heading to the bus stop when it's pitch dark in the late fall and winter. My child has selective mutism, which causes her to physically be unable to communicate, although she often wants to, especially when she is uncomfortable and around people she is unfamiliar. It is unacceptable for me or anyone to expect her to walk in the dark with no sidewalks and limited lighting when several people she is not familiar with will be in our neighborhood 24 hours a day if this facility is in. Currently, only residents heading to school or work are riding through our neighborhood while my daughter heads to school, and she is familiar, so that would not impact her disability, but unfamiliar 24-hour facility operating would. With the proposed facility, many people can be in our neighborhood when children head to the bus stop in the dark. Therefore, the safety concerns clearly are justified, especially since this proposed facility can bring at least 5,000 new people into the area today. Today, we were shared information about how you will ensure the patient security, but we didn't really receive any assurance for the neighborhood security, even though, again, in February, Mr. Nealon's counselor said he would address safety concerns at the next meeting. But the same answer I got is that we need to take, what I heard today is we need to take every precaution to protect the people that will be in the facility to make sure no one gets in, but there's no real clear security plan for those other way. So we were told there's no private security, just an alarm that will go off, but obviously limited staff, so I'm not sure what happens when that alarm goes off. It reminds me of a TJ Maxx alarm going off. So I was told, and I waited patiently, we were told at the last meeting by this gentleman right here that those safety concerns would be addressed, and 10 months later I got, we're protecting, which they definitely need, protecting the not getting in, but I don't have any answers for protecting on the other way, besides that there will be no private security provided. We need to prioritize the safety for all our residents, and especially the safety of those residents who are unable to fully advocate for and protect themselves due to age or disability. There have been several incidents of the MBTA trains blocking emergency vehicles while stopped at the North Wilmington station. It will be challenging for ambulance to get in and out of this location due to the adjacent train stop. Mr. Nealon himself opposed the installation of a cell phone tower in this same area due to safety concerns. How can this board possibly not see that this proposed facility causes greater safety concerns than a cell phone tower that Mr. Nealon said were safety concerns? In addition to safety concerns, I'd like clarification about noise level. At the previous meeting, it was stated, quote, that I know there will not be sirens at night. How can you possibly state that or ensure that? It will be a 24-hour facility. I'm sure traffic can and will be in the area at all times of the day, and at some point, there will be a need to be sirens at location. Again, if someone is in charge of the well-being of my loved ones, safety and honesty are two of my major concerns. At a previous meeting, Mr. Nealon's counsel also said at the next meeting today he would bring a detox specialist. I just think the board and us as a community would need a little bit more clarification. We met Mr. Meyer today, but I'm not really clear of his exact title and a little bit more explanation at some point, or the board would want the type of facility that he ran. My understanding is that Mr. Meyer has a great field of expertise in smoke addiction, but of course the proposed facility would need definitely more experience in a different level, so I hope and assume that he has some more experience that's relevant to the proposed facility.
Would you like to address that and give some of your background? I mean, you're sitting right here.
Yeah.
You might as well. If there's a question, let's hear it.
Research I saw you have great experience with smoking cessation is all the research I did. I actually was just trying to Google now Stoughton in your name, and nothing comes up. So, and I see a lot of expertise on smoking, and that's a great expertise. I'm an educator in elementary school, but I would never say that I'm an educator for college. So I just see, and if someone Googled me, they're going to see my expertise in elementary.
So let's ask
So
him.
I see a lot on smoking, which is great.
Let's ask him.
My career in substance abuse started in 1972 at Foxborough State Hospital as a counselor. From then I went on to be a counselor at Harrington Hospital in Southbridge, Massachusetts.
What was your education to become a counselor?
At that point, I had a bachelor's degree.
In what?
Actually, in history.
Okay, a bachelor's in history, okay.
From then I went on I moved to Rhode Island, and I was the director of a counseling agency in Wakefield, Rhode Island for 17 years, providing both youth and adult counseling for all issues, including substance abuse. I also worked part-time for Edge Hill in Newport, which was a private detox and rehabilitation facility. When I left that, I went to Maple Leaf Farm in Vermont, was the CEO of a multi-faceted treatment program, including the opening of the first outpatient department. I came back to Massachusetts. I was the director of behavioral health for community care services in Taunton and Attleboro. What did I do next? I'm also There's a lot, I've done a lot.
Thank you for sharing. So it's interesting that all the expertise that comes on your name is smoking. So where's the
For the
expertise
last-
with
for 5 years-
opiate and alcohol? Because it seems like the proposed facility is focused on that, not smoking.
Most of my career has not been with smoking. For 5 years, I worked for the Institute of Health and Recovery in Cambridge, where I trained substance abuse counselors on how to address nicotine addiction.
What was your education in order to train them in that? Was it just your
I
history?
was certified by the University of Massachusetts as a smoking specialist, tobacco treatment specialist.
Smoking,
Okay.
yes, smoking. So I believe most of the experience on that, and we were told we would have it.
Hold on.
That's what I did for 5 years out of my career.
Stop.
I worked with substance abuse.
Hold on. I'm going to rule this out of order at this point. You ask the gentleman his qualifications. He's attempting to give them to you. You keep interrupting him, and frankly, I think you're badgering him. Let him. Well, whoever. You're ganging up on him. What I'm asking you ask the gentleman a question. He's graciously allowed that question. He's answering you. Let him answer it. And sir, if you want to talk to your experience on something other than smoking, it seems like she's very concerned about that. Please do so.
Smoking, again, was 5 years out of my career, and it was very much about substance abuse. We were training substance abuse counselors on how to address nicotine addiction in that population. I stayed there for 5 years and worked for and consulted with the Department of Public Health on smoking policy throughout the state. Okay. Let me finish then, would you? I opened and ran a 64-bed detox facility in Stoughton, Massachusetts for Bay Cove Human Services. You're saying, no, I didn't do that? You're shaking your head, no, I didn't.
I'm saying that I know people who say they've never heard of you at Bay Cove, Andrew's house in Stoughton.
The gentleman's giving his qualifications.
He asked me a question and I'm responding.
And I understand. And you don't have to believe him.
Right.
But let him get it out.
I do.
But let him get it out. Then you can Google him all you want. But let him get it out. Then let him speak. I'm going to rule you out of order. Let the man speak. He deserves to be treated fair, just like you do. So please, continue, sir, until you feel like you've exhausted your experience.
After I left Bay Cove Human Services, I did a lot of different things and came on as the executive director for this project because of my reputation in the Department of Public Health. And I was very interested in the project. And right now I'm also managing a methadone clinic in Woonsocket, Rhode Island. And I work for Acadia Healthcare.
I had one other question I was going to ask, just a quick one. Are you familiar with the proposed facility, the site where this one is?
I've looked at the site maps. I've driven by the space.
Okay, the only question, because one of the things is you talked about we would provide transportation to the nearest public transportation. I don't know if you're aware. I don't think you need a car to drive them to the train station. So I just want to make sure that you were aware of how close it was.
We still use a car. It was fairly close, even places where we took people in Stoughton. It's just a lot more secure to have somebody in the car, take them, sit in the car until the train comes and let them.
Oh, so they're just sitting in the car because the train station is, the tracks are right there.
Well, we stand right with them.
Adjacent to the
And if the weather's not nice, we're not going to make them stand
Okay,
outside.
I just didn't know if you were driving them to the train station. It was right there, so it's just sitting in the car with them. Thank you. So I want to make it clear, I do not oppose the nature of the proposed facility. In fact, if this facility was proposed in an appropriate location and proposed by someone who was honest, clearly prepared, and concerned about the safety for all, I would volunteer at such a facility. As I'm sure many of you experience, addiction has impacted the life of my family member as well. Some of you may have been led to believe that we do not want to support those dealing with addiction. This is clearly not the case for me. If it's properly planned out in the appropriate location, I promise you I will support and volunteer at it. Our emphasis needs to be safety for all. Thank you for your time, and please make a decision that protects the right of the Wilmington's current citizens, especially those who are unable to advocate for themselves and protect themselves. Just wanted to make some comments. At least when I heard, there seemed to be some inconsistencies versus what the traffic expert study presented and the operator on who the staff was. The operator, I believe, talked a lot about drivers, but when the traffic study talked about how many employees were going to be, I listed it. There was no mention of drivers. The operator often talked about, which I think is great, the family support groups, self-help groups, I think even AA member meetings, but when we talked about the traffic study and he talked about people coming in and out, none of those numbers were accounted for. I also know that they were able to predict that there would be about 4 patients coming in and out, but then when they were asked to estimate how many people would be coming in and out of the building overall, they weren't able to, so I just think we need some clarification. If they can predict that there's 4 patients a day, I think they should be able to predict in general how many people are coming out. I know that today we were mentioned that there would be 4 kitchen staff, but in the February meeting we were told there'd be no kitchen. So I'm assuming there's a change in that plan if we have kitchen staff when before we were told there was no kitchen. I do appreciate it was mentioned that the first traffic study was done when the RMV was closed, and the new one was in April. Just a point, and I do not know if this is, but if it was, I don't know if that study was done during April vacation week, but if it was, we definitely want to keep that in mind. It's a high traffic area for school buses.
Well, let's ask the question. Can you answer that
Because
question?
I know it was in April, I don't know.
Was it done during school vacation week?
What was the date?
Do you have the date?
Because if it was any adjacent ones, it would impact.
Yeah, we're going to find out. We're going to find out. Let the gentleman look up his, I'm sure he doesn't have it off the top of his head.
Saturday counts for April 28th and April 26th.
That's a weekend, so school wouldn't be in. Okay, so the end of. Yeah, so I just think we definitely need to keep in track. School times and buses would impact that study. Thank you for your time, and please make a decision that protects the rights of Wilmington's current citizens, especially those who are unable to advocate for themselves and protect themselves. Clearly, there are valid safety concerns, and the proposed facility is not in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the Wilmington zoning bylaws. The petitioner himself stated at a meeting with neighbors at the Wilmington Police Station that the well-being of the neighborhood is not his responsibility at all. He isn't concerned about the general well-being of Wilmington. If he's not concerned about the general well-being, why should this board grant him any special permits? We need to ensure safety for all. Clearly, through his own actions and words, the petitioner has shown that safety for all is not his concern. Let's make a decision for safety for all. Thank you.
My name is Adriana Reguera, R-E-G-U-E-R-A, 9 Oakdale Road. The proponents have claimed that the detox center will benefit Wilmington residents. However, studies show that detox is not an acceptable standard of treatment with regards to opiate addiction. Dr. Sarah Wakeman is the medical director of the Substance Use Disorders Initiative at MGH and the program director of the Addiction Medicine Fellowship at MGH, which is recognized not only at the state level, but also at the national level as a leader in the treatment of opiate use disorder. Per Dr. Wakeman, the only treatment proven to cut the death rate by half or more, and the one that reduces the risk of relapse the most, is not a bed in a rehab facility, but long-term outpatient treatment. Studies have proven that addiction changes the brain, and it takes over a year for those changes to begin to be reversed. Treatment needs to focus on outpatient, long-term, medication-assisted behavioral therapy and not a quick 1 to 3 weeks of inpatient detox. Per the American Society of Addiction Medicine National Practice Guidelines, using medication for opioid withdrawal management is recommended over abrupt cessation of opioids. Abrupt cessation via detox may lead to strong cravings, which can lead to continued use and possible death. According to the National Institute on Drug Abuse, research shows that when treating addictions to opioids, medication should be the first line of treatment combined with some form of behavioral therapy or counseling. Detox is not the same as treatment and is not sufficient to help a person recover. These patients deserve to have access to current evidence-based treatment to help prevent relapse. According to the study by Smith, Barry, Keenan, and Ducray, lapse and relapse following inpatient treatment of opiate dependence, as many as 91% of those in recovery will relapse, and at least 59% of those will do so within the first week of sobriety, and 80% will relapse within a month after discharge from a detox program. According to the study by Chalana, Kundal, Gupta, and Malhari, predictors of relapse after inpatient opioid detox during 1-year follow-up, relapse rate after opioid detox is very high, with ranges from 72 to 88% after 12 to 36 months. One can only imagine the certainty of relapse for the individuals who decide to prematurely leave the detox program. So since detox alone has been proven to be inadequate treatment, why would a wealthy businessman who doesn't even live in Wilmington be so driven to put one in our hometown? According to estimates by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Administration, the market for addiction treatment is about $35 billion per year. Addiction treatment centers make enormous profits by simply funneling substance abusers through the ever-revolving door of detox without current evidence of effectiveness and with almost no federal, state, or municipal oversight. Family members are naturally eager to spend whatever money they have, and often money they don't, in desperate attempts to save loved ones from the harsh realities of substance abuse and addiction. Preying on this strong desire is the very real and profitable business of recovery. The estimated price range for a treatment plan is $15,000 to $26,000, which this is going to be a private pay for-profit facility. The proposed use of 362 Middlesex Avenue will not be beneficial to Wilmington residents struggling with opiate addiction. What is currently proposed is nothing more than ineffective treatment. I urge you to make an educated decision regarding the proposed use of 362 Middlesex Ave. Please vote to deny this special permit application. On couple things I wanted to add was, if there is an emergency, a medical emergency at this facility, they're gonna call 911, which is going to go to our EMS. Even if they have a private ambulance, they're gonna call 911. And I just think about what was all over Facebook and all over the internet yesterday about our town selectman, Ed Loud, who had cardiac arrest on December 1st. Time is muscle, is what we say in the cardiac world. So if our EMS is tied up at the detox facility, Ed Loud could potentially be dead. When you Google the Bay Cove in Stoughton, you do the Google image, and it is surrounded by greenery. I work at Mass General in the emergency room. We have security, multiple security, on site 24/7. Because patients with substance abuse can also have mental health illnesses and can become out of control. Also, for an LPN and 1 RN to have 12 acute care patients, I mean, the state just proposed a bill to decrease nurse-to-patient ratios. I mean, I can tell you that 12 patients, and I've been doing this a long time, acute care, I would refuse. I would actually refuse to take that many patients. And then finally, if somebody really wants this treatment, they can jump on that train at the North Wilmington train station, go right to North Station, walk over to Mass General, come into the emergency room, and we'll get you into the Bridge Clinic, where they actually used evidence-based practice to treat patients. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jenny Charbonnier. It's, sorry, I know, tell me if I need to speak up. A little bit. It's C-H-A-R, you got it. N-I-E-R, yeah, okay. All right, I live at 27 Shady Lane Drive. Sorry. I live at 27 Shady Lane Drive. Can you hear me better? Okay. I'm here basically just because I grew up in Wilmington. I've been here my whole life, and when my husband and I bought a house, we chose Wilmington again because it's such a well-run town. It's a good community. We chose our neighborhood. We chose our neighborhood because we wanted to have children, because this is such a family-friendly town. Now, I know it's been discussed already, but this facility, it's not okay for a couple of reasons. One, the safety. We've talked about that already. And another one, that it's just not in harmony with the neighborhood. I know you're all way more familiar with all of the zoning bylaws than I'll ever be, but it does bring out that according to the State Zoning Act and the Wilmington ZBA rules and regulations, that the applicant for the special permit needs to demonstrate that it's in harmony with the general purpose and the intent of the Wilmington zoning bylaw. So just to summarize just a couple of things real quick, it brings out there that we should have, it says to secure safety from fire, flood, panic, and other dangers. Again, this falls under the other dangers. There's no 100% guarantees. I'm a nurse as well. I work at Mass General. I've detoxed, I can't even tell you how many people over the last 12 years. And the likelihood that they'll want to accept a ride from somebody they're trying to get away from is probably not that likely. And again, individuals, they're allowed to check themselves out. It's their right, but they're allowed to check themselves out without any restrictions, monitoring, surveillance, and then even if the police are notified, we already discussed how it's already overburdened. What if somebody else needs a call and the police are following somebody around the neighborhood? How long are they going to follow them around the neighborhood for? There's so many red flags associated with this. Another point it made was to facilitate the adequate provision of transportation, water supply, drainage, sewage disposal, schools, parks, open space, and other public requirements. Now, I know the Board of Health has already approved the septic plan for the system, but under this regulation, it brings out that you do have a voice with regards to that. I submitted a letter, and there were two studies that were quoted in that. I'll just briefly say the United States Geological Survey brought up that in the New England septic network, numerous prescription pharmaceuticals and floor cleaner was found in the groundwater samples collected down gradient of a septic system from an extended healthcare facility. And again, the National Institute of Health indicate that primary treatment, similar to that of the on-site septic, it's not efficient at removal of this class of contaminants, and that a secondary treatment process is much more efficient. So I know that's already been approved, but it's something to seriously consider, especially since it's not, the data is emerging now because the opioid epidemic is getting worse, but again, the opioids, they're not going to be removed by the on-site system that's in place. Another point it just said was to conserve the value of land and buildings, including conservation of natural resources and the prevention of blight and pollution of the environment. So I know we had it quoted earlier, our home values are going to plummet. There's one study in the letter that I submitted to you. It brings out that our home values will decrease, they estimate, between 13 and 17%. That's an unfair burden to put on the families in our neighborhood. These are families. These are young families, and these are our homes. That's an unfair burden to place on us. Another point, it says to encourage the most appropriate use of all land and water resources throughout the town, including consideration of the recommendations of any special studies and master plans for the town. I think the master plan kind of has some mixed views on that, but as it stands right now, the master plan is very clear that this is supposed to be neighborhood businesses and mixed-use facilities. There's no other facility, business in our area that doesn't welcome people. And this place would be the exact opposite. Instead of welcoming people, you're prohibited for their safety. It's not in harmony. It's not in harmony with our neighborhood. And lastly, it brings out to preserve and enhance the development of the natural, scenic, and aesthetic qualities of the community. And it was kind of brought out, this is going to be a monstrosity. And the tree lines and all of that, it just doesn't fit. This is not in harmony with our neighborhood. I know you had mentioned you're the caboose, you're the end of the line. You're charged with the duty to rule on this. And I'm just sitting here, I'm begging you for so many different reasons. This is my family. These are my two little girls, and this is our home, and I'm just begging you, please, for those reasons. It's not in harmony with our neighborhood, and with the safety concerns, I should be able to take them outside. We're walking all the time. I mentioned we walk to Eli's, we get gumballs, I walk to my mom's house, we go up to the north to the school. We ride our bikes around the neighborhood, and I don't want to have to worry about them getting fentanyl patches stuck to their shoes and picking up syringes. It's not in harmony with the neighborhood. So I'm begging you to please deny this permit. Please deny this special permit for 362 Middlesex Ave. Thanks.
Bill Horan, 17 Oakdale Road. I'm here, I wanted a question about the impact of bringing in a transient population. Everything I've read says with that comes an increase in crime, primarily burglary, robbery, and panhandling. And with alcohol and drugs, that only spikes greater. What I'd like to know is what kind of security will be set up? Even if 1% of the 3,000 to 5,000 people that could possibly go through in the course of the year, people with no ties to Wilmington, that could be 30 to 50 incidents in our neighborhood in a year's time. way too much. So we need to see what more security can be permitted. We need actually to have this stopped altogether. Not only is it the neighborhood, it's the businesses there, Eli's, Pizza Mia, the gas stations, the Dunkin' Donuts, Reading Savings, all vulnerable. Even Mr. Nealon's own facilities are vulnerable. So in a way, we'd be saving him from himself if we could do this. So what I'm asking for the peace and for the harmony and safety of the neighborhood is to deny this application. Thank you.
My name is Sandra Fitzler, and I live at 195 Salem Street, and I'm going to give you a break. Fitzler. And I'm going to give you all a break. I just have a couple of questions. The first question relates to who pays for care in this facility?
Although people can pay privately, most of it's covered by insurance.
And can you tell me what type of insurance? Private insurance, Medicare, Medicaid?
In Massachusetts, most of the Medicaid market is handled by private insurance companies. MHP, Tufts has a piece of that. Allen has some, so that there's not a Medicaid pool anymore. It's actually going out and being managed by other insurance.
So no Medicare.
Medicare does cover it. I'm not sure we'll be able to take it.
Okay.
Medicare doesn't cover some outpatient treatments, but will cover inpatient as a medical necessity.
And the second question is clarification on how this facility is classified. Obviously not a nursing home if it doesn't take Medicare, right? All right, and a hospital, I don't think it's classified that way either.
The state license says that's an ATS or acute treatment, which basically Eric talked about. That's the detox piece, and there's also a CSS, which is the stabilization. So people do not go through detox and then walk out the door.
Okay, so are you subject to state and federal regulation and survey?
Yes.
And are you subject to complaint surveys?
Yes.
Thank you, that's all I want to know.
Department of Public Health and Facilities.
Okay, thank you.
And we get surveyed by not only by the Joint Commission, the Department of Public Health Bureau of Substance Abuse, and also the DEA.
Okay, thank you, that's all I needed, thank you.
Hi, my name is Kelly Richards. I live at 31 Shady Lane Drive. The last time I saw you, it was Valentine's Day, and now we're near Christmas, so it looks like we meet on holidays. A couple notes that I took while I was listening to the presentations, I'll get into in a second, but my education, my undergraduate degree is in business administration and psychology, and I started a master's program at Boston University in social work, which I stopped when we started to have a family. I only bring that up because through some of my classes, one of the topics that really stuck with me was a conversation about politics. And we were discussing the psychology behind how people choose certain candidates or will go towards certain beliefs. And they said that the number one thing was if people were provided less information. Because if you were provided more information, you could pick it apart. But if you provided just an overview, nobody would really think too much of it. And that really stuck with me, and it really makes me think more critically of politics on a national level, but now also on our local level with some of the things that I've seen. You know, like for example, in this situation, we've been given overviews quite a bit. Sometimes we didn't really know that it meant a lot or held a lot of weight. For example, the meeting back in September, we were presented with what was supposed to be a dialogue about the detox center. But to be honest, we were really bamboozled because what the point of that really was is to establish the fact that at 362 Middlesex Ave, this would be a use. However, we look at 3.4.6 under the zoning laws, and this use is defined as hospital and nursing home. Hospital, community health center, mental health, sanitarium, nursing, rest, or convalescent home. Do a search for Google. If you look up a detox center or a rehab center, you're going to get a whole bunch of results. Convalescent or nursing home, on the flip side, will bring you up with places for your elderly parents. That's what that is. It's a place of rest. I'll go into that shortly. But I also want to bring up the fact that I like Shark Tank. I think, have many of you watched that show? I hope so, because anyone who would come up and present something to Shark Tank, and if they said, gee, I don't know how many people are going to go there per year. I really can't tell you that. The Shark Tank people will say, get out of here. I'm not going to invest with you. You think that they don't know how many people are going to go through this facility per year? Give me a break. You know what? I just sat down there. Before coming to the meeting, we have been given various numbers of how many people are going to flow through this facility per year. I did some basic averages, and based on the original information that they gave us, I came up with 4,500 people going through the facility per year. You know why they don't want to say that publicly? Because that's a big number. But 48 beds sounds small. We don't realize the ramifications that, okay, I do like math. So let's say, for example, if I want to give them a little more, leeway in terms of averaging things out now based on the information they gave today, 12 beds. Let's say they stay an average of 5 days. At 32 beds, they stay an average of 10 days. I'm being very generous because this doesn't account for people that walk in there and walk out the door. I'm not accounting for people who stay 1 day or 2 days even. So that will give us 2,044 people per year. That's 5.6 people in and out per day. I'm also thinking to myself, you know what? These numbers are wrong. The traffic numbers are wrong. Out of all the calculations they gave us, are you kidding me? 5.6 people per day. And then they also said there's going to be self-help groups, which aren't accounted for, family counseling, which isn't accounted for, drivers in and out of this facility, which isn't accounted for, ambulances, which isn't accounted for, and other emergency services. In Stoughton, Andrew House? Is that Andrew House? Because I would like to point out to you the fact that, interestingly enough, in Canton, Massachusetts, a 48-bed detox facility has been proposed abutting a residential neighborhood there. The Zoning Board of Appeals denied it. And one of the people that went to their zoning board meeting and they spoke about it, they referenced Stoughton. And they said, look to Stoughton. They have the detox facility, which is a private pay for-profit facility like this one, and the police are called there constantly. It's riddled with problems. I brought up their reviews. Let's see what some people from Stoughton said about it, the 1- and 2-star rating that it receives. Patients were smoking and using drugs. I left due to there being drugs in the unit, then tried to check back in, but was denied treatment. They blamed myself having anxiety and that I would be better off in a dual diagnosis. Thank you for all the help. You should be ashamed. Another person, someone was smoking cigarettes in the building and you rounded up 10 people and threw them out at the train. No money, no phone, no transportation. Hello. Nothing. My God, where is your humanity? I understand there are rules, but mine was sleeping, and you dropped my child without help. You wouldn't even let them make a phone call. You may help some people, but for the 10 that you did not help today. Okay, those are just a couple notes, and I had just a few more things to say. I also would like to say that I really wholly, fully support people who are recovering from addiction. My opinion about this location and this facility has nothing to do with individuals with this disease and their intrinsic value. I think especially on Facebook, that's been confused a lot. So, at any rate, I ask that you deny the applicant's proposal to create a substance abuse detox facility at 362 Middlesex Avenue. These are the following reasons you should deny it. It's not a by right use. It is not harmonious to the neighborhood. Regarding point 1, the most decisive point that merits your attention is the letter submitted by our lawyer from Hinckley Allen. Please read it. As a quick review, she She provided a legal basis by which the special permit should be denied for many reasons, including that a substance abuse detox facility is not a use within this zone. The petitioner is suggesting that a substance abuse detox facility falls under the same use as convalescent or nursing home. As you know, under the classification for land uses for this property under 3.4.6, substance abuse detox centers are not listed at all. And we know that detox centers are vastly different from convalescent and nursing homes. A substance abuse detox has its own specific requirements under the Department of Public Health regulations that appear nowhere in the town's bylaws, including 24/7 medical supervision and medical services for opioid treatment. These requirements transcend so far beyond the furnishing of lodging, meals, nursing care that are characteristic of the definition of nursing or convalescent home. There is no relevant case law where a court has deemed a substance abuse detox facility to be a nursing home. You can use that when you deny this application. Nor was there any effort to account for MMID facilities when the town last codified the bylaws. On September 21st of this year, I emailed our town manager, Jeff Hull, to ask how frequently our bylaws are updated. He said, Ms. Richards, bylaws are subject to review every 10 years by a bylaw subcommittee. That process started last year. Had the drafters of the bylaw wanted to include an MMID or substance abuse detox facility within the definition of nursing or convalescent home, they could have and they would have, but they didn't. Furthermore, our bylaw is a prohibitive bylaw. What does that mean? It means the intent of the bylaw is to prohibit any use which is not specifically permitted herein. Fortunately, in December 2017, we as a town changed the zoning. It's now included in our bylaws, and the town of Wilmington is no longer being discriminatory towards these facilities. When talking about the proposed substance abuse detox facility, most people easily recognize the need for this facility, but they also realize the massive problems with putting it at 362 Middlesex. Do you mind? Intuitive knowledge like that is simply common sense. Here are a few reasons why this proposal violates basic common sense and the harmonious nature espoused in our zoning bylaws. Any type of 24-hour per day, 7-day-a-week medical facility is unsuited near residents, flat out. The noise, traffic, and crime and volume of people is not harmonious to a neighborhood. Due to the cul-de-sac, this monster building is pushed to the back of the property and will literally tower over residences, violating every sense of privacy they have in their homes. Much like this. How's that feel? Good? There is no other 24/7 business positioned next to a residential neighborhood like this in all of Wilmington. The design of this building is so specific and limited in terms of use that you would create a hardship building if approved. One of the members of the the planning board, I believe, called it a white elephant. Given the disease, putting a fragile patient near a liquor store, a bar, and a Dunkin' Donuts, I learned this, that a Dunkin' Donuts single-use bathroom is a trigger for individuals suffering with opioid addiction because they're looking for some place to use, and it sets the patient up for relapse. And then there's the train. There are a lot of problems with the septic, which I know that that's done and over with, but they approved this at a nursing home flow rate, not a medical center flow rate. There are a lot of problems with the soil. The soil's never held the septic well. And, you know, I'm not 100% sure on this, but someone said that opioid and benzo discharge under Massachusetts law is considered industrial waste, and therefore septic systems are not applicable to be used. They're supposed to actually be contained in different units and disposed of properly. Not to mention the property values. This proposed facility is exclusionary. It's a for-profit private pay business, and many insurances may not be accepted. Patients can leave whenever they want. Okay, I'm wrapping it up, but one last point. This is like a hotel. So back to the numbers. We talked about how many people would be coming through. As we expand the population of Wilmington, we can literally expect more crime. We can actually calculate it and count on it. Statista is a company which enables users to make informed decisions based on statistics. Using their data, we can reliably predict and account for each type of crime as a percentage of the population. The types of crimes we're looking at here are property crimes, larceny, theft, burglary, violent crime, aggravated assault, motor vehicle theft, robbery, and murder in order of the top crimes being listed first. So, as a direct result of this facility with 4,500 population increase in Wilmington, in general, we could roughly expect about 320 more crimes per year in Wilmington.
You know, I'm gonna stop you here, ma'am. You know, this is exactly the type of thing that I said many times, including at the beginning of this meeting. We can't be considering it. We can't be considering anecdotal advice. You're talking about an application that's gonna result in murder. I mean, that's so speculative. It's not fair to the applicant.
It's based on population.
All right, I'll let you go on.
Okay.
I'll let you go on at length. I'll let you go really on.
Okay.
And I'm gonna stop you here, because now you're getting to the point where I think you're being unfair to the applicant. When you're starting to say that a use is going to result in murder, I think that's a little bit too much.
Well, actually, that's not a high percentage crime on the
Ma'am,
list.
I'm ruling that out of order. If you have another issue you want to get into.
I just have one final thing to wrap up. Given the potential severe negative impacts for Wilmington residents, it's clear that it's a moral decision today. Would you rather help some while you hurt others? It makes no sense. We want help for everyone. With this proposal, all the benefit would fall on Mr. Nealon, and all of the burden and suffering would fall on Wilmington. Mr. Nealon wants profit and accepts no responsibility for his facility. In fact, in his own words, he states, when patients leave, it'll be Wilmington Police's problem. I urge this board to protect the rights and safety of Wilmington residents. Please do not continue this meeting. I urge you to take a vote this evening and vote against this proposal. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Hi, Steve DeMarco, 25 Oakdale Road. I have a question for you guys. I don't know if there's anything such like a court-ordered detox. Is there anything such as that? And if there is, will this place be accepting these people?
There is, and we're not.
You're not accepting them? Okay, that's it.
Mike Shea, 31 Park Street. When this ball first got rolling, and Mr. Kyra and Mr. Ray were standing in this room, I think it was this same exact room, it was said that 4 to 7 beds were going to be...
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. We didn't get your name and address for the record.
Michael Shea, 31 Park Street.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Well, when Mr. Kyra and Mr. Ray were in this room, when this ball first got rolling, it was said that there was going to be like 4 to 7 beds for Wilmington residents. Those are the numbers that I seem to remember. Now it's down to 0. And the last time that we were here, I asked this gentleman here a question, and I'd like to see if it's ever been answered, which is, I don't have the type of insurance that's going to afford me this luxury of being able to go to this detox, should I submit to or fall under the disease of opiate addiction or alcohol addiction or whatever. And I asked the man, if I went knocking on the door, are they going to let me in, and are they going to service me?
The answer is yes, but I'm going to wait for Mr. Mayor to come back because he has that answer. 100%. I'm
Free to go to the restaurant. Sir, we'll retain your question, and we'll ask it, and we'll get it on the record when he returns.
Okay. Another question. When Mr. Lepore was speaking regarding the traffic, the attorney called this gentleman the smartest man in the room. I'd like to know what his qualifications are that make him the smartest man in the room. Only to traffic, that's not what you said at the time, but regarding traffic. What are your qualifications regarding traffic?
I have a BS in civil engineering from Northeastern Engineering. I have been practicing and preparing traffic impact and access studies as my primary form of employment for the past 30-plus years. I am a member of the Institute of Transportation Engineers. I am the current secretary of the New England District of the ITE. And I'm a registered professional traffic engineer in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
And who's paying you?
I'm paid by the applicant.
By the applicant. I would suggest that the town go the extra mile and do their own survey.
We'll discuss
Look
that.
towards that.
Well, we're going to discuss it, and while you're there, if you want to address your previous question, the gentleman's return. So.
Most indigents in Massachusetts are able to get health insurance now. That's the whole plan, actually, that Governor Romney put in years ago. Most indigent people in Massachusetts are able to sign up for health insurance now through the Commonwealth Care Act. And
I'm not indigent, I just don't have that type of insurance.
We will have some beds available. We are going to give back 10% free service.
I mean, sir, I don't know if you want to expose your private information to the entire crowd, but I mean, you're asking him to just directly address your specific issue. Without knowing what it is, I think he might be at a handicap. So if you want to put your life out there, knock yourself out, maybe he can help you. But I mean, he can't guess it. He can't guess what kind of insurance.
I'm not asking for any help. I'm saying, should I need help?
Right. And what's your situation so we can address as to whether they can help you or not, or if you needed it.
Well, like I said, I explained that. Say if I fall under the clutches of alcoholism or opiate addiction, and I come knocking on the door and say, I don't have insurance, but I need help. I need help right now. Before it was made sound like you were going to have not you, this was Mr. Ray and Mr. Kyra when they first presented this. It was for the good of the Wilmington people, and Wilmington community was going to benefit from this.
I don't know if you were here earlier, sir, but I directly asked this gentleman the question as to whether there would be a Wilmington preference, and he indicated there would be a Wilmington preference for every open bed.
For every open bed. That's much different than it was posed the last time.
Well, I'm telling you what I asked him today. That's all I can say.
No.
Well, that's what I asked the gentleman today, and that's what he said.
So at the planning board, the planning board, what was said?
I wasn't at the planning board. I can't comment as to that. I've had this issue. I brought it up at the very first informational meeting that we had months ago, February, whenever it was. I was told that I would get that information. I asked the question again, and the gentleman was fairly unequivocal because I asked it very directly. And I said, if there is an open bed, will Wilmington residents that have a need get that priority for that open bed? Every single one. He said yes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. So I don't know how much clearer you want to get. He says if there's an open bed and there's a Wilmington resident that wants it, they're going to
Well, that's completely different than it was going to benefit. If there's an open bed, that's not good enough. That's not the way it was posed in the first time around. It was saying this was going to benefit the people of Wilmington.
Sir, you can't get much better than having a priority on any single open bed, every single one.
An open bed.
Right. Well, they're not going to kick somebody out.
No. So I'm going to die in the street, is what you're saying.
All right.
No, I think he was saying that if he didn't have insurance, would he still be able to go to facilities, a Wilmington resident?
We are dedicating 10% of our bed days to indigent patients. Any indigent patient.
Of which Wilmington would have the top priority.
Absolutely.
All right, going on to trees, right? 30 years ago, we had a train station come in town, and someone stood up and said, what about those ugly silos? You're saying you're going to beautify the town, and one of our representatives, who will remain nameless, stood up and said, no, we're going to plant trees, and there's going to be big, beautiful trees blocking those silos. They're still not there, you know, and that was a promise. That was something that was said at a meeting similar to this, and it was stated by a very respected member of our community, and those trees still aren't there. Another issue, these guys are taking the hit. This guy, my heart bleeds for you, pal. 30 years ago, we stood before the planning board, and they promised that the subdivision that was going in my backyard had a special...
I'm ruling this out. You're bringing up issues that have to do with projects that are wholly unrelated to what we have here today. It's just not germane. I'm ruling it out of order. If you want to talk about this particular application, have at it. But you're talking about stuff that happened 30 years ago, trees that should have been planted.
Broken promises is what I'm talking about.
All right, but you know what? This gentleman
Broken promises.
Yeah, but these folks didn't break them. So be fair. If you have a question that pertains to this project and these applicants, please ask it. But I'm not going to let you sit here and go through the history of Wilmington and every broken promise that has been made, because that's not fair to them. So, sir, if you have a question, address it to them.
No.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas, and everybody should watch It's a Wonderful Life, because you're turning this place into Pottersville, if you allow this. And it's not fair to this guy in particular. And that's what I was trying to get. I'm a victim like him of the planning board dropping the ball in my situation. They promised downspouts, gutters, and leaders that wouldn't flood out my house. Now I've lost value in my home.
You're out of order, sir. I'm asking you to sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Remember that. Watch It's a Wonderful Life.
You're out of order, sir. I'm asking you to sit down.
Hi, my name is Debbie Randall. I live at 3 Oak Ridge Circle Extension. I grew up in East Cambridge, and I told my husband that I would not have children and raise them in Cambridge or in the city. So in 1987, we bought our first home up on Miller Road, which is the next block over here. Lovely home, and we had 2 beautiful daughters. We outgrew that home, and in 1994, we had the home that we currently live in on Oak Ridge Circle Extension, built from the ground up. I currently own that house outright, and I hate to say it, that after living here for 32 years in this lovely town, if this detox thing goes down, I am going to sell my house and get the hell out of here, because this is turned into a damn city, and it's really sickening. I have 2 daughters, and my grandson came home with a note for me to bring pictures of my 3 lovely grandchildren that are living in this town, and I hate to have to say it, they're moving too. This is my little 5-year-old grandson. I want him to live in the town that Wilmington was, not what it's becoming, a city, where it's not even safe to let your children go outside and play.
Jeff Wood, 18 Frederick Drive. 18 Frederick Drive. So my first question is for Mr. Bobrowski. When the last meeting you were at, you took pages and pages of notes. You said the next time you came back, which would be tonight, you would have answers to all those questions. As a group, we had that whole thing transcribed so we know all the questions. Are you prepared to give us all the answers?
Well, Mr. Mayor is here to do that, and he certainly covered the vast majority of them. There were questions on things like cafeteria, deliveries, food service. Under the circumstances, I did not prod him to testify in that direction.
I'd be glad to.
But he'd be glad to.
Okay. So is this the type of stuff that you also want to have? Because it was at your meeting that he took all those.
I hate to sound like this, but I guess I have to rule on it as they come. But if you want to ask this gentleman a series of questions and he's prepared and qualified to answer it, then sure, that's what this is for. But if there's something that you ask that's going to be out of line, I'll let you know.
Okay.
In terms of the food service, the original plans were to use an outside service and delivery. when I came involved in this project, I feel that mealtime is a critical time in a recovery setting. And said I want to have meals served in there, I want a kitchen in there, I want a dining room that has round tables that gets people talking to each other, and it's part of recovery. So if there was something said in an earlier meeting, that was the original plan, to have a food service and bring the food in. I said, I don't want that. And in talking with it, the principals agreed with me, and we would have a kitchen and kitchen staff and meals served that way.
Right, so for a meeting that you weren't at, September 25th, 2017, when we were first presented all of this, the person before you stated all of that it would be a cafeteria, so you two are in sync on that. But it goes to one of the other questions earlier, which is, we had zoning for hospitals and nursing homes. They're a hybrid that have fallen in the middle based on requirements that other boards are allowing. So they should have followed the septic system for a hospital based on the amount of beds, based on the traffic that's going through there, and based on a full-size cafeteria. And that's something that, was allowed to pass through at nursing home status or, conditions or whatever else. Based on the fact that you're the caboose, you're saying that you have no way to overrule the fact that they're not following either one of those requirements.
Counsel?
So, as the special permit granting authority, the board could consider specific evidence of whether there's going to be contamination of groundwater. They can't revisit what, they don't have the authority of the Board of Health, which permits septic systems, and they can't overrule the Board of Health. If there was specific evidence that there was going to be a particular danger to public health, they could retain a peer review engineer or scientist to give them expert testimony about that issue. But they can't speculate about whether, they can't assume based on anecdotal testimony from abutters, however well researched, that there's going to be that kind of danger. Right. They can't base a decision based on that type of speculation, whether it's public safety or traffic or anything else. Any decision they make is likely to be challenged, and in the future, if it's a denial, they would have to back it up with expert testimony, not speculation.
Excellent. So, since you're already going to contemplate having a peer review of the traffic study, I think you should have a peer review as to why this facility with a full cafeteria and all the laundry requirements and everything else and all the toilets and everything else that goes along with a large facility like this, I think needs to have a hospital septic system. So we should have an expert come in and talk to that. The state of Massachusetts has a reason for having septic systems big enough for hospitals, and if they fall into that criteria, and I think they do, that's what we should take a look at. So, well, I mean, that's just one point.
After we've gone through the folks that want to speak, and by the way, I see you, ma'am. I know you've spoken before. I'm not going to say you can't, but I'm going to let anybody who hasn't speak first. But once we go through it, I'll kick it to the board. If the board thinks we need some additional information, you know, I can't speak for myself. I can't speak for the board. I can only speak for myself.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
But so, I will say that once we go through this, if this case, if we do continue this hearing, I'm going to limit any further public comment to the issues that we're continuing it for, because I can't let folks get up and go and have hours and hours saying the same thing over and over at every meeting. So if we do decide to continue it to get some type of a peer review, and I'm not saying we will, I'm going to really have a tight rein on the public comment as to the issues that we've continued to discuss.
I agree. I personally agree. I don't know about everybody else.
I mean, you know,
right.
Everyone's. I've given everybody a good shot to voice themselves, and that's good. That's what I want to do. Right. But I also want to make sure that we keep things moving in fairness to the applicant and everybody else too.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm not going to hold up the meeting for all the stuff, and I know you did answer a lot of the questions. I was just kind of hoping for the fact you took all those notes. I kind of thought we would get a writing back as to all those answers, right? I mean, we can all go over it verbally, and we can transcribe this like we've transcribed so many other meetings, but I expected it to be concise.
To be honest with you, I did not know Mr. Mayor at the time.
Mhm.
And when I interviewed him in my office, he can show you the list that I prepared. It's 2 pages long. And when I met him in my office, I said, this is the man to come and explain it. And I think it's a more sensitive way to do it than to hand in a writing. There's certainly a tape of the meeting, so his comments can be verified against watching that tape. And I think he's done a good job of explaining most, if not all, of the things that were on that check.
Okay. So the other thing from going to all the meetings since last September is the fact that, and you've heard this from multiple people tonight, we keep hearing different answers to the same questions that we always ask. So how are you guys going to bring that into to the decision that you need to make? Clearly, there are different answers to the same question. You've heard some people say that tonight.
Well, all I can do, again, I'm only speaking for myself, but if we decide to move forward and someone makes a motion to approve a permit, everything that I'm concerned about, I would make a condition of the permit. So it's in writing. So I don't know, you know, things were talked about Wilmington preferences and whether they were or they weren't. You know, I would consult with council and make sure that the conditions that I want to see are made part of the application, of the special permit. That's all I can say. I can't speak to what happened at every other meeting. You know, I have a hard enough time getting through my own meetings. I don't go to all of them, so.
Okay. So a few years ago, a special permit was denied based on needing modest safeguards for the residents, and also being worried about the potential property damage, and that was for the carnival. Now, that was something that was going to be fully staffed by the Wilmington Police Department, tens of thousands of dollars of overtime, and there were really strict concessions put into that around lighting, around noise, around hours, around the fact that none of the people that ran the rides could stay in this town. And as somebody said to you earlier, and something I think they definitely should have known, you're talking about potentially 4,500 to 5,000 people are going to rotate through this neighborhood every single year. And there's no safeguards. There's nothing, right? We've already heard tonight, and we've heard in multiple meetings, they can't stop anybody from leaving. And we're not going to be notified on every single one of them. And we're going to have...
Hold on, that's not necessarily so. I mean, I had brought up again earlier tonight, whether if somebody were to check themselves out before the period of rehabilitation is over, whether we would be notified as a community, and the applicant has indicated that they're not adverse to that, they're going to make sure that it passes federal and state law, muster. But I believe that it's probably something that could be waived by a resident, inmate, or whatever you want to call them, patients, right? I think it could be, but again, I'm going to leave that up to the applicant, but he's acknowledged a readiness to do that.
Right, he's going to check that out. And do you really believe that a Massachusetts court or even the U.S. Supreme Court is going to say that somebody who comes in under the influence of opioid addiction or alcohol addiction, they'll sign anything to get in the door, right? Do you think that's really going to hold up?
I can't telegraph how a court is going to rule. I do know that if someone makes a waiver, a release, that it carries weight. I mean, if you want to get into a specific thing or whether they were high when they came in, I mean, look, we're speculating.
Right, I agree with you, but
all I know is that the applicant has acknowledged a willingness to do whatever they can do under the law to notify the town if someone bails.
Okay.
That's all I can do.
Well, okay.
I mean, I'm not Nostradamus. I can't predict everything that's going to happen. Nobody here can. But we have an applicant who has indicated a willingness to do exactly what you and I both want to happen.
Right, so he said he would check it out. So if he comes back and says no.
No, he said he would do it if he's allowed to by law.
Right, so.
That's all
so I just want to make sure.
If he can't, then this is a moot conversation. If he can't do it, if it's illegal,
right,
then everything I'm asking is moot anyway.
Right. But you're going to, because you're asking him to do that, you're going to, if he says, I can't do it, it's illegal. you're going to certainly weigh that as a board as to the decision, knowing full well that people can check themselves out and we would not know anything about it.
I mean, I'm
If
going
we-
to take everything into consideration.
Right.
I'm not going to have you pigeonhole me as what I'm going to do. Nobody knows what I'm going to do. I'm going to hear everything.
So
And then
why-
I'm going to make a decision after I hear everything.
Why ask them the question? Why even push
Because
them in
that's
that
part of
direction?
something I'm concerned about.
Okay,
I'm a holistic kind of guy.
all right. So the other thing, since day one, we've all said, after we were educated that night, that a detox center was absolutely needed. We've all supported that. What we don't support is the location. Mr. Nealon owns land out in the highway industrial. I think he wanted to do this for all the right reasons. I just don't understand why he didn't start 15 months ago. He could have gone out to highway industrial, or maybe, you know, after the December 16th meeting, he could have gone out there, and he could have already been doing it. I really feel he's had the option to go somewhere else in this town with full support, and he hasn't done it. So I just, I really feel that with all these people here, come to all these different meetings, everybody saying the same thing. The town needs it, but not here. It's just too dangerous to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Ethan Sawyer, 58 Lawrence. Ethan. Yep. So I think the first thing that I wanted to comment on was the traffic study. I think Mr. Lepore made an excellent point. You know, and what I heard was I didn't hear him questioning the, you know, authority of the person who did the calculations so much as the quality of the data, you know, that was provided to him. I'm sure that mathematically he got everything correct. You know, listen, and I think that data was probably provided by someone different than Mr. Mayer or Meyer. And so I guess I would ask about the traffic study, you know, if based on the information that you heard today, did it sound like there were different numbers than what you did your calculations on?
For the most part, good question. For the most part, I had the same numbers. I did hear a couple of things, the counseling in the evenings and so forth, but that sounded to me like that would be outside the peak hours. It may increase the daily numbers a little bit that's coming into and out of the facility, but it didn't sound like anything would, A, negatively impact my findings, or the actual number crunching itself, so to speak.
And then I guess, I mean, I know that certainly I don't know, and I'm not sure if anyone else here does know, like at what level, you know, what numbers could come back that would rise to the level of being a concern or something that would be problematic. You know, because I don't know if these numbers are significantly different to the point that it might rise to that level with the new data.
Oh, you would have to have a substantially larger project. I mean, the numbers we're talking about, based on the information I was giving, and I'd have to check to see whether or where the source was. I just don't have the information with me.
Sure.
It would require a much larger facility to have a really much negative impact and create operational issues at our driveway.
Okay.
My error, that I didn't mention the evening AA and NA meetings. But I do want to be clear, we're not having open AA and NA meetings at this facility. What we're talking about is 3 to 4 people who come in to run a meeting. There'll be 1 to 2 cars coming in. It's not like we're having an open meeting. You see it in most churches and things. This is what's called an institutional meeting, and people are assigned and they come and do the group. And that was my error. I didn't mention it when we went through all the staffing and admissions and discharges.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess, you know, like Kelly, I came up with a different number for, I think that you had said, you know, basically 2 people leaving, with the traffic study, it was 2 people leaving, 2 people coming in, you know, as far as new patients, but it did sound like it was more like 5 per day. And then I had heard at one of the meetings that there was going to be, that the facility would be made available to the town, you know, specifically the Substance Abuse Coalition. You know, we have, and so I don't think that we've accounted for any of those meetings and what she may or may be doing over there and how that space may be used. So, you know, I think it's not so much a matter of the calculations being wrong, you know, as the data input is probably a lot different, or at least is different now than what it was. So I think it supports the fact that maybe we should do another traffic study. So then the next questions that I had were really geared more towards the program director. You know, and I guess the specific question that I had was Mayflower recovery. It sounds like, you know, some of the provisions of the special permit are going to be tied to the organization itself that's actually running the program, but I don't know that that has been formally legally established yet. I mean, I haven't been able to find anything.
I don't know that either.
Okay. I mean, so we have no ability to tie anything to the business. You know, you kind of said you can't tie it to the individual. If we tie it to bettering, I mean, I don't know if that makes sense or not, but we certainly can't tie it to an organization that does not exist yet.
I will say that all the applications for licensure to the state, that is all part of that. Whether we have all that information yet is sort of somebody else's part of the application, but it has to be part of the application before we get licensed.
Sure. Yeah, it just makes it difficult to put any conditions on the special permit. And I guess, you know, to the licensing as well.
I've just been told that there's a legal entity called Mass Detox LLC.
Okay. Okay. And I think that was the one that originally had Mr. Ray listed on that. So I guess that's probably changed then. But so that would be the entity that Mr. Mayor would be the director of, I assume?
I think he's, I don't think he's listed as a director. I think he's a manager.
I would be the executive director hired by the.
Okay. And then like doing business as?
It's a corporate, it's an LLC in the Secretary of State's appropriations.
Sure.
So you can just punch it in line.
No, that.
The whole thing was just fine.
Okay, but it's not Mayflower Recovery.
No, but I'm told that is the technical name. The actual name is Mass Detox LLC.
Mass Detox LLC. Okay. And then the only other thing, well, let me just look at my notes. Oh, right, you had mentioned licensure. I didn't know if you had started the licensure process yet, filed a notice of intention to file license with the BSAS. And it was specifically, as you said, there's the acute treatment, the ATS, MMID, medically monitored, yeah. And no other, well, I guess, oh, right, you said there's the two different ones, okay. And so that would be through the Mass Detox corporate entity, that licensure? Okay. And then also, you said 12 acute care beds, 32 transitional care program beds. That's 44. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay. That's fine. Thank you. Okay. I think that was the only questions that I had for you. And then, I guess to the zoning board itself, I think Mr. Bobrowski had submitted something into record that you didn't read. I didn't know what that was in regards to, or if it was significant, or what that.
It was a 1.5-page memo in which I took the criteria for the special permit in section 10.4.
Okay.
And I took the 3 separate criteria, reprinted them verbatim, and then made a couple of comments in way of summary.
Okay. And will that be something that will be posted just in case we want to comment on that if it's.
It's part of the record, right, Tony? It's
I mean,
you can come to, I don't know if it'll be posted. I mean, if we start posting everything we get,
No,
it's
no,
gonna get
I get
ridiculous.
it. It's just.
But if you wanted to come to town hall.
Okay.
And you wanted to look at the jacket and see whatever was filed by the applicant, you're more than
Sure.
welcome to.
Okay, yeah, just to make sure that we had a chance to comment on it.
You
That
can
was
come
all.
to town hall and
Okay.
open file.
Great. And then I wanted to ask if, before you right now, you already have printed up a draft decision with any, or if you have any proposed.
No, well, no, I haven't. No,
I
mean-
didn't know if there were any conditions that you were already, you know, looking at.
Sir, you see what's going on here, right? This is like a wild freight train. I mean, we are not in any position to have walked into this meeting with a decision typed up. I mean, this is like, I don't know what kind of conspiracy theory there might be out there,
no
but I mean, like,
conspiracy, just,
I don't even know the answers to some of the questions that my other board members have. So how
Sure.
could we have a decision ready?
I have no idea.
We don't.
I don't know what I don't know, so the only thing I can do is ask.
And I'm letting you,
I'm not
letting you know
assuming that you do have it, I'm just
sometimes
assuming I have no idea.
Sir, I will tell you, sometimes if somebody comes to us with a relatively straightforward special permit to put a porch on their house, and it looks like it's nothing really radical, maybe Tony comes with a decision that says, we've approved it. If we don't, I've seen her rip it up before.
Yeah.
But something like this, I guarantee you, there is not an approval waiting for a signature.
That's fine. I just want to make sure we have an opportunity to see and comment on everything. That's all.
That's what this
Yeah,
is.
and I appreciate it. Then, so, I guess that really kind of addresses my last questions, which is, or comment, which is just that I would hope that everyone would take the time, because I know that we did obviously present quite a significant number of hours of talking, and then in addition, a lot of paperwork, and just making sure that everyone on the board takes the time to read
Sir,
through
we're
it all.
going on 6 hours, and I haven't seen a men's room. We're taking some time.
Yeah.
Okay?
So.
And I've had.
And with the decision, and because I think that the letter that we submitted, the 5-page letter, it's pretty clear that the decision has to be to deny it. Thank you.
Definitely a problem with Tully, yeah. My name is Karen West. I live at 2 Birchwood Road in Wilmington. I'm also co-owner of West Real Estate in Wilmington. I have 24 years' experience in the business and almost 26 years living here in town. Our decision to move to Wilmington for me was I wanted a small town with a small town feel and safety. Place where I could raise my kids, feel comfortable walking down the street, going out at Halloween in the dark, where I wouldn't have to worry about my kids stepping on a needle or coming across something that they shouldn't be coming across. In my professional opinion, I feel this facility should not be allowed to be built. The property values, in my opinion, will decrease in the general area. I base this opinion on many years of selling properties and working with buyers and buyers' agents, and getting to know the buyer's fears, and after you've been doing it a while, you kind of know the questions that are going to come up. And one of them is, how safe is my family going to be moving into the neighborhood that I'm thinking of moving into? So, all of you own homes now, but take yourself back when you had young kids. Would you rather buy a home in a neighborhood such as the Shady Lane area that does not abut a detox facility, or in the same exact type of neighborhood without one? And I think I know the answer to that. You'd want the safety of an area where you wouldn't have to worry about any potential crime or issues that could come up with that type of establishment. We need them, yes, but not so close to where your kids are going to be playing and running around and doing whatever, which is what kids are supposed to do. As a buyer agent, it's their job to get the best possible deal at the best possible price for the buyer. Right? That is a standard line 101 real estate if you're a buyer agent. Okay? In doing so, buyer agent would surely explain to them that the detox facility is being built or has been built near the home that they are considering purchasing, and the buyer would have to consider the inherent risks, probably talking to their family, talking to their friends, maybe even talking to the neighbors, all right? And more than likely, they're going to prey on the fact that the homeowner wants out. They're scared and they want out, much as what you've heard here tonight. They're going to run, and buyers are going to flee in and get that home at a reduced price. And once that happens, an appraiser is going to come in and appraise the next home and the next home. They're going to get their data off of the MLS, Multiple Listing Service, and other various entities, but the MLS, which is what the National Association of Realtors used to find out that the homes did take a decrease of upwards of 13% when a residential home is faced with the detox center. So those homes, they're not coming up with these numbers off a whim. They're coming off of steadfast, hard data that appraisers are using and realtors are using. Buyers are going to have a going-in attitude that they're the ones that are taking the risk and purchasing the home in the area because you want to get out of here. So, great. In a downward market, right, a realtor will say to a homeowner, well, you're going to sell your house at a lower price, but you know what? The ratio is there, and you're going to buy your house at a lower price as well. These people are going to sell their house at a lower price and still have to face a very high market trying to buy a home of their dreams that they had to run from or leave. I shouldn't say run from, but they left because they were afraid. And they're going to have to go try and find something, stretch their dollar even thinner because someone allowed something into a neighborhood that shouldn't have been there. It's just not a good area. I strongly urge you to consider the consequences of the actions that are going to be taken here and how it's going to affect everyone in this room, everyone who was here, the crowds that were at the doors. You couldn't even get in the room earlier from the people that were so concerned and so heartened that they don't want to lose everything that they've built up. You know, they built their family here. They don't want to lose that. They don't want to have to leave. I wouldn't want to have to leave. I want to be able to continue to walk my neighborhood, take my friends and my kids around, my friends' kids around at Halloween and not worry about them stepping on a needle as they walk through the streets. Again, the facility is a great idea. It's just not the location for it, and I think you've heard that loud and clear. Lastly, think about the kids as they're growing up. We all tell our kids that we want them to grow up with the confidence and independence to be able to handle themselves in the real world. But you have a 10, 12, 14-year-old kid living in that neighborhood. Do you really think that their parents are going to feel safe telling them, sure, go out and walk all the way to Eli's, past that detox facility? They're not. And then that part of their advancement will be stunted, and that's not fair. It's not fair to turn around and tell the families that have lived in this neighborhood, I don't care if you've lived there a month or a year or 25 years or 50 years. You should not have to bear that type of a burden because a for-profit entity wants to come in, make their money, and go. I mean, they're saying, no, it's only 48 beds. if they hold to the just 4 cars coming in and out, that's 1,460 cars a year. And we all know that it isn't going to just be that amount of cars. You're going to have people that say, you know what, I'm out of here in the short term, and they're going to bring in someone else. That's another car. You're going to have another guy that comes in and leaves the next day. And it's great. And I think you guys are great that you're saying, you know, if we can give Wilmington residents priority, we will. Parents, take a good look at your kids. God forbid your child ran into a drug or alcohol problem. Would you really want them rehabbing in the very town that they got the problem? I know every statistic I have read has said you try and distance your kids or the person from the problem. Distance them. That doesn't mean putting them right into the same location where they got the problem to begin with. They know where to get the drugs if they decide to leave. They know where to get the alcohol if they decide to leave. And anyone can say, you know, they have no money if they leave, they can't get to the alcohol. VFW is across the street. Guaranteed the VFW will not allow them into that building to buy a drink. Wait till the doors are closed and the lights are out and the windows get broken. Please consider the consequences of the actions you're taking tonight. I've been a realtor in the town for 25 years. National Association of Realtors does not come up with these numbers lightly, and they're very careful when they present them. I'm not trying to scare anyone. It's not a tactic I like to do. But the facts and the figures are out there. Upwards of 13% decrease in property value.
Right
Thank
now,
you.
ma'am, thank you. Just, it's becoming repetitive. Thank you, though.
Jackie Ribeiro, 2 Judith Road. First, I'd like to say that it's a wonderful idea. I commend you for that, but I don't agree with the location. But I did want to, I appreciate Mr. Mayor's agreeing to, you know, have them sign some kind of agreement that we could notify the police when they leave, or, you know, if they leave before they've completed the program. But I, you know, in that light, I would like to point out a couple of months ago, it was in the Wilmington police log that this very thing happened. So a patient left against medical advice.
Hold on, I'm going to stop you there.
Well, it's public.
Ma'am, please.
Okay.
I've been very patient with everybody, but I was very clear that I can't be pinning these guys with stuff you're pulling out and calling out of the police log. If it has to do with them, or if it has to do with a facility that they run, then have at it. But if you're going to be going through the police log, I mean, I hear about needles. I get it. There are needles already everywhere around the town.
Yeah,
okay?
there is.
So you know, that's not like a revelation.
Okay, well, the point was that's wonderful, and that's commendable that they're willing to do that. That's wonderful. But my point is that when the police are called, this person or people might already be gone. So, and that was the instance that really happened in true life.
Yeah, but the instance, did it involve these folks?
No, I didn't, but I'm just saying the scenario could play the
so
same.
the police were called to a crime and the person was gone?
They were called because somebody left a drug treatment center against medical advice because they had warrants out for their arrest.
Right,
and
but I'm sure you can call you can call stories like that ad nauseum throughout the country. I'm trying to direct the discussion and the dialogue.
And I'm just trying to say
ma'am, I'm going to cut you off. I'm going to cut you off because I'm trying to direct the dialogue to this application and these applicants. If you have a concern about security at this location and you can articulate it, then that's what this is for.
So
but I'm not going to let you pull out stories that happen in a police log that don't have to do with these folks. It's not fair.
Okay, I thought the scenario was cohesive
it's
to
not.
this, but I'm sorry
You don't
then.
blame somebody for something somebody else does.
I'm not blaming, I was given a scenario
Okay. Do you have a
of
question?
how it didn't work, that's all.
Okay.
Anyway, the 1% that do not take that refuse the ride, you know, quick math, that could be 4 instances a month. 4 instances a month is a lot in our neighborhood. You know, that could be one of our kids or one of our elderly people that get hurt. You know, this is a wonderful idea, and it's so desperately needed. But are we going to jeopardize people in this neighborhood, you know, especially where there is vast amounts of property available already in Wilmington? So I guess our point is it really worth jeopardizing anybody in the neighborhood for the benefit of this piece of property and for him to make some money on it? I just wish you would consider that, and I wish you would consider voting on this tonight so we could end it. It's gone on for a long time. The neighbors are stressed. You know, we've put a lot of work into trying to fight this and voice our concerns without sounding, you know, terrible. We've been beaten up and threatened and, you know, whiplashed with verbal abuse.
Not by these applicants.
Nope, absolutely not. So, you know, I don't know if you're ready to make a decision, but I think all the safety concerns have been addressed over and over again. And I think I speak for a lot of us and ask that you please consider making a decision tonight. Thank you.
I'll be easy. Joe Xavier, 40 Oakdale Road. Xavier, Xavier. I just have 3 questions. On the smoking pad, right, that's in the building, that's enclosed to the outside, from the outside in. Does that door have an alarm when they go out, the smoke out? Is that supervised? That's just a general question. Okay.
The staff asked to get back in.
And then I'm assuming we're going to redo the traffic study. I know we've killed that.
Don't assume anything.
Okay. I would suggest that we redo the traffic study.
That's better.
And then what's the design lifetime for this building? How long is this sucker going to last? 50-year
50
design
years,
lifetime, 60-year design lifetime? What are the materials for? How long of a building do we expect this to
It's a
last?
steel frame, concrete,
Mhm.
floor slabs,
Okay.
metal deck.
So I want the board, thank you, I want the board to just be aware of it. We are now approving, regardless of the use, we're approving a building that looks like the one that's across from Lucci's Plaza. That's gonna go abut 7 residences. Back corner, kitty corner, because of the zoning, right? Because they got a kitty corner this into the lot. For a building that's gonna be there for 50 years. It is gonna change the character of this neighborhood forever. Forever. Keep that in mind. And as the developer and the team, keep that in mind. We're kitty cornering a big white elephant to a small lot that's going to be there for over 50 years. That's all I got to say.
Okay, hold on, Mr. McCoy. Has anyone who hasn't been heard that wants to be heard, is there anybody up? I'm not gonna let anybody speak until everybody who hasn't spoken has had a shot. Sir?
Hi, my name is Joe Burns. 9 Pinewood Road, my direct abutter. I didn't want to cut line earlier. I've been a police officer for about 32 years, all told. And I just have a couple of statements. Number one, this facility that they're putting in is right up against my backyard. Like Mr. Xavier said, I'm going to be looking at a white elephant until the day I die. Number two, I don't want to put you on a spot, but ask any one of these kids outside of their chief, do they want to respond to a detox facility? I'm not putting you, you can walk out if you want. I'm not putting you on a spot. And I'll tell you exactly what they're going to say to themselves in the car. Oh, shit, I got to go there again. That's exactly what they're going to say. And he doesn't care because it's a cash cow for him. That's it. Thank you very much. I ask you to disapprove, don't approve this thing.
Sir, you haven't spoken yet, right? Come on up.
Paul Maymaris, 27 Oakdale. Paul Maymaris, 27 Oakdale. So back in college, I was a security guard at Mount Auburn Hospital for many years. I used to have patients come in, hi, and all that. I remember watching them, and the reason for watching them is they were often suicidal. And my question is, what I've heard earlier that you're not going to have any security at this facility. Is that true?
We have the behavioral health technicians, and we have 3 of them on there, that people have held in security, but they're not security people, no. It's not needed.
Are they going to be restraining these people?
No, we can't restrain. We can only restrain by medicating.
So if they come across a violent situation, what's the first thing they're going to do?
Depends on the situation.
Are they going to call the police? Or?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Depends if we can de-escalate and get the situation under control, which we usually can do.
Yeah. Well, in my experience, we've always called the cops, and it's going to be a burden on the police force. And I've always had backup. I wasn't the only one. We've had 2 or 3 people there, and it's a small hospital. So just wanted to let that be on record. Thank you.
Anybody else who has not been heard who wishes to address the board? Going once, going twice. Okay, now folks, if you want to speak again, you've already spoken, I'll hear it, but it's going to be extremely truncated and limited, and please do not repeat something that you've already said. Mr. McCoy.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be 30 seconds. If I go 1 second over 30 seconds, I'm treating everybody to breakfast. Go. Mr. Chairman, it's been a year now. I believe you have enough information to make an informed decision. I think you should take a vote tonight. I think it's time to call this either a ball or a strike and be done with it. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to be heard again, briefly? Okay, I'm not going to close the public hearing yet because I'm going to take it back to the board to see if there was some talk about getting peer review studies or getting independent studies on anything. And I want to be able to just go around and see if there's a general wish for that to happen.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor. So, should I believe that you're trying to simulate what you have in Stoughton for here? Are you mimicking what is going on in Stoughton?
No, one of the great things about this project, we were able to start from the ground up. We had a facility in Stoughton we had to transfer to use, and there were certain geographic problems with the space. There was some isolation areas and things and with this project, we can start right from the ground and get rid of those kinds of
I'm saying,
problems.
generally speaking, they have acute and rehab sections, and then you're doing that here. You have acute and.
Yeah, like many facilities in the state, it's pretty much what the state is encouraging people to do.
So
because of something, and someone said it earlier, and you're absolutely right. Just treating somebody with detox and sending them out the door, you're setting them up for failure.
So what's the difference between if you are up and running here in Wilmington? How would you compare that to the Stoughton facility, just besides being more beds over there?
There are more staff on this facility. Stoughton was staffed to the absolute requirements of the state. Our staffing plan is above that. That's probably the biggest, is more staff available.
What I want to do, I want to determine whether we're going to vote on this tonight or continue it over, so I know what to do with closing the public hearing. So what I would appreciate the board to do is to discuss whether they want to continue this matter to get some peer review or some outside help, or whether they want to move forward on this tonight, so I know what to do with these folks over here.
I have a question. So there's the whole use is based on this. You just found out mass detox. We don't have anything describing what the facility is, what they're going to be doing there. Isn't that part of it?
That's what this is, right?
No, I'm talking about the actual detox process, or they're going to have 12 beds that do this, they're going to have 36 beds that do this. they're gonna have so many nurses. I don't see any of that information anywhere. We don't have anything
Counsel,
describing the whole process and what we're approving.
Mr. Barletta is requesting that there be some explanation, I'm assuming, of how this process works.
There's nothing written as far as what we're approving. We're approving a building and a use.
You can sit down for now, ma'am. I'll call it, if I'm gonna entertain, no, the board is now discussing it. Thanks. If I reopen the hearing, you'll be the first to know.
Helpful, that's our staffing pattern, I give it to you.
I guess I'm trying to understand, we got a lot of information, which we all took notes on, how many nurses, but shouldn't that be, I guess we're tying whatever approval or denial, or whatever motion we make, to a entity that's running this facility. But we don't actually have anything in writing as far as what they're running. I don't know. Is there something that should describe that we should have? Like a program, or is there a, you know, like, I don't know.
Do you understand what he's asking? I thought that's what this
I think you're looking for a narrative explanation of exactly what's going to happen at the
So if all of a
facility.
sudden, right now, there's 12 beds that do detox and 36 beds that do the follow-up treatment, what stops them from changing it to half and half? If we don't have something in writing that says they're gonna do both sides of that treatment?
If that is, so even if they had a narrative, if that was important to the board and the board wanted to have that be enforceable, I would recommend that you include it as a condition in your decision. If you have it as a condition of your decision, it doesn't really matter if you have a written narrative from them. You can it's certainly reasonable to request a written narrative from an applicant, but what really gives something teeth is having a written decision, a written condition in your decision. So if that's something that was important to the board, that split in terms of the beds for acute versus longer term rehab.
I think any motion that I would vote on, if we don't have like we have a plan, so we're gonna vote on a plan as submitted. If I don't have if we're voting on a use, I would want a description of that use, or we're gonna spend hours drafting a motion that has all that information in it. And I'm not prepared to do any of that tonight. I have a lot of, you know, whether I vote for it or against it, the motion, in my mind, has to have that information in it so that it's clear what we're approving or denying. And without any documents from the applicant, we're tasked with actually doing all that.
It's a fair point. It's certainly reasonable to ask for a narrative from the applicant.
We have the copy of the application that we sent in for our intent to the state that was approved. I'd have to review that, make sure it's all the information you're looking for, but that does give the description of the program, what our intent is, and that was approved by the Department of Public Health. I don't have a copy with me. I'd have to get you.
Mr. Chairman, why don't we just ask you a simple question that, do you feel tonight that the information that you've given this board, almost a period of a year, and I asked the same question at the first meeting, that you feel comfortable with a vote tonight?
I'm afraid it's getting late. I need to hear the question again.
The question is, do you feel that the information that you've given this board, and it's close to a year, I don't know, I could ask Tony when that application was actually filed with the actual date. I know it was here February. I asked you the same question that night. That night you said no. As far as giving us the information, we had no information. So by tonight, it's almost a year later, you've got Board of Health approvals, Planning Board approvals. The only thing that I've got that you're giving me is this layout right here. okay? I don't have a building design. I had a previous one, but I don't know if it changed since you've been the planning board. However, that's not my problem. That's you to present it to me. And obviously, I do have the case that you gave last night to the board for the New Jersey case, you know, barring the decision on the detox center there. Other than that, that's all I've got in the last week. So therefore, my question is, do you feel that you've given this board enough information to warrant a vote tonight?
If the gentleman to the chairman's left wants a narrative, and that's a key factor in his decision, no. I'm happy to give you the narrative.
I think, Ray, I think your question is actually a function of us. Do we have what we think is necessary to make a vote? I've heard members talk about wanting to potentially have a peer review study on the traffic. I don't know if I necessarily think that's warranted, but if other members do, that's an issue. I mean, they can only survive one no vote. So if there's another member who has a concern, I'm sure it's in the applicant's interest to provide whatever information that member would need to make a decision. So I'm going to open it up to the board. If there's some additional information that a member thinks they need to have to make a reasoned decision on this, bear it out. Let's hear it. I mean,
I have no problem with what you said. However, it's up to them to give us the information. I know you're saying we're looking for information, but we can only judge our judgment on what they give us.
Well, what else are you looking for?
Well, I heard the building. I haven't seen a plan of the building. I seen a planning maybe a year ago, but I don't know what this building details. I haven't seen it at the poster board tonight.
The applicant's sitting right here. Do you have a final building plan?
What do you have on your sheets there?
I don't know that I have the building plan, but I know they were, I'm pretty
The
sure they
reason
were
I'm asking
submitted.
that is because everybody's talking about height, size, and everything. I haven't seen it.
To some extent, that's...
It didn't change on the exterior to any great extent, other than we moved the patio. The building elevation's still the same, we moved the patio around to the side, and that's it, that was the only change.
Well, you're right, you're making it clear now. However, I didn't have that information, it wasn't said tonight. And, you know, really, this is actually the first meeting that we've had substance to. The meeting in February, there was no substance. And from February till now, it's always been continued. So, again, I only have what you sent to us.
So let's look at the solution and not the problem. You're looking for a narrative that describes exactly how the program's going to work.
But I'm asking maybe you or town council, is that, hold on, is it within our rights to consider, for instance, we ask for peer review for a traffic study. We're approving a program that we're taking at, obviously he's getting all kinds of state permits, but should we have somebody review the program to say, yes, this is a program that fits in this building, that fits in this site?
I may not need that, you may.
I'm asking a question, is it appropriate to ask for that? I think
it's appropriate to ask anything you want.
Okay.
You're a member of the Board of Appeals.
We're approving the use.
Right.
So
I don't believe that it's inappropriate for a member who has a concern or a question to ask for anything. Anything that helps you make a decision one way or another is fair game.
Here's, for instance, we've been told by I'm sorry, it's late, I forget your name, Ken, that they're not going to have a security guard there, that they don't need one for this facility. I don't know that if that's accurate or not. Who do I rely on to say, he's right, we don't need a security guard? We take his word for it? Or do we get somebody who knows about these facilities to say, you know what, there should be some type of a security protocol at this facility?
Well, part of that, I think, is a member's judgment. Part of it, I mean, you're not going to get a peer review for every single aspect of the project. How many beds is appropriate? How much is this is appropriate? Or, what kind of, medication, or how, I mean, at some point it gets to be a minutia. But I think, if there are big ticket items that you think that we can engage a professional to review, by all means, we can try to engage that. But I think at some point you need to just use your judgment.
I just, if we're gonna vote on this, I would want a condition on it to say that there is some type of security at the building. Whether it gets voted up or down, I would want that to be part of the
Maybe the
condition.
applicant would be willing to do that if they knew that that was a concern. I mean, I can only throw it to the applicant.
Excuse me?
A hallway conversation, you need to talk to his client. But I mean, that's what this is for, to get everything out, so we can, if we can't address it tonight, that we can address it at the next meeting, because, this is tearing everybody apart, and we need to get it done. So, if everyone, everybody has a concern, if it's traffic, if it's a building plan, if it's security, let's air it all out and let these folks address it.
I don't have it, personally, I don't have an issue with the traffic. I don't need a traffic study. So that's my gist on the traffic. I don't have an issue with it.
Yeah, I have no problem with traffic.
Okay, and is traffic an issue with you, Tom? Traffic an issue? It's not an issue with me, so if it is an issue with you, you stand alone.
Well, I'm thinking, why not get our opinion, if they got, their person was paid for by them, why wouldn't we want to just double make sure?
I mean, that's fine. I just know that the prior use was a drive-through donut shop.
Dunkin' Donuts.
So it's like, so to me, I mean, and traffic, and council can educate me even further, but, traffic is one of those things that's always thrown out, but usually never sticks. But, if you would feel having a peer review for traffic is beneficial, let's get it out so we can talk about it and get it done.
Well, let me ask you this, on one of the other suggestions that it would be interesting to know about the evidence at top, the toxics for the septic system. How do we know that that system is gonna be workable for, years to come with, like, how do we know that that system was tested for, like, medical waste, or?
We have an approved septic system.
What?
We have an approved septic system.
Yeah, but was that for, like, the medical, was it for hospital use, medical use, was, like, how?
Is that privy to question that? I mean, the Board of Appeals, whether the septic approval was done correctly?
Well, what type of system is there for what the use is going in?
The health said the system they approved is adequate.
Adequate flow for hospital.
According to Shelley.
Put in a cafeteria after they did the approval for the septic system.
Everything that they addressed, everything, including the cafeteria, the hospital flow versus the
I mean,
nursing flow.
let's just get this on the table. I believe that not one single town department that I'm aware of has raised an issue with this project. Not one. It was approved by everybody. That's why we took so long to get to this point, because we wanted to make sure, and the applicant agreed, that they would go through every single hoop and come to us last. So by definition, and not only that, it specifically looked at it, every single town department and approving authority in this town has said okay. So, I mean, when it comes to septic and all the rest of the stuff, that's already been dealt with and approved. I don't know how far we all want to start opening things up or not, but, but traffic, if there's a traffic issue and you want to have a peer review done, that's very common that that's done. If there's some additional information a member wants from the applicant to feel comfortable in voting for the use, we can get that too. But I mean, to go back and start picking apart, I mean, from what I understand, not one single person in the town of Wilmington administration has a problem, an identifiable, articulable problem with this project, not one. Where's the manager? Is the manager here? Jeff, have you acclimated yourself to all the town department heads and all the boards' review of this project?
To my knowledge, all of the boards have given approval.
Are you aware of any objection to any portion of this project from anybody in the town administration whatsoever?
No.
No. Hey, sir, calm down. We just spent the last 6 hours hearing from the people. I'm now asking a town official if there's any administration objection from any department head to the project. That's fair game. And you spoke, and you spoke, and you spoke, and everybody spoke. We sat there for 6 hours. Shouting out, it's gonna get you kicked out. Next. So. Yeah.
He has a problem with not hearing.
Go ahead, sir, you have the floor.
We would be willing to add a security guard, but we want you to understand that the security guard can't have a weapon because Mr. Mayor tells me that that's state law. So there would be somebody devoted.
24 hours a day?
3 shifts, yeah, basically. But we want you to understand that you're not going to have a guy with a gun.
Well, I mean,
or a nightstick. Just want to be clear.
I mean, you can't abrogate state law.
Just want to be clear.
Right, but I'm sure that person has some type of communication device. They're going to be awake. They're going to be alert. They're going to be, monitoring the facility. Cameras. Are there cameras at the facility? In all the public area, in all the areas?
And the outside, too.
Where are the cameras located?
I'd have to, all I know is we're going to have them in key positions, both inside and outside. I haven't got that far.
Okay, so now we have an offer from the applicant to have a 24-hour security guard, unarmed, on premise. Trained. Okay. You know what? The next person that shouts out like that, where's the chief? I'm going to have him removed. You know what? Everybody up here was fair to everyone here. Everybody. I said department head. Sir, I'm going to run you out. Everybody up here was patient with everyone up here for hours. Pipe down! Officer, can you run him out, please? Because you're breaking up a public meeting here where you've had a chance. We've been listening for 6 or 7 hours. All right, you get one more shot.
Throw me out, I don't care. You know what, because you're not listening to people anyway. So does it really matter about this meeting, because you're going to do what you want?
All right, you want to keep going?
I would like to.
You want to keep going? Officer, can you take him out, please?
You want me to scope him out? Fine. I forgot we have freedom of speech in this country, and you seem to forget that too.
Maybe you were listening to the people here, but you did not hear one single word that was said. There's not a single person in this town that wants this in this town.
Yep.
Not a single person. We have to live.
Anybody who wants to yell?
Town council, are you a lawyer? Are you a lawyer?
I am, yes.
So how is it fair that the chairman called them junkies and now he's running it? He's gonna vote yes to save face.
I already got the Ethics Commission to say that I can hear this. That was at the first meeting, and you were here too. Have a nice night, ma'am. Anybody else?
Yeah, the applicant was saying something. I didn't hear what you said.
I said that the architectural plans were approved by the planning board and are cited as a document in the planning board decision.
We have the planning board drawings. They don't have building plans in them.
Were the building plans in them back?
Of all the documents that are cited in the planning board decision.
They were submitted. Building documents were submitted.
We have them originally.
Floor plans were there. I brought copies to the planning board, copies to the manager.
It might be in with all the stuff that I have.
All right, what I'm gonna suggest is if any member desires any additional information that has not been presented by the applicant and needs some additional information to make a decision, please articulate that now so we can let the applicant know and we can let the folks know what we're doing tonight.
I'd like a narrative or some, describing the facility. And I'm not ready to vote tonight. I need time to put together some thoughts and some conditions and formulate a motion. I'm not, I
So
am
we
not
have
ready
one
to do that
member
tonight.
who would request that we continue to get some additional information. The only thing that I would ask, Tony, is that you let the applicant know exactly what you need so they can be prepared for the next meeting.
Well, I'd like to get it before the next meeting.
Well, I mean, so they can get it to us.
I'd like a description of the,
We'll corral everything we talked about tonight, put it in the documents you have in one place.
Okay. Jackie, is there anything that you would need to see from this particular applicant to make a reasoned decision one way or the other on this case?
Tonight?
No,
Oh,
it looks like we're going to be continuing this meeting. So if there's anything that you need to make a reasoned decision, one way or the other, let's let the applicant know.
I would prefer to go over my notes and kind of like let it all absorb, before I make a decision, so.
But you don't want anything further?
Not right now, not that I can say.
And the
right
reason I want to
now.
know this is because I'm not going to close the public hearing, because we're going to continue to discuss this matter at the next meeting. I'm going to, again, give everyone in the audience an opportunity to be fully heard, but it's going to be directed to the issues that we are looking for tonight. We're not going to reopen this thing and reopen this whole can of worms all over again. So if there's anything that you need, let these folks know now, and we're also going to let the audience know so they know what the topics that they're going to be able to discuss at the next meeting are going to be. Is there anything you need?
No.
Okay. Ray, you wanted the updated building plans, right?
Oh, I'm ready. I did a lot of information, did a lot of research. I'm ready.
So you don't need anything?
No, I'm ready.
Tom, are you all set? I'm all set. So it
You're
sounds,
ready to make a motion right now?
there's nothing additional that I need by way of supplementation of the record to make a decision.
But you're prepared to craft a motion tonight? If
I'm the chair, I don't craft the motion. You're willing to continue, you would like to have, you're not ready to vote tonight. I'm not going to browbeat any member into voting if they don't want to vote tonight, so we'll continue it.
No, but I guess what I'm asking, Dan, is if I wasn't asking for that extra information, if somebody made a motion, are you prepared to add whatever conditions you may or may not want it? Are you prepared to do that tonight?
Me personally?
Yes.
Me personally, I could craft I know what conditions I want. I've already articulated them to the applicant.
Does everybody else feel that way?
I can only speak for myself.
I personally am prepared to vote tonight.
You are?
Yes, I am.
I'm ready to vote.
So we have 3 members prepared to vote, and I'm assuming that you folks want to continue. And look, I'm not pressuring anybody. We've gone through this for a year. I mean, like I said, this has ripped this town wide open. I want to end it, but I want to also, it's important for all of us to have the requisite information that we need to make a decision. So if you folks want to continue to the next meeting, I'm all for it. No skin off my nose.
Did anybody make a motion to vote on this?
Well, I'm trying to be collegial to my
Yeah, I
fellow
know.
board member and board members, and if they would like to continue it, I would join them in that, just because I want to be collegial to them and I want to offer them the opportunity that I would hope they would offer me if the situation were
Well,
reversed.
I guess, Dan, I mean, if you want to sit here and go through, I mean, I do have, I just, what I don't want to do is I don't want to rush into making a motion that hasn't been thought out. I mean, I don't know how everybody else is voting, but if however it gets voted, I just want to make sure that it's done thoroughly.
So
and-
why
and
don't we
think
kick
about
it over? You can make a list of all your proposed conditions. You can make a list of proposed conditions. You can, we can, and we're all going to have to lay them on the table and craft a motion that everybody agrees with or that carries the day, one way or the other.
So if I can do that with the information I have, do we close the hearing now?
Wait, now you're saying you don't want to continue?
I don't want to go through 6 more hours of what
It
we
wouldn't
went
be.
through tonight.
It wouldn't be. It would, I would limit, if we're not requesting any more information from the applicant, I can close the hearing.
Well, you're asking for the narrative. So If the only information you're asking for is the narrative, then you could limit the public hearing to just addressing the
The narrative.
the sufficiency of the narrative.
Well, can I ask, so would there be a possibility of actually getting more information of comparison, like say that they mentioned Canton? Well, Canton denied it, and I know that Canton is, I don't know if they have similar bylaws that we do or whatnot, and I wouldn't mind. But they did, and then it was proposed to have a detox in that town, and they declined it.
I don't know what specific provisions Canton bylaw has added about detox since I wrote them approximately 8 years ago, but they're nothing like yours.
So that's what, in my mind, I would like to get more information of what happened in that situation if we're similar. I mean, or are we voting because?
We're not going to provide you that information.
Right. Well, so, all right, so forget about that. So are we voting
We also
on
haven't
the
discussed
location?
the applicant's request for that other thing.
For an accommodation.
Yes.
What's that?
Well, I think that would take place in the happenstance of a negative vote, correct?
Right.
That's putting the cart before the horse.
And it's not on the agenda.
And
for
it's not,
tonight.
yeah, it's not in,
If you continue it, you should probably have that as a discussion item, because I suspect the applicant would want to be heard on it.
So in my mind, I'm wondering, is there more information for studies in the sense of from another town? They mentioned several other towns. I'd like to know, did they have a facility that they were trying to put in there that got declined? Was it the same situation? Or,
You're asking them if they tried to put another facility that was declined somewhere?
well, Canton was denied.
We didn't have anything to do with it.
You didn't have anything to do with it, but it was a detox center.
Somebody reported it to you, not me.
Okay.
Why don't we just ask the question, have you folks ever been involved with a center that was denied?
I haven't.
No.
But there are centers that have.
Yeah, understood.
Okay.
I guess-
Well, I could vote now and just might not.
Is the town gonna agree to add sidewalks and lighting to that neighborhood to help improve our?
Ma'am, we're deciding whether we're gonna vote tonight, in which case I'm closing the public hearing, or whether we're going to continue it to the next day, in which case I'm going to keep the public hearing open to discuss whatever matters have heretofore not been discussed, that we're taking up and deliberating on. So, and I'm getting mixed messages. I have 1 member, 2 member, 3 members who are prepared, based upon the information we have tonight, to make a decision. We have 2 members who are hesitant. I am deferring to the 2 members who are hesitant because I just think that's the right thing to do. I don't want to ram anything down on my other board members. And if you 2 need an additional time to think about it, to perseverate on it, to do whatever you need to do, I'm willing to give it to you.
So we're deciding on whether or not to put that facility in that location.
Correct. Yeah, that's what they're here for. We're deciding whether to approve their application.
Not hospital, not what they're going under, or what they're going under and the building and everything that they're trying to put on.
We have an application that we're deciding whether to rule on. I kind of, do you understand the question?
Yeah. I don't, are you thinking back to the issue about the septic system and the attic?
No, I think we're, yeah. Okay.
So I would just throw out there that a decision based upon certain reasons, you want to be prepared to articulate the specific evidence in support of those reasons, whichever way the decision goes.
Well, I want to make an initial threshold decision right now, whether we're closing this public hearing and deliberating and taking a vote, or whether the members would like to have another meeting, in which case, then I'm going to keep the public hearing open, and we're gonna continue it. I mean, we're at a crossroads here.
All right, so I'll answer. My decision is that I want to be able to review my notes and so that I can articulate my decision, my motion, when it comes up.
So you would like to continue the matter to the next meeting?
Yes.
Okay. And I take it you're kind of in agreement with that?
I feel the same way.
All right. So we have two members. I mean, this is, despite what some folks may think, this is not a dictatorship. This is a group of 5 citizens who are trying to do good for the town. And so and each other. So I'm going to request that we continue it, but I need a motion, and it needs to be seconded, and it needs to pass. So if the motion is to continue is brought forward, even though I'm prepared to vote, I would vote to continue in deference to my other members.
May I add that the applicant, out of deference to the members in question, would not object? But we do want to know specifically what product you want us to do.
I understand, and that's only fair.
Besides the narrative for the next meeting.
Right. I mean, we're not going to be coming at the next meeting and asking for a traffic study. I mean, I understand what and the applicant is, I understand what he's saying. He's saying that he's okay with kicking it over, but if there's some additional information that he needs to provide, he wants to be put on notice of it, which I think is only fair. So, there we are. Chair doesn't make motions, so anybody wants to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Now he's thinking about something.
I guess the only other thing that comes to mind, there have been some questions raised about security and safety and crime. I don't want to speak for any member of the board, but I'm not sure that the board has heard from any sort of expert on those issues. If that's something that is of interest to the board, you might want to ask the police chief if the police department can comment on those issues. That's.
Okay.
Is the chief here? No? No. I mean, I don't want to speak
No,
for
but
him.
without putting him on the spot, wouldn't he have some type of report or some sort
You
of?
might be able to confer with the chief in another town that has a similar facility.
so-
And again, I'm not volunteering him, I'm just saying
Let
you
me-
can ask
let
for
me-
that
let
sort
me-
of information.
Let's cut to the chase. Mr. Hull, could you inquire as to Chief Pagonis if he would undertake the request of the board to inquire with other towns who have a facility such as this, what security precautions they have taken with those facilities, and if they've been effective? Is that right?
What the impact of that?
Can you do that?
Yes, I will talk to the chief tomorrow. We have the list of facilities that was referenced earlier, so I will talk to him.
And I hate to do this to the chief, because especially since he's not here, but if he could be prepared to, to address the board and share that with the town and the board at the next meeting, I think it would be illustrative.
I will ask.
Thank you. No, not yet.
Mr. Chairman, are you continuing this to the 9th? I heard that date earlier for a couple of meetings.
I will continue it to whatever date is amenable to the applicant and the board.
I could darken for 2 hearings then.
Then, as long as your client is okay with it, then it would have to be the following. Or we could do a special meeting, whatever the pleasure of I mean, this is something, I want to bring this to a merciful close, one way or another.
I know the board prefers Wednesday, so if the following week, the 16th, is, if we could do a special meeting, that I lock it down. I'm just saying that my
he's
calendar is
trying
what it
to
is, so.
telegraph it here. Wednesday, January 16th?
Yes, and I would come on the 9th, but I don't think Dartmouth is the most convenient location to start from. So.
I mean, I'm available on that date.
Tony can't retire yet.
Is everybody on the board amenable to that date?
So it's the 16th.
The 16th of January.
19.
Is that your last day?
No, 2/1/19.
What's that? Oh, that's your last day, okay. So we're getting right on the wire. We're gonna go out with a bang.
Yeah, I gotta do up the decision, good, bad, or indifferent.
Here we go. Okay. So, well, we don't have a, Mr. Syracuse is correct. We don't have a motion in front of the board. If someone cares to make a motion to address a continuance of the matter, I will entertain it.
Make a motion to continue case 718 to January 19th.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? 3-2, it passes. So the matter will be continued to January 16th. And I will determine at that time the scope and extent of the public comment, although I will, as usual, allow public comment to be entertained. Okay. We're going to continue the meeting. You don't have to stick around. I think we're all good. Thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate it.
Good night, everyone.
That's all under the retainer, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We're continuing the meeting with case 2018, Keith and Kelly D'Ambrose, map 87, parcel 004H, to acquire a special permit in accordance with 6.6.7.7 Groundwater Protection District for the property located at 10 Nelson Way. And who do we have?
My name's Keith D'Ambrose.
I appreciate you hanging around as late as you did, Mr. D'Ambrose. Why don't you let us know what you're looking for?
Well, it's just for an appeal. We're appealing the groundwater infiltration system. We have actually what would you call a black pipe buried in a trench all the way around the house that kind of provides the same French drain, if you will, on the outside of the house. It was, like a drip edge. We never put gutters on the house because that's what they didn't do about 22 years ago. And it actually collects all the groundwater and directs it into a small dry well on both corners of the house.
Okay.
And we have surveys to that.
I will read into the record as per our usual accommodation with cases such as this. We have a memo from Paula Looney, the town engineer, dated today, December 12th, regarding your application, and he referenced the proposed plot plan for 10 Nelson Way, and his engineering division comment is as follows. The applicant proposes to construct an addition to an existing single-family residence located at 10 Nelson Way, which would render more than 15% of the parcel impervious. An existing stormwater recharge system exists on the parcel that meets the requirements of the Groundwater Protection District. An appropriate plan and calculation sheet have been provided to demonstrate compliance with section 6.6.7.7 of the zoning bylaw. The infiltration best management practices that exist on site are adequate to meet the purposes of the Groundwater Protection District. Thus, the engineering division recommends that the special permit be granted for the above referenced parcel.
And the one underneath is from the planning.
Oh, planning, okay. Planning, upon a motion duly made and seconded at their meeting on December 6th, the planning board unanimously voted to recommend approval. The applicant has proposed an adequate system for groundwater recharge.
No conditions?
Nothing.
Any abutters?
Any abutters here to speak on this application? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. I'm sorry, I would have taken you first, but it's just that you got to move it out. But I do appreciate you hanging in there.
Okay, thank you.
But I don't see any abutters that wish to be heard. Do I have a motion regarding this application?
I'll make a motion of case 20 to approve 20-18 to acquire a special permit in accordance with 6.6.7.7 groundwater protection district.
Do I have a second on that? Second. Well, motion seconded by Mr. Lepore. All those in favor? Aye. Unanimous. A good waiter gets a good tip. Have a good night. Thank you again for being so patient.
Thank you.
All right. And then the most patient folks in the room. All right, we're here on case 2118, Robert W. Bentley, map 100, parcel 117, to acquire a special permit in accordance with 6.6.7.7 groundwater protection district for the property located at 85 Park Street.
Yes. That's why I'm here.
What's your name, sir?
We put in.
Are you Mr. Bentley?
Pardon me?
Are you Mr. Bentley?
Oh, Robert Bentley. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
You're Robert Bentley.
I forgot my hearing aids tonight.
Okay.
Good
Well,
thing.
that's not such a bad thing.
The engineer recommended we put in another 500-gallon dry well, and we put another 500-gallon dry well in, and he said he was going to send you a letter saying it
And I'm going
worked
to read
out.
that letter right now from Paula Looney, the town engineer, dated of this date, December 12th, 18. He referenced the proposed plot plan for 85 Park Street, and the engineering division comment is as follows. The applicant proposes to construct an addition to an existing single-family residence located at 85 Park Street, which would render more than 15% of the parcel impervious. A stormwater recharge system is proposed on the parcel that meets the requirements of the groundwater protection district. An appropriate plan and calculation sheet have been provided to demonstrate compliance with section 6.6.7.7 of the zoning bylaw. The infiltration best management practices proposed on site are adequate to meet the purposes of the groundwater protection district. Thus, the engineering division recommends that the special permit be granted for the above referenced parcel. And in a companion to that, there is a memorandum from the planning board dated December 6th, and it says, upon motion duly made and seconded at their meeting on December 4th, it was unanimously voted to recommend approval, stating that the applicant has proposed an adequate system for groundwater recharge. So, do any butters here that wish to be heard on this application? Seeing none, the public comment is closed. I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve case 21-18 to acquire a special permit in accordance with 6.6.7.7 groundwater protection district.
Do I have a second on that? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Aye, unanimous. There you go.
I have a question. What do I do now?
Okay, I'll do up the decision, you'll get it by Monday, Tuesday. And then there's a little blurb and it tells you there's 21-day appeals period, gotta wait, then you go and record it at the registry of deeds. Then you come in and see me and you take out your building permit.
Okay.
Okay?
And thank you, and you people have, because I didn't have a dog in the fight tonight, amazing patience.
I just gotta go make sure the tires on my car aren't flat. Did that guy threaten me on the way out?
He didn't threaten you, but he looked like he had that look on his face.
I thought he made some comment about it. You're going down too, or something like that. It's all right. I've been threatened by the best of them.
Motion to adjourn?
Well, hold on. Do we have any administrative or housekeeping issues?
Well, I got no names on it, so hopefully they won't know whose it is.
I had you guys, oh, that's what you can do, Dan.
What do we need?
You can sign you can sign these two, Kelly and Bentley.
You had those prepared beforehand?
These are only just the notices to be signed. And then you know what happens? I do this at the end of it for the ones that I didn't. Okay?
Okay. Do we have any minutes that need to be approved?
That's what I was looking to see, and you know what? We do.
All right.
October 17.
No.
Was I there on that date?
Let's see. Dan,
Okay, I was.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yes.
We have a motion, do I have a motion to approve the minutes of October, what's the date, Tony? October
17th.
17th. All present.
Okay.
Motion to approve minutes? Do we have a second? I'll second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Minutes of that date are approved. Anything further, Tony?
Nope.
Then I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a motion to adjourn. We have a second?
Mostly second.
We have a second. All those in favor? Aye.